Thurston County Board of Health special meeting work session for Friday, August 13th, 2021. This particular work session of the Board of Health is slated to last an hour. We'll be following that with the Board of County Commissioners work session on a number of topics, but this particular first chunk is a Board of Health special meeting. The topic is the however you want to say, the 1152, we call it, House Bill 1152, which addressed Board of Health membership. And the Thurston County Board of Health will discuss with staff engrossed second substitute House Bill 1152 relating to supporting measures to create comprehensive public health districts. My name is Ty Minster, Chair of the Board. Vice Chair of the Board of Health is Commissioner Carolina Mejia to my right. And right behind my left shoulder is Commissioner Gary Edwards. The County Manager, Mira Chavez, and Assistant County Manager, Robin Campbell, are here with us in the boardroom. Public Health and Social Services Director Shelley Slaughter on our Zoom, and various other staff members that will be addressed when they're at the appropriate moment. So we've got an hour for this topic, plus or minus. It's a little bit flexible. Maybe we'll need less, maybe we'll need more. I'll go straight to Shelley to kind of preview for us what we're trying to accomplish this morning.
Great. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much. So as you named, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. My apologies. Good morning, commissioners. As the chair stated, we're here to discuss engrossed second substitute House Bill 1152, which was passed into law by the legislature on May 10th of this year. And what it does is requires local boards of health that do not have a home rule charter to expand the local board of health membership to be more inclusive. The bill specifically lays out provisions that are required to expand the Board of Health in specific categories of membership. One thing that is important to note before we walk through what those categories are is that the Washington State Board of Health by statute will be setting rules for the appointment process for any non-elected members of the local Board of Health. They have not done so yet, and so that is something that we need to wait to hear from the Washington State Board of Health in terms of the guidance and requirements for the selection process. What the bill states is that a local Board of Health composition shall constitute, in our case, the 3 county commissioners. You have the option also to adopt an ordinance to extend membership to cities and towns within the jurisdiction of Thurston County, which does include all cities and towns within the boundaries of Thurston County. That is a decision that you can make and is up for discussion, I believe, in today's work session. The other categories of membership that we must include in our local Board of Health composition come from 3 different categories. These are non-elected official community members. The first category of which we must have a member includes a healthcare representative. So this person must be employed or practicing in public health, healthcare provider. There's a variety of categories and examples included, although it's not exclusive. They include such things as medical ethicists, epidemiologists, environmental health, a person holding their master's degree in public health, physicians, ARNPs, physician's assistants, RNs, and there are several others on there. So that is one of the categories that must be represented on the local Board of Health. The next category is a recipient of public health services. So this needs to be someone who has lived experience, has a preference for historically marginalized and underserved people, and may include participants in public health programs, such as participating in, for example, our nurse family partnership program, our syringe services program, something along those lines. The next category are community stakeholders, and there's broad categories for community stakeholders. Military members, those who have served in the armed forces, businesses, nonprofit organizations, other interested community members. One thing that is very important to note is that elected officials may not constitute a majority of the board. So we have to ensure that we have equitable numbers of members on the local Board of Health. The next category that is required is if we have a tribe within the bounds of Thurston County, which we do, we must have a tribal seat on our Board of Health. The member that is selected to serve on the Board of Health shall be selected by the American Indian Health Committee. I do not believe that the American Indian Health Committee has met yet. We have not had any conversations with the American Indian Health Committee yet. I believe they may also be waiting for the State Board of Health on process, but they have the right to select the member that would then be appointed to serve on our local Board of Health. This all has to be in place no later than July 1st of 2022. So we have a little bit less than a year to get this in place. And we also have a legal counsel here, Elizabeth Petrich, with us to answer any questions. And Elizabeth and I had the chance to review this. So happy to entertain any questions you have and participate in the discussion.
I missed the second category that when you went through the three. There's healthcare, and then the third one was community stakeholders. What was the second one?
Consumers of public health services.
Okay, thank you.
The description of that, if I may, is which include residents who have self-identified as having faced significant health inequities or as having lived experiences with public health related programs. That's the description of the second category. So,
okay, thank you. Shelley, can you, before I open to questions from the board, you might help focus our questions if you would kind of say what you think we are trying to, what do you think we, given that there's still guidance coming, et cetera, like what are we trying to accomplish here? What do you need us to be discussing? Like, is it like how many seats we want to have under what categories, or whether we want to have a city rep? I mean, it sounds like we have to have a tribal rep. We have to have these three buckets. And then how many of those would depend on whether we add a city seat, is that correct?
That's right. Yes, so I believe there's a couple things to consider for today's discussion to help us prepare for this. One would be making a decision whether you want to have a city or town official as a member of the Board of Health, and if so, what process or approach you would like to have in order to select that representative. You could have more than one, but you then need to increase the number of the other categories to make sure that elected officials do not constitute a majority of the local Board of Health. I know you've had previous discussions about this in which an 8 membership local Board of Health was discussed. That would be the 3 county commissioners, 1 representative from a city or town, and then a tribal member, and then the 3 other required categories, which would give you a total of 8. You could have more than that. That is your option. You also have decisions to make regarding term limits and process. And for this particular elected if you choose to expand to other elected officials in the cities or towns, then you would pass an ordinance to do that, and you could do that at any time. So we would also be looking for direction on what timing you are interested in doing so that we can best prepare for this upcoming process.
Okay, so with those issues in mind, Commissioner Edwards.
I guess I'm wondering about the tribal issue. If we've got 3 tribes represented here, do we need representation from each tribe or just one tribe? Does it denote that?
It doesn't specifically state that. I can pull up and read you exactly what it's.
I don't think we need to worry about that. I just want to make sure that we get that covered, and then the process that we might move forward with might be a letter to the entity that you said was going to be making the appointment for the tribe. At least we would have it covered if we did that. I don't know, does that make sense?
I thought it's a good question, and I thought it was just one tribal seat if you have a tribe, which would then kind of set the stage for having one municipal. You know, we have 3 tribes, we got 3 main cities. We could sort of have a parallel process where we have a city seat. Because I know the board, of course, you're welcome to have changed your mind, but I know all 3 of us before kind of wanted to keep this from getting
Too big.
Too big.
Unmanageable.
And 8 seemed like the minimum kind of amount to meet all the requirements of the law.
That is an excellent question, and I think the tribal representative might be easier. Because we can probably request a representative from this American Indian Health Commission, which is, the Health Commission is gonna be represented by members of the different tribes.
Yeah, and they can figure out.
And they can figure out the representative for Thurston County.
Right.
But I think the difficult conversation is going to be a city representative. And how we're gonna go about and engage in the cities, if that is the desire of the board. Because if we have a tribal representative through this American Indian Health Commission, we have the other 3 spots. If you don't increase the number of elected officials, then it will be 3 elected officials and 4 members from the outside. And I think bringing a city representative will bring that balance. And I think that's the intent, at least my read of the legislation.
So, have you talked about it at all at the mayor's meeting that you have on a monthly basis? Has this come up for conversation, or can it come up for conversation and kind of get their grasp on, there will be an opening, and, how do the cities, the cities should start talking about how they want to rotate this through and who they're gonna send in as a representative, or.
It's a great topic. It hasn't come up in the mayor's meeting, but it's a great topic to come up.
They're not tracking. I just had my meeting with the Lacey city manager this morning, and I broached this subject. And he was not aware of this opportunity. He said, well, the board is gonna have a conversation because the selection of elected official from a city is gonna be more complicated than not. And is it gonna be a permanent fixture, or is it gonna be a rotating basis? For how long? When you start looking to the details of that, it's gonna be interesting.
My thought, just out of the gate, and I'm not married to it at all, I may be wrong, but it just seems like it needs to rotate, but a year is really not sufficient to really understand, so I'd say on a 2-year basis, I think it should rotate. I think kind of like with SWAC, where they, basically you put it on them to nominate their person, like, okay, Olympia, the next 2 years, tell us who's serving for you. Next 2 years, Lacey, tell us who's serving for you. Of course, we could, if it was somebody totally inappropriate, we'd have the authority to say no, but usually they know what they're doing, and it works smoothly with like SWAB and SWAC and some of the other committees.
And we have also the CDBG money that, we rotate by cities, and also the South County. That might be also, that's.
You could even do the 4, you could do a South County, you could do Tumwater. I don't know, when you say South County, then they have to have a process for how that works, so that's a little tricky.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it seems like maybe something like that, where it rotates every 2 years, that seat.
Yeah, this is good, brainstorming,
No, I'm just
No, like,
throwing that out there for
it's,
discussion.
a year seems too short, especially if, for someone to get caught up on a yearly basis of winning a rate.
And to see a policy issue through
Yeah.
or whatever.
And, right when they're getting the hang of it, to kind of like switch out and have, so I think 2 years is a good amount of time, to have the term limit for, that person. And then I think it is going to have, to be on a rotating basis. And I kind of liked it, the idea of having from each cities and also having, I think, a South County rep. I think the RHC has that where J.W. Foster serves there as their South County rep. And then since he's retiring, it's going to be someone from Tenino next. And so it's kind of on that rotating basis that they have their own process for. I think it.
I guess, but are we going to have them, so we don't get out of balance on the number of elected officials versus appointed? Can we leave it up to those jurisdictions to send us a nomination? It doesn't have to be a council person or anything, but otherwise we're gonna get out of whack. If we have a council person from South County, for an example, and one from North County, that's gonna, then we got 5.
Well,
So then we gotta have 6 other people.
Well, I was thinking that it would be one
One.
municipal seat.
Appointment, they can
It would
pick.
rotate, Olympia would get 2 years, Lacey would get 2 years, Tumwater would get 2 years, and then South County get 2 years. So there'd only be one at
Okay,
any given time.
okay,
That's
good,
what I
that's
was,
good.
yeah, that's what I was.
I'm good with that.
And then that would keep us balanced.
Yeah.
Now, the term limits for, that's because there's all those different entities, and I guess you want to sort of, these other categories. Is there a question, I bet there's a question of term limits for like we have a special rule for the municipal seat because we're trying to share it amongst different municipalities, but let's say you're the healthcare rep. I don't know that 2 years is, I don't know that we need to set that kind of a short limit for that representative. Maybe we have longer term, 5 years or something like that for those, because
Planning Commission, I think, is 6 years.
6 years might be a good number. Just to set, well, and even planning commission, they can be reappointed.
So, and something you may need to think in terms of the duration of the appointment and also how many reappointments.
Mhm.
Because think about this for the non-elected official representatives, because elected officials
Come and go.
come and go,
Yeah.
even at the board level, come and go. So then, if we have the local representatives, non-elected officials we would have a reappointment limit. That would be the individuals who will have the most of the, that will create unbalance, in my opinion.
Like more institutional
Right,
stability.
so I think putting whether it's 5 years, but 2 appointments maximum, is something you may consider. It's just to create that balance, suggestion.
What the state Board of Health is tasked with does include terms as part of their process for the non-electeds. So you may want to wait for that direction before you make decisions about that piece.
So what kind of guidance are you expecting from the state about, how specific are they gonna get with respect to how we go about, placing these non-electeds?
I really am not sure. I do not know.
Okay.
I guess before we go into developing everything that we think we need, it's almost like if we could come to an agreement amongst ourselves that this, whatever this is the best way to go, then we've got the state board that has to get together and figure out their rules. I hate to spend too much time on it, today or in the future until they get something put together. That's my concern, that we spend some time spinning our wheels and in the end, that's not applicable because we have to do this or that. So I guess if I had to make a suggestion to start with, I'd say, let's get the biggest city first, and then just see where it goes from there. That way we get the biggest population base covered. Obviously, we cover all of the county, but we need to meet the requirements of the law. So let's get rather than the smallest city, let's get the biggest city. And then send a letter off to the tribe, the tribal entity group. What is it? Indian Health?
Indian Health
Yeah.
Committee.
You know, get something going, so put them on notice, just like you guys said, Romero just met with all the county, city managers, they're not even thinking about it yet. At least we'll have started the process. Yeah.
If you guys are, I mean, I could bring, if the board seems,
I'm comfortable with you doing
I
it.
could bring that sort of a tentative idea of the rotation to the mayor's meeting and just see if
We'll have
that,
one next Friday.
get their wheels spinning on whether or not that is something that they're comfortable with.
I think that's a good way to go to get it started, we've got something going on here. We're talking about it, you can say, if anybody questions it, well, we're looking at it. But the state's kind of holding us back, so to speak.
Shelley, why don't you, there's some slides in our packet. I don't know if you prepared them or if we were going over them or not, but there's a rulemaking timeline in here. I guess what I'm nervous about is there's always we do have a deadline, right? And it's less than a year now. So I don't want to get squeezed at the end and be doing things last minute. So I just want to think through what needs to get done in what order, along what rough timeline, so we don't get hung up at the end scrambling around.
Amy, do you have access to a PowerPoint so we can bring it up to the screen?
This is actually about the state thing, but still, it's relevant to the timeline
Yeah,
issue.
we can.
Oh, do you have access to the PowerPoint, Shelley? You can share your screen.
I do not have access to that PowerPoint right now. That was a PowerPoint that I believe was shared at the WASAC meeting.
Oh, okay, so it's for our background.
Okay, so, but this is mainly to implement the Public Health Advisory Board, which is the state board, right?
Right.
And within the state board, it's very prescriptive as to who needs to be part of that, which includes one of you.
Say that again, no, I wasn't listening to you,
Yeah.
I got my attention there.
Let's say one of you.
Yeah, when you said one of us, we've got how many boards,
So
50 of them or something?
Yeah, it's gonna be an additional appointment that the board needs to consider, because it's the Public Health Advisory Board, which is the board statewide. And this is one member of the Legislative County Authority from Western Washington, selected by the state association, so it will be one representative from WASAC.
But for all of Western Washington,
And then one for Eastern Washington.
so it may not be us.
May not be you, yeah. So the membership of the Public Health Advisory Board includes a representative from the Governor's Office, the Director of the State Board of Health, Secretary of Health, the Chair of the Governor's Interagency Council of Health Disparities, 2 representatives from a tribal government public agency through the American Indian Health Commission, 1 member from the Eastern Washington through WASAC, 1 member from Western Washington through WASAC, representative from business, community migrant health centers, 1 representative from Washington cities, representative from Public Health Officials Association, representative from Washington hospitals, Washington physicians, Washington nurses. So it's pretty hefty.
Okay, well, that's something else that
Yeah.
if we get pointed out. I'm more just concerned about kind of walking back from July of 2022, kind of walking back, what needs to be done when, so that if there's something that we should be doing, a resolution that establishes the seats, the composition, or what? Give ourselves some deadlines here so we don't get off track. Do you have any suggestions, Shelley, on there? Or you?
Yes, well, I think one thing is just very important to confirm, and I'm hearing from the conversation today, a decision that you would like to adopt an ordinance to offer a seat to an elected official in a city and town, and that it would be one. And the current proposal for discussion with the cities would be the rotation. So I think it's really helpful to have that decision. And then we could begin, along with the county manager and the chair, working on that process with the cities, and could work with legal counsel to help begin to develop that ordinance so that we're ready to go with that as soon as feasible. I think one of the challenges about this is that we have to wait for the state board of health to give us further guidance on those other categories. I don't know when it will be on their agenda. I understand that the state board of health is very busy and they have a lot of rules, especially due to COVID-19 pandemic and where we're at this time. So I'm uncertain of the timing, but I want to make sure that we're ready to go as quickly as possible. If we're able to implement this before the deadline, then we're prepared to do so.
Now let's talk about those three buckets, for example. Let's just take the first one, healthcare representative. You said it could be a doctor, it could be an epidemiologist, could be a this, that, or the other. Are we going to, do we have to narrow the scope, or does that just stay open and then the board can take nominees from any of those different, and it could be a doctor for a few years for one term, and then it could be a totally different kind of person for another term. I mean, do we have to do any more decision making to kind of winnow that down, or to sculpt that more to the liking of the Board of Health, or does that just stay the broad category that you described?
I think it's the broad category that's eligible. In terms of who the board ultimately selects to appoint from that category will be at your discretion. The only thing that the law does say is that you can't have more than one of those community representatives from the same exact category. For example, you couldn't have two doctors, that type of thing. They're looking, part of the intent of this and why the State Board of Health has been tasked with advising and setting rules for this is because they want to ensure a diverse, fair, and equitable process across all local health jurisdictions in the state of Washington.
What if you had a doctor as your healthcare rep? And then under the third one, you said nonprofits were, what if you had a doctor from Olympia Free Clinic as your representative for the third bucket? Does that violate some kind of rule because it's two doctors?
My interpretation of that is what they do not want you to do. They want to have a diversity in that, but I would defer to Elizabeth for the interpretation of that, just because of how it's written.
I just kind of wanted the definition of what they're interpreting as a healthcare worker, and what positions, are they including anything from a doctor down to a CNA, an LPN? Are they involving techs? What is the definition of a healthcare worker? Is there any guidance on that?
Yes, there is. It's pretty detailed. It even goes down to an employee of a hospital or healthcare organization. So that really broadens it. There are many different categories of which that you could select from.
So let me read that because the statute gets to the level of detail, and it states public health practitioner, employees of healthcare facilities and healthcare providers, which includes medical, epidemiologists, individual experience in environmental public health, such as a registered sanitarian, community health worker, holders of master's degree or higher in public health education or equivalent, employees of a hospital located within the county, and physicians or osteopathic physicians, advanced registered nurse practitioners, physician assistants, nurses, dentists, neuropaths, pharmacists, holding an active or retired state-issued license in good standing. So it's pretty much, this is pretty broad as.
The janitor at the hospital can be on the deal.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I was like, is it really broad or does it?
So is this gonna, are we imagining that this looks like, planning commission or any of our other boards where people will submit an application to Amy and the board will have a discussion on a Tuesday morning? I mean, or, you know, or whatever. Is that kind of how we imagine that we'll be making these appointments? Through our normal board and commission process?
You know, baseline, yes, but perhaps the process may be more robust.
Seems like it should be heightened a little bit.
Because I think you may consider interviewing those applicants in a formal interview process, as opposed to just go through your conversations reviewing an application. I think this may require an interview process for you to have those conversations and see how the appointment goes. It is just my first reaction to that.
I would agree if we were doing if it's longer term, so we're not, doing this all the time. If it was, 6-year terms and stuff, and then we actually had an opening, I'm imagining we'd have a lot of applications for that.
Well, assume.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I guess I would say that Shelley has heard our discussion about this now. This is, I think, the second time on this issue. Sounds like the board is in agreement with you kind of bringing it to the city folks.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got staff. Let staff put this together. Shelley, I don't know if Shelley can do it, but somebody in her staff can put something together and bring it back as a proposal to us in, I don't know, 3 months or something. And we can just have an update. Where are you at on moving forward? Has the state laid out the rules yet? Well, no, they haven't. So we haven't moved forward. Well, now they have. Okay, so now let's not, I don't want to spend too much time this morning on it. That's all I'm saying.
Robert?
Just curious about the timeline. We see the tentative rulemaking timeline in this packet.
Mm-hmm.
The state does not anticipate adopting rules before July 1 of 2022, and that's when your new board has to be in place.
Yeah.
And I remember hearing on a WASAC meeting that counties will need to select and form these new boards before the rules come out. So you'll see draft rules from the state, hopefully soon. But you're not gonna have final rules before you need to take action.
What's the penalty if we don't get it done? We do so many things. We're reviewing things that were supposed to be done 8 and 10 years ago, and we're finally getting to it now. So what's the penalty if we don't get it done? If we just say, well, we're not doing it until you folks get your act together?
I don't know.
No penalty.
I mean, I have not seen a penalty.
Well, let
written in
Elizabeth
law.
look it up and see if there's a penalty and get back to us. Let's not spin our wheels here forever on this. We're
Just
not
saying,
ready to move
You
forward.
may need to act before you
Yep.
see final state rules.
I mostly agree with Commissioner Edwards in the sense that one thing I've learned in the last 3 years is that the 3-person commission is not a very good vehicle for a lot of detail. We can give you the direction you need, Shelley, and if you need further direction, let us know. And then somebody needs to more dial up, as he proposed, the specifics then for us to kind of look at. It's hard for us to do that. That's been proven in a number of contexts. Does that sound okay? Do you have enough from us today, or did you want us to get some other decisions made today?
No, I think this has been a really excellent discussion to help frame the next proposed steps, and we've got some direction and some work to do, and so we will come back, as you suggested, in a few months with an outline of next steps and what is needed from the board. And I hope that we'll have some more information from the State Board of Health on the timelines before then.
And I'll report back on where the cities what their reaction was to this proposal. I'm pretty firm about the idea of 1 seat, because if we went further than that, we would then we'd have a corollary effect of expansion. But the details of how that seat is managed, I'm open-minded. If they've got a better or something that they're more comfortable with, then my mind's open to hearing that. So sounds like the board's in agreement there. Commissioner Mejia, anything else?
I just thought about the port. Are we gonna include the port?
In terms of.
I don't think we have to.
We don't have to, just the city?
That's not a percent, a municipality.
Okay. It just popped up. I was like wondering.
But you know, if you like to.
No, I
certainly
don't
the
wanna
board,
muddle it anymore. I just,
Yeah, with
I was
regard
just
to
wondering.
health, I would imagine that, I don't think that they would need to be involved in that. Okay, well, Elizabeth, are we on track from your perspective? Any legal requirements that we need to be mindful of as we work through this over the next year?
Yes, I think your approach makes a lot of sense because we're going to get a lot more detail from the State Board of Health on how to select LD members.
Okay, very good. Then, is this a different Zoom then to close the Board of Health, or
No, you just
we
close it.
keep going? Okay. Well, then we'll
Formally close the public health, Board of Health. meeting.
Then we'll adjourn the special meeting for the Thurston County Board of Health. It's 9:43 a.m. And the next topic then for the morning's work session is Lake Management District. Process recommendations, follow-up discussion. We've got the rest of the morning if we need it. And so I see, let's see, Paula Cracknell and Tim Wilson from our Public Works Lakes Group, and Karen Weiss is here from Public Works, and Ramiro, who's going to be leading today's discussion, follow-up discussion.
Yeah, we're gonna get a little bit of more, it's gonna be an interactive, Tim's gonna lead the presentation as well as Paula, and I will help. Hey Elizabeth, can you mute yourself, please? Thank you. And then, you know, it's gonna be more interactive. Along the process, we'll revisit some of the recommendations the Lake Lawrence presented to you. And you have already taken some affirmative actions to address some of those recommendations and then see where it goes from there. But I think it's important, I believe, to revisit the process as to how an LMD is formed. And Tim is going to walk you through that. Tim?
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Ramiro, Robin. As Ramiro mentioned, I also have Paula Cracknell, our aquatic resource specialist, with us, and Karen Weiss has joined as well. Our part in this is we were asked to put together a very high-level overview of the LMD formation process. So I'm going to share my screen in a moment and walk us through that process. I have not incorporated much information about special districts or alternative methods of lake management, so we're sticking pretty closely to lake management districts. And then at the end, just a revisit of the requests from one of the steering committees that you received earlier this year. So I'm going to try to share my screen here. Let's see. Okay, are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so again, just going to walk you through the formation process, legal requirements for lake management districts. All of these requirements are guided through RCW 3661, which is very different from the RCW that guides the special district process. Well, let's see if I can move that.
you're not in a presentation mode, Tim.
You can move the pictures over there then.
I'm not in presentation mode.
So we see all the slides on the left.
Okay. Okay, bear with me for a minute.
Share the full screen.
Not related to that.
Oh, my worst nightmare coming true here, so bear with me. So are you seeing slide 2?
No.
At this point, we're not seeing anything except the
The blue screen.
blue screen.
Okay.
Slide the PowerPoint over and click Start Slideshow, and it should come up.
Slide the PowerPoint over. I'm trying. Hang on. And show.
You know, while we're kind of hanging fire here, I guess we can talk about these things, right? Do my teammates ever have any trouble with your phones, the county issued phone?
What kind of trouble?
Oh, maybe appointments, maybe sometimes disappearing, or things like phone calls that somehow get completely mixed up.
Yeah.
I can give you an example.
I mean, well, I have like, I don't know who used to own my number, but they were up to some shady business, that's for sure. I get like weird messages on my county issued phone all the time, or.
Who should we be communicating with? Because, you know, obviously my assistant isn't here. And I would run this through a different format if she was. I don't know, if Tim's ready, I don't want to cut into his time. Are you ready,
Still
Tim?
working.
He's still working on it? I was on the phone the other day with a Zoom. I got done with that meeting, and then, it was later in the afternoon, 4:30 or something like that. And a number showed up on here, and it had to do with insurance, our insurance claims on that committee. And Tammy Devlin's number, our name showed up, and the phone was ringing. And so I picked it up because we just got done with a state meeting. And I said, well, Tammy, how did you think that went? You know, I mean, it said Tammy Devlin. And it was silent, and then pretty soon, well, this is Susan Woods. And I said, well, oh, okay, how do you think the meeting went? I really thought it was an employee or something, and call it on Tammy's, you know, phone or something. Well, it wasn't, had nothing to do at all. And this person was doing something, making some phone calls, not to me, nothing to do with me, something to do with Fort Lewis and the military, and yet it popped up Tammy Devlin on here, and she wasn't dialing my number. I don't know how the heck that happens.
Sometimes phones get.
Sometimes
Do they just get mixed up? Is that
That happened to
common?
me, and in fact, in a couple of occasions, I have received phone calls from Kathy Wolf.
It says you're.
And it's not.
Yeah, but I mean,
If
at
somebody
least she
from-
was a commissioner or
No,
something,
no,
right?
it wasn't. It's just from.
Oh, not a Kathy
Not
Wolf, it
even
used to
Kathy
be a
Wolf. I
commissioner.
thought it was,
Oh.
you know, the past commissioner. No, it was
Okay,
somebody else.
so others experience
Yeah.
things like that, it's just part of having the,
And I think
Technology.
you're experiencing something different because
Yeah.
your current number used to be used by somebody else who do other things.
Looks good, Tim.
Yeah, Robin and I are experiencing other issues related to our calendars, which is totally
Yeah.
messed up. So
my
we're
mind has
working-
been messed up quite a few different times, so I'm just wondering.
IT is working on that. I think it's more about Exchange and Microsoft Outlook and I
just have weird stuff with the glitchy stuff with my calendar, like where there's
Yeah,
like a
okay,
certain
so-
entry I can't delete. I delete it, it comes right back. I delete it, it comes right back. And I mean, just weird stuff like that.
Okay, I thought it was just me, so
But I don't use it.
thank you, I'll
I
feel
don't
better.
take many phone calls on my county phone for some reason, and it just,
Well, I don't get
I haven't
very,
had that.
I don't get very many either, I don't use it for.
yeah, I don't get many.
So, okay.
All right, Tim, you're up.
Okay, very good. I apologize for that. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but Karen came to my rescue, and Karen is running the show here, the slideshow.
Sounds like a plan.
So thank you. So getting back to where we were. So if we could move to the next slide, Karen, please. Thank you. I'm glad it works for you. Just want to talk a little bit about what a lake management district is and what it is not. I think this is all repeat information for you, but just quickly go over it again. An LMD is a specialized funding mechanism for lake area property owners that wish to fund specified management actions for a specified period of time. Again, the LMD formation and operation follow the provisions of RCW 3661. An LMD does not create a special district government similar to Black Lake Special District or a flood control district or some of our water and sewer districts. The LMD is the county under 3661. There is no elected board of directors with legal authority in a lake management district, and the county is solely responsible and liable for the actions of the LMD. Next slide, please. So I just want to mention really quickly, there are alternatives to lake management districts. You're very aware of Black Lake Special District. Some other options, a volunteer lake association can be used to represent lake property owners on a range of issues. Homeowners associations can also be useful to represent lake property owners on a range of issues. And as mentioned, the special district that's governed by 8538 is another form of government. This does create an entirely independent permanent special government, which is operated by an elected board. So in that case, the special district bears the liability and responsibility for governance of their activities.
Could I
Next
ask
slide.
a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Hey, Tim,
Sure.
under 8538, is that what was attempted a couple of years ago with Summit Lake?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, good enough, just as an example. That's what I was wondering. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so just going to walk through the individual steps, high-level steps of LMD formation. A couple of ways that the question of forming a LMD can come forward. Those are typically done by the filing of a petition by landowners within the proposed area. So that can either be done through a petition signed by 10 landowners, or it can be initiated by the filing of a petition signed by the owners of at least 20% of the acreage contained within the proposed district, whichever of those is greater. And then also, per the RCWs, there's also the opportunity for the Board of County Commissioners to signal intent by entering into or passing a resolution of intention that would then take the formation process through the next steps.
Where does that fit in? Is that like number 4 maybe on your petition process?
I'm sorry, that's number 1. That's number 1 on this slide is the resolution of intention
Okay,
by the.
okay, I got it.
Next slide, please. So just to continue with what that petition would look like, the petition must contain certain elements. It needs to talk about the improvements or maintenance that's proposed by the petitioners, the amount of money proposed to be raised, the structure of the assessments, whether it's an annual assessment or a lump sum that they're looking to achieve, the annual amount of revenue proposed, the duration of the proposed LMDs. You'll recall both of the LMDs we have in place now are 10-year LMDs, and the proposed boundaries for the LMD. Per the RCW, the Board of County Commissioners may require the posting of up to $5,000 to accompany the petition before the county considers the proposed creation of the LMD that's initiated by petition. I want to speak real quickly. Our current practice is to do that, and recent special district processes are running in about the $10,000 to $12,000 range for staff and for the county to take those proposals through the public process, through the public hearings and drafting all the resolutions and all of that. It's running about $10,000 to $12,000.
And that's like what went on under 8538?
Correct.
Okay, 10 to 12, okay.
So Tim, do we ask for like $5,000 deposit and then they get billed for the rest? Or is that we just charge 5,000 and we eat the rest if it's 12,000? How does that?
What we've done in the last couple of efforts, which Commissioner Edwards is right, those are related to special districts, but they're very similar. We have required a $5,000 check that we then put in a fund and bill staff time and expenses such as the public hearing advertisements against. If we expend those $5,000 and are still not through the process, we will ask for additional funds. When the process is through, and in the last couple of cases, the special districts were not formed, the funds were returned to the petitioners if there's
When you
leftover.
say ask for additional funds from the petitioners.
Correct.
Tim, do you know how many different counties around the state that have these districts follow that process and do the $5,000 requirement to even talk to them to get started?
I can only assume. So I don't know the.
Well, I think we've got somebody in the audience that might know that. I'd like to know, are we standalone? Are we the only ones that cause this grief for groups that want to do good? Or are there others? We're not the only ones.
Yeah.
And I should clarify that we are not charging money before we talk to these groups. We are charging money before we start the public process.
Okay,
After the petition is submitted.
yeah, okay.
Correct. And Paula can speak to that a little more later on, as she has had recent meetings with interested groups.
Who has?
Paula.
Oh, our Lakes person. Okay, good.
Related to this, let me take you back just maybe 3 weeks ago when you have a conversation related to budget priorities. And that was one of the items that you will be discussing during the budget process, whether you like to take away this particular bond requirement. So that is coming as part of your budget process, just to bring all that together in your conversation.
Could we hear from Paula if she knows something that Jim doesn't know?
Paula, do you have any information related to Commissioner Edwards' question by chance?
As far as other counties or cities that charge the $5,000?
I think that was the question.
That and apparently you've been talking with some other groups that are interested. Could you give us a little update on that?
Yeah, sure. So I have met with members from Ward Lake, Pattison Lake, and Offutt Lake, who all had questions on the LMD or SUD formation process. I've spent a lot of time recently with Pattison Lake doing several meetings in the evening with members from their community to answer questions. And in the pre-formation process, as Tim said, before the petitioning process has started, the lakes aren't, the individuals who live on the lakes aren't charged at all for my time put into presentations and outreach with them. Currently, that's charged to the Noxious Weeds Fund because that's where the group which I work in. So the $5,000 really just comes into play once the petition is formed, so that all the background work that's done on the formation of the LMD or SUD has an area for county employees to charge to. I am not sure what other counties do, and I think that would require some research and communication with other counties to figure out what they're doing as far as charging for time that goes into the formation and the process.
Could you name off those lakes again? I got 3 of them.
Absolutely. Ward Lake, Pattison Lake, and Offutt Lake.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, so usually when I meet with them, I'll put together a presentation, I'll answer phone calls. Pattison Lake, I've had a few different presentations with them. On Ward Lake and Offutt Lake, I've gone out to the lake and looked at their plants and talked about different management strategies for them. There's a lot of focus right now on algae. Algae is kind of at the forefront for folks because we've had an increase in the frequency of algae blooms, and also water quality issues related to septic maintenance and inlets and outlets.
Are you following what's going on Black Lake by any chance? Apparently their alum treatment was pretty successful, I'm hearing. Are you staying on top of that?
Yeah, I'm on a mailing list for the SUD there, and it seems like they've had pretty good results.
Okay.
Okay, if there's no more questions on that, we will move to the next slide. Thanks, Karen. So after the petition is received and it meets the obligations of the RCW, we would move forward with the public hearing process. So once there is a resolution of intention, a public hearing must be held on the formation of the proposed lake management district. This is held between 30 and 90 days after resolution of intention. It's published in the newspaper record for 2 consecutive weeks, and notices are also mailed to affected property owners, including the state agencies, if any, that are affected. And mailed notices shall also describe the estimated assessment amount. Next slide. So following the public hearing, the Board of Commissioners may adopt a resolution putting the issue of LMD formation to a vote of the affected owners, including public lands again, if the board finds it is in the public interest to form the district and the financing of the improvements and maintenance is feasible. So when that vote is put forward, the ballots in the case of an lake management district, very, very different than the special district. The ballots are weighted so that the property owner has 1 vote for each dollar of estimated assessment proposed to his or her property. An example of this, if your proposed assessment to your property is $100, then your vote actually counts for 100 votes. If it's a $300 proposed assessment to your property, you would get 300 votes. A simple majority of the votes cast shall determine whether the proposed LMD shall be approved or rejected. So it's not a majority of the properties within the proposed district. It's just a majority of the votes cast.
And those are dependent on a dollar amount. So it might only be 100 votes, but it could be 10,000 votes. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding.
Well, an individual voter, there might only be 100 of them, but
Yeah.
somebody gets 100 votes, somebody gets 500 votes, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's the completed tally, and that's where you need the simple majority.
You need a simple majority.
So, I mean, it doesn't sound too fair that my house is worth $100 assessment, and somebody else has a $10,000 assessment, and so he gets to say one way or the other, or is that?
No, it's not based on assessments. It's based on where you are on the lake.
You may want to see if you want to have the public be participating on this, sir.
Sounds like we got somebody with knowledge or something.
Let Tim answer this question, please.
Yeah, so let me try to clarify that. If for instance, if a group of individuals submit a petition, and the petition puts the properties proposed within the district in different categories, such as lakefront ownership or non-lakefront ownership, and they decide that there is a piece of public property there, and public property is going to be assessed in such a way that it funds 80% of the district, or an individual property that under private ownership is going to fund 80% of the funds derived. Then I think the idea behind this is to make this a little more equitable and to keep that from happening. To keep a small group of people from putting the burden on 1 or 2 landowners.
No.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So Tim, I didn't quite understand what you were saying, so could you please clarify? Like, I'm still confused on that.
So, so currently with our LMDs, we have several categories, but the two main categories are upland properties, so properties that don't have lakefront.
So you're saying, so I'm sorry to interrupt. So lakefront properties, the people like right in front of the lake, those have a certain assessed values. The people kind of like behind in the back streets or, you know, that have the lake access, but they're not lakefront, those have a different one. Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what you're getting?
Yes,
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I sometimes need it in layman's terms.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not on assessed property value,
But on-
it's the lake assessment.
Correct.
So the amount of the assessment is the same for all lakefront, and it's the same for all non-lakefront, but the difference is lakefront is more than non.
Okay.
And people vote in proportion to that assessment.
Right,
Yeah.
the more you're impacted, the more votes you get.
But
And
that,
Commissioner Edwards, you think that's not a good way?
Well, I don't know that it's a good way. I don't understand it well enough. I guess, I mean, if we've got somebody here that works it all the time, I'd just like to have some public input from an individual that does know the answers.
For the public's point of view, we have a representative from the Lawrence Lake Management District. Typically, we do not have public comment at board work sessions. We are pretty far ahead of schedule, and would there be objection to Mr. Halverson providing input to specific questions that the board may ask?
So, I mean, the thing about it though, and because I feel like there'll be several questions during the presentation, right? Like, is it just gonna be open-ended, you know, for Mr. Halverson to just be, or is there gonna be like maybe a public comment section at the end? Like, what is the idea or plan on this?
So I think that the right thing to do would be to let this conversation happen in a topical way, and then we can potentially invite Mr. Halverson to kind of give a response to things he heard or clarifications he'd like to make.
Okay.
Rather than having, because it said having you engaged would be setting a precedent that would be difficult for us to manage in a lot of other contexts. So we'll give you a chance to kind of maybe write things. I guess I encourage Mr. Halverson to write things down, jot things down that you might want us to clarify for us. We'll give you a chance to do that before we move off of this topic. Go ahead, Ramiro.
a question for Tim is the assessment process that you just described in terms of the different voting, is that outlined in state law, do you know?
Yeah, yes, I was going to clarify and say this is not county policy. This is
Thank you.
per RCW. This is statute.
Thank you.
Calls it out that it's done in this manner.
Tim, do you know, is there somebody at the state level, I don't know, game department, ecology, or someone that works this process with potential lake management districts? You know, the game department has a say in some of this stuff. I know when they have property like a boat launch or something like that. So is there an expert that's another government group that at maybe a future date we could bring in? Do you know?
Well, there are experts from each of the agencies that touch on different areas of lake management for certain. This is driven by the state legislature, but there are, if we think about Department of Ecology, there's a couple different funding streams that are available to help out with lake management. If we talk about fish wildlife, there's experts there. So to answer your question, yes, it's just I don't think there is a one be-all, end-all authority on lake management districts at the state.
Would you know if any of our staff people have been in contact with any of those individuals that have the knowledge or authority over how to do this. I mean, the state wrote this legislation to encourage property owners to help with clean water, I'll just put it that way. And the state is involved in some fashion or another, maybe it's through the game department or through the Department of Ecology. Do we have anybody that's interacting with anybody at those levels?
Yeah, our best example of that would be Paula through her activity with WALPA, and I'd let her speak to that.
Yeah. So I'm frequently in contact with different state agencies and also national agencies that deal with lakes and water quality issues. But really, the LMD and SUD formation process, as it's written in the RCW, it is the city or county's responsibility to see the process. So at the state level, there are no state-governed LMDs or SUDs or even beach districts along the Puget Sound. It's kind of like when you have the larger overarching Shoreline Management Act and it's the county that's writing it, this is kind of the same thing.
Okay.
I can tell you with the respect to the issue of shooting regulations along lakes, which I've tried to respond to some citizen concerns and try to figure out who at the state would be involved. I can't make heads or tails of who at Fish and Wildlife has responsibility for the state interest in those types of rules and regulations regarding our lakes. We've just hit a brick wall.
As far as Fish and Wildlife, they have regional employees who manage the boat launches and also real estate professionals who work with them. When the assessment was made to Black Lake, they were notified of this assessment and that they would have a significant increase in their annual payment into the SUD, but that just goes through their real estate office. There's not a lot of focus statewide on lakes only work. Most people who work in water work on a variety of different issues in water and not just on lakes. So there is not a state Fish and Wildlife or state of ecology LMD person. They would just refer you to the RCWs.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Tim, keep on going.
Okay, next slide, please, Karen. Okay, so post the vote, if the votes result in greater than 50% affirmative, the Board of Commissioners would adopt an ordinance creating the LMD. And then the next step in that process would be to set a public hearing to consider objections to the proposed roll of rates and charges. So what that means is for each property out there, there would be a rate assigned that is based upon the individual categories, such as lakefront versus upland or canal front or whatever the different categories may be. That public hearing would be an opportunity for individual property owners to evaluate the rates that are assigned, make sure they are being assigned the correct category, and to speak to that. If the vote of the property owners results in equal to or less than 50% affirmative, the LMD process ends at that point. Next slide.
And then it continues on if the vote is more than, right?
Yes, that's correct. You're continuing through the process at that point.
Okay.
Okay, so step 5, following the public hearing, the Board of Commissioners may adopt the approved roll of assessment by resolution. They may order a new roll of assessment, or they can correct, revise, raise, lower, change, or modify the roll of assessment. So in past cases with the LMDs specifically, there are currently out of the hundreds of individuals, there have been 1 or 2 mistakes. So in that case, the board would adopt a corrected roll of assessment, and we would move on in the process. Next slide. So once that is done and we've adopted a roll of assessments, the LMD assessments are collected annually by the county treasurer, and the LMD charges appear as a specific line on the property tax statement. And with the 2 LMDs, that occurs on an annual basis.
I missed a step here. Where does the role of assessment come from? Who calculates it and puts it
Yeah.
together?
Yeah, the role of assessment would be generated by staff, and it would be based upon the petition. Typically, when there's a petition put forward, it is calling out the boundaries of the LMD. It's calling out the different categories of how that assessment is going to be done, and then staff will take it through an exercise and a GIS exercise and assign those to the different classifications.
How much, but I mean, how do you know how much money to charge everybody? How much you're gonna be, that the group wants to raise or needs to raise to fund its proposed activities?
Yeah, typically that will be presented by the petitioners, and then there will be some dialogue between county staff and the petitioners over what they're trying to achieve, what their work plan looks like, and what they're trying to do within the lake, and just some dialogue on whether that makes sense, whether that funding is appropriate, whether it's a little heavy, a little bit light. And then the petitioners have a pretty good voice in how they want to distribute the generation of that revenue. Do we want to assign most of the burden of that to the lakefront owners? Do we want to distribute it more evenly throughout the community? That's driven largely by the community itself.
There's no board for an LMD, so what if they don't agree amongst themselves? Who are you actually dealing with?
Well, during the formation process, we are dealing a lot with the community and engaging them. Again, these are being driven by the community, so we really want them to have a voice in what that looks like. So it's a cooperative effort at that point.
Commissioner Edwards, then County Manager, then Commissioner.
I guess
Okay, I saw him first,
Go
but
ahead, yeah.
it looks to me like under step 5, after you've had this public hearing, that then the Board of Commissioners may, it sounds like we would, if that got to that point, we would be the ones correcting, revise, lower, raise, change, or modify the role of assessment. So it looks like that's something that the board would do, I suppose, through staff recommendations, I suppose. I don't think each one of us have to
Based on the
pencil it
public
out.
hearing.
That's
Based on
correct.
whatever the public hearing says.
Obviously, the public hearing will give you the latitude
Right.
to adjust.
Right.
well, to correct something, it has to exist. I just wanted to know who's putting the proposal together that then I understand the board can tweak it if it felt appropriate, but I wouldn't even know where to start unless I went through all the mechanics of figuring out, okay, here's what they want to do, here's how much those things cost, here's how much each person would have to pay to, anyway, go ahead.
I think to answer your question, Tim, this particular statute is interesting. Do you feel comfortable to explain what the role of the county engineer is in this process? Because I think that may probably answer some of the questions.
Well, so the county engineer comes into play during the formation of a special district. With the LMD, it has traditionally been lake management staff or Noxious Weed and Lakes management staff that has that dialogue with the community. So if we roll all the way back to step 1, I think to get to the root of your question, that is again, the petition must contain the amount of money they're looking to raise, the structure of the assessment. So at that point, there would be dialogue about how that's going to be structured, which parcels fall into which classification and what dollar amounts are going to be assigned to those different classifications to generate the amount of revenue that that the community is seeking. So that is done early on. That is considered during that initial public hearing to consider formation. So that's generated by staff in conjunction with the community. The board would be evaluating at that process, as would the community itself. And then when you get to the second public hearing on the role of assessments, it's basically putting out the spreadsheet with all the costs associated to each parcel out there, and having individuals take a look and making sure that those are correct in terms of their property.
Yeah, I missed that in that's a part of the petition, so thank you.
Yeah, and if I just to complement what Tim said, I know the lakes staff does most of the work, but the statute, the county engineer is required to submit a report to the Board of County Commissioners as a result of that. And that's what happened in Summit Lake, as you may recall. Before you consider sending it to the voters, because they needed to come up with somewhat of an assessment, and the county engineer provides that report to you.
For a special district.
For special district.
Answer, yeah.
So that could be different than the county-operated lake management district.
That's correct.
But I think the county engineer has a role on this whole thing.
For a special district.
Special district, okay, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, that's where I was gonna go. It's not the lake management district portion. You're right. For Summit Lake, that was a whole different process though.
Very similar.
Similar, but different. Yeah, similar but different. And where Tim said the assessment for back properties, I mean, it goes by groups of, maybe by acreage or it's, I don't know the whole layout on it, but it's not the same. Each lot is not necessarily different. No. Okay, well, I'm confused then too on this. I need somebody to jump in here. I'd like to hear from, how long before we get to the end of this, Jim?
We are almost there.
About there, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right on the different categories there. Not every parcel is charged differently. In the example of Lawrence Lake Management District, you have lakefront properties, you have canal front properties, you have upland properties, and primarily those are all assigned by that category. So with some nuances, of course, but that's they basically fall into those three buckets. But so just to finalize this slide in the summary, after that public hearing on the role of assessments, you would adopt an ordinance. The board would adopt an ordinance creating the district, basically, and the collection of the assessments would begin by the treasurer. So next slide, and that is the end of the formation process. So I would ask if there's any questions at this point.
And at this point, because of questions, I would like to hear from somebody that's dealing with this on a regular basis, if possible.
Let me try to understand where are we. This is the formation of the LMD piece, but we're going to cover other topics, Romero, on this with respect to what are we trying to accomplish this morning?
So there is on the last slide, there is again some of the recommendations the Lake Lawrence Management District provided to you. You have already had a discussion.
Was that Lake Lawrence and Long Lake?
I think it was.
I think it was both recommendations. Those
Okay,
two
both.
groups.
And you already had a couple of discussions on those recommendations. And you have already taken some steps to address some of those. So we'd like to revisit those because that was, I believe, the request and see where you want to go from some of those. There's
Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is review these recommendations. So
Okay,
You need input or additional
Well, we
information
can-
regarding the LMD formation process?
okay, we can finish this and then maybe we can get some clarification if there's something we can, from.
Okay, then let's go to the next piece of this.
Okay, so the next slide, the slide you're looking at is just a recap, just a cut and paste from a letter that you received from the joint steering committees, I guess, via Mr. Halverson back in June 14th. So I just wanted to put that out there for discussion.
So let me address to you how the previous conversations have been on this. You had a larger conversation related to the board already has a 50% subsidies on the stormwater fees of all the members of the Lake Management District. That conversation, you're tracking on that. Also related to number one, related to the indirect interfund cost. You already took an action and during the amendment process for 2021 to subsidize the indirect costs for Lawrence Lake and Lone Lake. During your budget priority conversation, you'll also added an item to consider that subsidy to continue in the next biennium. So that conversation of the subsidy is going to be coming up to you during the budget deliberation process. Item number two.
Why don't we take them one by one? Let's just stop there. So you mentioned that 50% stormwater thing. Is that part of state law, that if somebody forms an LMD, they get a 50% break on stormwater? If it's not state law, then what, can somebody illuminate kind of the background and history of how Thurston County came to do that?
Yes. So first of all, no, that is not state law at all. This is an action that was taken by a previous board a number of years ago, recognizing the benefit and the mutual functions, I guess, of the stormwater utility and the lake management districts. This extends beyond lake management districts. It expands into special districts and flood control districts as well. And it was, I assume it was an effort to recognize those mutual benefits. So it's not small. It's fairly substantial when you total the amount of the benefit that is spread across the LMD or special district of the reduction.
That was going to be my next question, because I don't have a sense of the scale. We subsidized the two lakes 50%, whatever it was, of the indirect interfund, and it was $20,000 or something.
Yeah, they're about
10,000 for one and 20 for the other.
30,000, okay, so whatever, lake by lake or aggregate, I don't really care. I'm trying to get a sense of the scale. How much money are we not collecting by reducing the stormwater fees by 50% to those property owners?
Commissioner, I don't have those solid numbers on the top of my head. I have had staff run those before. Paula may know, but I don't think she has that either right now. But I want to say it's to the tune of the high $20,000 mark for Long Lake and maybe the low teens for Lake Lawrence, and I can follow up and get you those numbers very soon.
That sounds startlingly similar to the amount that we subsidized in 2020. I mean, for what year we just did that.
Yeah, it's just about the same.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I guess going back to the formation days, I'm going to try and pull this out of my memory bank because I was there in the 80s when this happened, and it had to do, I think, with the amount of roadways and that runoff that goes into each one of the lakes. So there's that many more roadways that run into Long Lake and also parcels of property than there are at Lawrence Lake. Not very many roads that are feeding into Lawrence Lake that are runoff compared to Long Lake. Now, how that,
The stormwater fees,
yeah,
No,
when
the
they
stormwater
developed that stormwater, difference in, dollar amount somehow.
the stormwater fees are not related to roadways.
No, I know that, but
Related-
roadways, runoff from roadways are one of the problems to the lakes.
Okay, so
And I think that's how they categorized that, to the best of my memory. Now, you'd probably have to talk to Doug or somebody even older than Barry to come up with it, because it was pretty complicated. But they were just trying to come up with some kind of a recognition of what the problem was and what the community was gonna try and fix at that time.
We could always go back in the record and see what the minutes have to say, what the actual discussion was, if you want to.
That was my recollection from 40 years ago.
Sure.
And there's some language in code as well.
That directs how to do that, Tim?
Directs the intent of what this was for. I don't think it was tied to roadways, but it is in code. So
Okay, that's county code, so it's there, right?
correct.
Okay.
So the policy question, as I understand it, is obviously we could do another subsidy like we did, but the request, I believe, from the LMD was to structure it as some kind of waiver of interfund. And I know Robin, you had discouraged us from taking that approach. There was a little bit of a back and forth, I think, about I asked, would other groups be affected or clamor to have the same approach? And you said there would be, and Mr. Halverson said there wouldn't be very many, and there was a dispute about that I got, and I didn't really know what to make out of all that. So I think, I'm just trying to reframe the question that I think is before us, so that we can have this discussion and get to an answer. Commissioner?
And I guess my argument maybe during that might have been trying to have consistency with the process, so the lake management folks would know what they'd be able to spend on solving problems without having to think, well, maybe the board's not gonna do this year. So it was all about really helping the individual lake management districts be consistent in the direction as to how they were gonna solve water quality problems. And then when you talk about water quality problems, to me, those problems are the county's problems, because we're the ones in charge of water quality. And if I was able to point responsibility, I'd say they're the state's problems as well, because the state doesn't contribute much to solving this, but they claim ownership of all the lakes. And then they leave it up to these lake management districts and ourselves to try and figure it out. And so if the state isn't stepping up to fix, like, we have a new water algae alert or something came out today, right? And we're managing those kind of things, but I just think that if the county would say, like other jurisdictions around the state are apparently doing, that, okay, we're not taking 50% for administrative overhead out of the funds that they tax themselves. Other jurisdictions aren't. Most other jurisdictions
They're
are.
also not cutting stormwater fees by 50%.
I don't know the answer to that.
I think the answer is they're not.
Do we know that?
I at least I'm not aware of those stormwater fees breaks in other counties, but I cannot say for sure.
So maybe a little more work to be done, yeah.
Robin, can you restate the argument that you made to us about not doing the interfund versus doing a subsidy, just so we can remember what you were describing?
So at this time, the all interfund costs or internal service costs are spread amongst all county funds on a allocation basis that is considered fair and equitable. We follow best practices according to the state auditor and national laws. There is an allowance, should the board choose to pay those interfund costs with general fund money. And what I asked, because we apply it consistently, it is easy to show in an audit, and we are audited on our interfund costs. It is easy to show that they are fair and equitably allocated amongst all funds and to all grants that allow us to claim them. What the board chooses to do in other areas of the county, such as the Fair Fund needs money that is, they don't collect, they need more than they collect. And so the board transfers to the Fair Fund an amount of general fund, and it covers whatever costs they need to cover, including their interfund costs. So my ask to the board is to cover the costs of the interfund by transferring general fund money to the lake management funds, and that's what you chose to do. And actually, I ask that you just round it up to make it an easy transfer, so it's a little more than the districts would have paid in the interfund costs, by a few $100s probably, but it's a nice round even number and an easy transfer. The board you set that up as a one-time deal this year. In the budget process, there is a budget change request to make that a permanent transfer. It happens every year, and if you give us that direction, it would be built into the base and it would continue until the board directed us to do otherwise. We would look at the amount of interfund costs each year and ensure that there was enough of a transfer to cover that. Either way, the money is available to the districts to do their work. But the way that I have asked you to set it up, it makes it easy for us to implement and audit.
Doesn't the pulling like one piece of, even understandably it's a small piece, but when you pull things out of the interfund, doesn't that kind of spread the burden to all the other departments in a sense?
No, you can't do that in a fair and equitable allocation. The cost would have to be borne by the general fund.
Okay.
So what it does, however, is complicates the calculation, because we would have to make sure we pull out that amount each time. So it becomes more complicated for us to do. And then to the topic of who else will ask, Mr. Halverson had asked me a very specific question, which was, how many funds are like ours, funded where the revenue is a assessment upon property owners and charge general fund? And there are very few funds in the county that are set up that way. So, and that was my response to him. Yeah, I think 3, but your 2 lake districts and 1 other. However, those are not the only funds that will come in and ask for to be excused, if you will, from paying interfund costs. Over the years, we've gotten requests from I can tell you of at least 6 other funds. The prosecutor asked for not to pay in for the special victim fund. You cover costs for the fair fund. Public health has asked to be excused, and the board has said no. You will be asked, once we start pulling them out, they're all gonna wanna be pulled out, quite frankly.
And that was my suggestion, continue to be my suggestion. You need to treat this as a subsidy. And really, what Robin described is the interfund cost will reflect on the lake management districts. And what you will do, you transfer the equal amount as a revenue to compensate and balance that. But taking on a permanent basis, the interfund cost that is gonna be too complicated, and you would set a dangerous precedence, in my opinion. So I will continue to advocate for you to consider this as a subsidy, as a transfer from the general fund to the lake management districts related to the interfund cost. Whether you want to do that on the next biennial, or you like to do it on a permanent basis, so we can build it on the basement, that's a conversation we need to have in the fall.
Robin, I guess, so you mentioned who else will ask. Well, in my estimation, I don't know about those other funds you talked about, they may or may not, but I think water quality is a priority in the county. And who else will ask? Maybe, I don't know, Paula, I don't know who she said. Oh, she said she's talking with Ward, Offit, and Patterson. Well, maybe eventually they'll go through the process and create a lake management district. So maybe more will ask, but it's gonna be about water quality and our response to dealing with water quality. So it doesn't bother me to entertain, say, Offit Lake coming in and saying, well, we'll create a district. Do you think we could get the same deal Lawrence Lake and Long Lake are getting to address water quality issues? And to me, was it about $50,000 that we subsidized? Is that what it was?
About 30,000.
About 30,000, okay. So I think that's a small expenditure to allow the lakes to have the money they need. I don't think it's enough, but it's a small expenditure to try to address water quality. And if that in turn encourages other lakes that the total community use, not just the lake people that live right there, I think that also will be a small amount for the county to contribute towards water quality. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'd like to see it be like the fair then, if there's some kind of a process that we create that, hey, this is every year, we'll subsidize, and you can put a dollar amount on it and just kind of follow along. Doesn't have to be exact, but at least try to do our part to reward those communities that are trying to solve water problems in their own area. That's what I'm interested in.
Great point, Commissioner, but I strongly encourage you to have these conversations during your budget process.
Well, that might be, but if we kind of agree, if I got another nod here from somebody that, yeah, okay, well, let's take that up in budget, but I agree, we ought to do something to help with water quality.
And I strongly encourage you, related to budget decisions for the upcoming biennium, for you to have a global conversation.
Yeah,
Because
I
there's
know.
gonna be other pressures on the general fund that you need to weigh in terms of the different priorities.
I agree.
That's
I don't
my-
disagree
That's
with
my
that.
recommendation to you. You can vote it where you want it, but my recommendation that will be a prudent approach for you to have a larger view of the demands of the general fund during the budget process.
I don't disagree, but on the other hand,
Just provide my perspective.
I'm more interested in prioritizing this
So,
than I am something else, and I don't even know what the something else is. Because the dollar amount is not that great. I think we can generate a lot of goodwill with the citizens that we're trying to do something, especially when they go out and they can't go swimming, I don't know, at Kennydale or whatever it was, because, you know, we haven't figured out if it's the goose flock that just left or something, or it was in the water.
I don't want to continue to do
Yeah.
the same thing, but I understand there's a small amount in the scheme of things.
In the
I
scheme
totally-
of things, right?
But also there is going to be many small amount requests that is coming your way during your budget deliberations.
Yep.
And that is the point that I want to make.
Dollar
Robin,
here, a dollar there, pretty
Yep.
soon it's real.
It adds up, it adds up.
Because it does. So I would encourage you, again, along the lines of fair and equitable, that should you choose to make this an ongoing allocation in your budget, that you set it up to apply to like all lake management districts, or, you know, not just this one or two.
No,
But
we're
to
not gonna
address-
be,
yeah,
we're not gonna be
exactly.
subsidizing Long and Lawrence.
Yeah, I agree.
Comes along.
Exactly,
agree.
so
And you-
it would apply.
And you key on the word policy. That's
Yeah,
a
it's
policy
policy
decision that you
decision.
need to consider.
Aaron?
Sorry, Tim?
Excuse me. So I have some information based on some previous questions that the board had that I just wanted to share. So the reduction resulting from the stormwater fee reduction for 2021 for Long Lake equals $36,496 and some change. For Lake Lawrence, it's $19,160 and change. The information regarding the reduction was originally called out in Ordinance 12829 in 2002. And in that, it says the board finds that a 50% reduction in utility rates for those property owners fairly and reasonably accounts for the partial coincidence between the objectives of these districts and those of the utility. So I just wanted to make reference to that ordinance in case you wanted to look into that closer.
Okay, and I just wanted to make a point, and again, we can follow up the way Commissioner Edwards suggested, but if it's the case that Thurston County is the only one doing that, then it needs to be factored into our decision-making about how we're supporting lake management districts and how their finances are equivalent to, there's been a lot of talk about what other counties in the state are doing. Well, if they're not, they might not be charging Interfund, but if they aren't doing this, then we need to make sure we're seeing the holistic picture of how our county supports lake management districts. Maybe they're all doing that, and we shouldn't be doing Interfund. Or we should be subsidizing Interfund. I'm very open-minded to hear that argument, but I just want to make sure we had this information, because if this is a thing we're doing, the dollar amounts are very equivalent. In fact, 36,000 is more. If we were to go, okay, well, we'll waive your Interfund, but you're not going to get the 50% stormwater reduction. That's a bad deal for the lake management districts based on these numbers that I'm hearing. They're better off keeping their 50% stormwater reduction than getting an Interfund waiver. So I just want to make sure the board has that to think about as we think about what to do. Thank you, Tim. Okay, so,
Item number 2.
yeah, well, it sounds like we're on track there.
What do you mean item number 2?
Item number 1, we're gonna
Yeah, item number 1, you will have those
We're
conversations
gonna-
during
we're
your
gonna
budget process.
debate the budget
And,
subsidy
Tim,
Okay.
would it be
as an
possible?
ongoing thing to do, policy.
Would it be possible to get a little research as to what other counties do if they have any type of subsidies related to the stormwater fees?
Yes,
Okay, I appreciate that.
certainly look into that.
Yeah, thank you. Move right to
Yeah,
item
go
number
ahead.
2. Item number 2 is related to the bond. And so that is also, you will be considering during your budget process, whether you like to eliminate or provide some breaks on that. So you have already put that on your priorities during the budget process.
So is the question there, though, is it that we waive? Because that's why I asked that question about Tim. Like, sounds like we're charging them for the process. Timing aside, questions aside. So my question is number 2 saying we're not going to charge them anything at all? The county will bear that process, or are we saying we're not going to make them post an upfront? They're still going to get billed eventually, or it'll come out of the assessment, but we're not going to make them come up with $5,000 out of their own pocket to start things up. What is the proposal exactly?
My understanding, the proposal is not to charge them at all.
Okay.
And that's my understanding.
On number 2?
Yeah. Looking at what does number 2 really mean? Because Tim said it's been $10,000 to $12,000 the last couple of times we've done this process. So we need to know what the magnitude of that request is.
But I think the requirement currently is that it be 10% of a petition. Is that right? And they're recommending that if you get a 20% petition, don't charge? Is that what I'm hearing here?
I think this just may be some confusion in what the statute calls out for the petition, and Mr. Halverson can speak to this, but the requirements for beginning a petition
Step 1.
for consideration, 10% or 10 property owners within the proposed district or 20% of the land area.
Where does it say a percentage on step one there?
So in step one, there's 3 ways that this process can get started.
Yeah,
The resolution by the board, or a petition by 10 landowners, or a petition of 20 that represents
okay, that's where
20%
the
of the
20%,
acre.
okay, okay,
3 parts,
okay.
three ways, paths.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm in favor of not making them come up with $5,000 because
Or
that's
any part of the process fees, that's what you're saying?
right, because it's a disincentive to create the lake management district that we would prefer those folks create and help clean up water quality. I mean, that's kind of.
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, I see it as an incentive, right? Because it's the same thing with anything that there's like a monetary commitment in that, you know, people are more encouraged to follow throughout the whole process and do it. So I see it as more of an incentive to get through the whole process of the petition instead. I mean,
Okay, can I ask a question about that? Are you saying that if it's an incentive, if we charged a $10,000 fee, would that be more of an incentive?
Well,
Or would a $1,000 fee be adequate to be the incentive? I don't know how they came up with
so,
that.
well, is it 10? I heard 5.
It's 5,
We
I
do
think,
5.
now, yeah.
So it's not 10,
upfront.
it's 5,000 up front, right? From the lake owner saying, you know, this is our commitment that we are invested in this.
Yeah, we're really interested.
We're really interested in
Right.
this, right? And so, I think it was pretty clear that there's a lot of work done beforehand from the county side where, you know, we're not doing anything. We're just putting out the information and so I think this is just a way for anyone interested to be like, this is our commitment, for us to, you know, that we are very invested in this and,
So you're arguing to keep the $5,000?
To keep the 5,
to keep the 5, yeah.
okay.
No.
Or I would be like, you know, but I feel like just a figure would be just kind of a commitment to move forward with it, because I also don't want to put the county in kind of like a loop where someone's like, we're gonna go through the petition, and then they pull out, and then the county's kind of pulling it back.
Okay, how about just a follow-up to that? Maybe when we get to the point that we do make a decision that we're gonna treat it kind of like we do the fair and any lake management district, or however we're gonna word it, because we're not gonna do it just for 2. At that point, I mean, then come back and say, okay, we've already put this incentive in place. We will cover your, you come up with the 5,000 to show you're serious, but if you do form it,
We don't charge you the additional.
yeah, we're not gonna charge you,
Like, that's a
we're gonna do the subsidy like we do the fair.
That could be a compromise, like, you come up with the 5,000, understanding that that's not gonna cover the whole process, but that's all we ask out of you. County will cover whatever, if it's 12, then we cover the 7. We just wanna see 5,000 up front to get started. That would kinda cap for sure.
Yeah.
Be kinda subsidizing it.
But if they did form the district, they would get the same benefit that the 2 districts now theoretically are gonna get if we do that.
So, and the reason that I suggest this should be part of the budget deliberation process, because if the board considers eliminating the subsidy, where will the money come from to pay for the work the staff is gonna do? Because I don't think it will be fair for the road fund, and it will be legal to cover those costs.
No,
So,
general fund, probably.
Remember, during your budget priorities, you already asked staff to come up with a LMD program. And we're gonna set up an amount proposed to you during the budget deliberations that you can have access. At that point, not necessarily to any specific one, but just overall lake management districts, you can exercise that authority, whatever program you like to exercise.
Okay, let me
So
just,
that is coming up.
let me correlate that with something we're doing right now. The abatement process for, up at, Singletree, and now we're working on
LP Brown.
LP Brown. Is that what you're kind of referring to, is setting aside?
Yeah, and it
So
will be,
that we can cover that?
whatever amount you want to set on this program, so it is there. And when any other lake management districts come, then you will exercise exactly what you were discussing, without getting into the details of subsidy, not subsidy, and so you already had those conversations, remind you, perhaps, and Robin and staff is coming up with that program. The dollar amount will be based, again, it has to come from the general fund, and that will be based on all the different priorities that you may have to wrestle over in the fall.
I'm glad we're having these conversations now, though, because we don't, the budget process doesn't give us the time
Right.
to get into these
We give
policies.
3 minutes for this line item.
And we
you know.
do need to see the holistic financial picture, I get that, but kind of sorting out in our own minds the pros and cons of the policy decisions is good to do now, because we don't have that kind of time in the budget.
That's where I'm trying to connect the dots on all this, if I may, for you.
Okay, well, I don't know, what is that, so what are you saying about, what if the board did what Commissioner Edwards and I we all just kind of came up with this idea of a $5,000 flat fee for formation rather than, and then that would be is that something that you think would need to be discussed later?
Well, that's what it is now.
Well, that's what it is now.
Budget
No, it's
impact.
not. I asked Tim, he said, it's $5,000, but then if it ends up costing 12, they get billed.
Oh,
Well,
no,
that is.
no, that's not right.
If the district's formed.
Yeah, the
Pardon?
district's formed.
If the district's formed, the county
They
will
recover the
take the
cost.
money,
If-
recover our
if-
Yeah, that's what I'm
additional
saying.
costs.
And I'm
okay.
proposing that we don't do that.
Right,
Oh,
So
okay.
then this program is gonna come to you for consideration to establish in the upcoming biennium, that will be the avenue.
right, right.
The district is formed, we spent $9,000, and the $4,000, you don't bill the.
But it would be case by case, not a
Well, we have a
policy.
case by case, but that program will allow it to be.
No, we could set up a policy for that,
Right.
and we just have the money set aside, so that when Public Works does the work, they'd bill me, and I'd pay them
Right.
for whatever the balance is.
Right.
Right. But you could also just waive the 5,000, I mean, that's,
Good.
yeah.
Are we trying to get through this before we hear from our citizen president?
Sir,
Go ahead.
just a quick note on this. That was not my intent for the county to pay for this. The intent was not to require the bond to be posted, but that if the LMD was formed, the county would recoup the money for the cost to form the LMD from the assessment for the first year.
So you just didn't want to see the upfront posting?
Because here's what happens, and this is, I've talked to Offutt Lake too, and Paula may have talked to them. I know she did, because they told me that she was coming out the next week to talk to them. But the biggest problem is, a few citizens from that lake putting up the $5,000 bond, and then putting out a petition to all of their residents in the area to get them to sign the petition. And only a few people, just like Summit Lake, are out that money in that bond. If the LMD or the SUD is not formed, then that bond, as I understand it, is remitted back to those citizens. But if it's, and I think that's correct, but if it's formed, then that money that's posted by that bond goes back to those citizens that posted the bond, and the money for the cost of forming the SUD or LMD is taken out of the assessment for that first year from the LMD.
So everybody's paying for
So
that.
everybody's paying for it. The
Yeah.
county isn't paying any money, sir. It's just to not require the $5,000 bond be posted by the few citizens that are trying to do the right thing for water quality and form an LMD. That was the intent of that bullet.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that clarification. I would also say, though, that not all districts form.
Correct.
And in that case, if you waive the upfront bond, the county would have a cost
And that
that
goes to
would not be
Commissioner Mejia's
recouped.
concern. Is that convincing?
And in those cases, then we need an allocation in the budget to be able to cover those costs.
And this program will allow us to do that.
Yeah.
The proposed program that you would be considering in the fall.
So however you set it up,
Right.
there's gonna need to be an earmark in the general fund.
Because there is an upfront work, staff work, even if the LMDs are formed or not.
Right.
That needs to be covered. And regardless, it needs to be covered.
Right.
And perhaps this program that you may consider allow us to do that as a policy.
And this is what you're coming up with during budget time.
I mean, I would just point out, I mean, I get what Commissioner Mejia is saying, but the dollar, you know, Commissioner Edwards and I think Mr. Halverson have been very strident about wanting to encourage formation of LMDs. If this helps do that, if you added up the dollar amount involved here, it's way less than what we're talking about in the subsidy. I mean, the subsidy is a big deal because that's every year, you know, a substantial amount of money. This is going to happen once every now and then.
During formations.
And it's just so I mean, just to put the magnitude into context, this is a very small investment as I see it. And if the feeling is it's going to really help LMDs incentivize, then I'm definitely probably supportive of that. But I don't, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know that the county's gonna get burned by, you know, I guess the concern is a really half-baked LMD, you know, proposal gonna come forward and then, you know, and we end up putting a pretty, you know, I mean, the amount of times that's gonna happen, in my opinion, are probably pretty minimal.
Right. The most recent example is Foul Lake Management District. It's the
Summit Lake.
special district at Summit Lake where
It's got hammered.
they paid their $5,000 bond. We went through the process. We know Public Works incurred a substantial amount more than $5,000. And the district did not form, so the county ended up putting we ate the balance.
Because there's no way that we can bill to anybody because
Right.
the
Because
district
it's
was
never
Never on
happened.
it, yeah.
Right. So it will happen.
It'll happen.
But it's fine, if that's where the county's priorities are,
Just
that's their
kinda
prerogative.
Encourage water quality betterment, if
Right.
you will.
Okay,
That
so
will be part of your policy.
good discussion and we
Okay.
can try to make the final call on that in the budget. Maybe Commissioner Mejia is not convinced, but it's something for us to think about. Okay, you want to go to number 3 then?
Yeah, number 3. Number 3 is related to potential RCWs and engaging the legislative body. My take on this is any citizen, any group can propose recommendations to change RCWs and in the law, and certainly the county will be assessing those requests. So if the Lake Management District has a specific amendments to RCWs or current state law, I welcome the feedback and certainly will bring that as part of your legislative priorities on any legislative session.
Questions from the
Yeah,
board?
no, I don't see any other way to do it.
Okay, number 4.
The County Public Information Office work with LMD leadership and commissioners to publicize county initiatives to inform the public. Going back on Mr. Hubbard's presentation of this, that we have the public information officer be at the disposal, that's my words, to the LMDs. I don't think that is appropriate. I think there is already a publication that each of the lake management districts do as part of their overall funding. So I don't know that our public information officers has to work specifically related to any type of publications related to the special use the public, the LMDs. That is my take on number 4.
Questions from
And,
the board?
I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask if the board had any questions about number 4.
No, not yet. Let's see.
And number 5, you already heard from Paula. She's already, having conversations with potential lake formations, and that will continue to be part of the business.
I know there was a little bit of a concern that was discussed about the propriety, I guess, of the county reaching out to groups to promote taxation on themselves or something. I mean.
So that continues to be a concern, but Paula, what it does is at request of any particular lake, she goes and provide that information. That I believe is
Yeah, that's
adequate.
appropriate.
But having a systematic a program that we're gonna be reaching out to each lake, that to me seems to be inappropriate, because what we're gonna be doing is engaging citizens to form a district in which the board will implement these. But what Paul is doing, I believe, addresses number 5. That any lake who's interested, Paul is out there to provide all that information that is related to our formation LRD. So in a way, we're already addressing number 5, at least from my point of view.
Paula, can I have a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, for how much time, are you spending giving these presentations out to these different lakes right now that have shown interest?
How much time have I spent?
Yeah.
I've spent more time on Pattison Lake because I've given them a few presentations and I had to create the presentation and amend some data that was in there. So probably a week's worth of working days working with Pattison Lake, which would be 40 to 45 hours. And then for Offutt Lake, I just went out there for, I think, 3 hours and talked to them and looked at the plants in their lake. And Ward Lake, I've spent probably 2 or 3 working days working with them, talking to them, going out there and doing public outreach.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Would it be a good time to ask Mr. Halverson to give kind of you an open floor? You can really touch on anything you've heard out of this discussion and you'd like us to know.
Okay. First, Commissioner, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity. I thought that's what the opportunity was going to be back in June when the manager proposed that we have a work session where we could come in and do some back and forth on these issues, because I think it's important. As I said, water quality is our primary issue, and you just found out today that Lake Lawrence just got hit with another toxic algae bloom, effective today, and signs are being posted right now. Just as a start, I'll go back to Commissioner Mejia's comment about the structure of assessments, the petition, the votes, and how much LMDs are paid. If you go back to step 1 of Tim's slide on the petition, when the petitioner puts together a petition to form an LMD, they have to go through a parcel search and identify every parcel around that lake that has access to that lake on restricted access, not through a public boat launch. If you live on the lake, that's on restricted access. If you live in an HOA that has a community park, that's on restricted access. Those are the ones that you utilize to form the LMD, and all those parcels are considered in that. Then the petitioners have to put together whether they're going to charge lakefront property owners more than upland property owners or canal property owners. In the case of Lake Lawrence, like Tim said, we have 3 categories. We have lakefront, we have canal front, which has less access to the lake than lakefront properties. Then we have upland properties. Those are upland properties in HOAs that have community parks. The upland properties are only charged like $78 a year. A canal front property is like $170 a year. A lakefront property is $280 a year. So the votes are based on how much the individuals pay into the LMD. So because they have a larger stake in it, they're paying a lot more. So it's based on the amount of the assessment for the LMD, not the assessment of the property, okay? So like a lakefront property owner would get 285 votes, a canal front property owner would get 175 votes, an upland property owner would get 79 votes, because they're based on how much they pay into it. So hopefully that helps clarify that. And the role of the assessment, as Tim was pointing out, sometimes those roles change because the canal gets clogged up and the canal property owners can't use the canal. It gets clogged with lilies and stuff, so then we downgrade that from a canal front property to an upland property. And those assessments are done every year. Paula sends out the LMD steering committees the information, we review that information, and we make adjustments to those assessments and those roles. You get involved in it when the LMD is formed initially, but we get involved with it just about every year in upgrading and updating those. So we have property owners that say, hey, you've been charging me for lakefront property and I'm totally clogged in. I can't even get a boat to my front property. Then we take a look at it and we say, okay, it's not lakefront property anymore. And that happens. It happened last year, as an example. As far as stormwater utility, yes, there is a 50% reduction. And Tim, I have done some research with the other LMDs in the other counties, and I'll be honest with you, most of them do not provide a 50% reduction in stormwater fees. That's what I found out from talking to them, okay? But why do I think it's important? What is your biggest stormwater runoff in the county? Stormwater, Lake Lawrence is fed by stormwater. That's how that lake grows. There's no inlet, okay? There's no tributary coming into Lake Lawrence. It is raised and lowered by stormwater solely. Long Lake has mostly stormwater runoff. Do we have any stormwater utility improvements around Lake Lawrence that affect that lake? Very, very few, if any. I can't find any. We've gone around the lake and we've looked. There may be some out there, but I can't find any. So all of our stormwater fees that we're paying, we get 50% of those back for forming a lake management district. But we take care of all the problems that that stormwater runoff causes. And almost 90% of the nitrogen and phosphorus problems we have in the lake comes from stormwater runoff and from in-lake problems. The sediment that's in the lake already. 90%. So how do we take care of that? We take care of it through weed management, which we pay for. That's what the LMD was formed for. We also are required by the ordinance that Tim referenced to do outreach and community volunteer programs to improve the water quality of the lake. We, like this last year, we had the community health organization came and gave a talk at our annual meeting, okay? Next year, we're gonna have a septic system folks come out and talk to us about how to better take care and check our septic systems. Those all go into helping with the water quality and helping stormwater and water resources in doing their job. So that is our commitment to that ordinance that Tim mentioned. And the commitment from the county is to recognize the fact that that stormwater in all your lakes in your county runs into those lakes and causes us a serious problem. I've watched your BoCC meetings for the last couple of months, and Black Lake's been here a couple times talking about the problems that they've had because of tributaries coming in and septic system runoff down those tributaries into their lakes. Well, we take and we monitor those situations and we help with that situation. So we feel that a 50% reduction in our stormwater fees is nothing compared to what we give to the county in taking care of the lake quality, water quality issues. Organizations, we talked about this, Ms. Campbell, that would be impacted if we did the Interfund things. Just to give you a bit of a history note here, the program, the RCW that set up the program for the cost plan was implemented back in the 1980s. Our LMDs were formed in 1984. From 1984 to 2010, the LMDs were not charged Interfund cost in accordance with the cost plan. It wasn't until 2010 that the county, because of a vote by the people of the state of Washington to reduce property taxes and limit it to 1%, had a budget crisis. I think Ms. Campbell was here when that happened. I know Ron Hona, I talked to him about this. The county was looking for ways to generate money for their general fund. So they implemented across the board that all organizations in the county that got money had to pay into the interfund costs. This was the indirect interfund costs specifically. The LMDs were already paying some direct interfund cost, about 6 different budget line items at that time in 2010. So what happened was, all of a sudden, the LMDs started paying into the interfund cost, the direct and the indirect, in 2010. How did they do that? Because the budget and financial services said, we're going to do this across the board. And they made a little footnote at the bottom of the capital cost plan that that's what they were going to do. That can be reversed and go back to prior to 2010. And why do I say it needs to be reversed? Because if you don't reverse it, you call it subsidies when you subsidized us by giving us our own money back. Because that's what you basically did. You gave us our own money back. Because you took it initially in interfund costs, and then you gave it back to us for 2021. And that's what you're looking at doing again in the budget for 2022 and 23. Now, personally, Doug Carmen couldn't be here today because he's traveling right now. He told Tim Wilson that when we got the notification. I was on vacation last week. I wouldn't have been here last week if he had had this. But one of us was going to be here because we need to be here for this conversation. And it is a joint LMD conversation. It's not a Lake Lawrence or a Long Lake conversation as it's been portrayed by the county manager a couple different times today. One of the things that you need to understand is you're not subsidizing us, you're giving us money back. If you want to call it a subsidy, then fine, that's what you call it. If you want to do a permanent thing in the budget plan like the manager wants and Ms. Campbell wants, we don't have a problem with that as long as you make it a permanent thing, okay? But if you're not going to make it a permanent thing, then you need to go back to the way it was prior to 2010, where those interfund costs were not charged, ma'am. I just got to tell you that they weren't, and you know that. Now, how does that affect the rest of the county? How it affects the rest of the county is that those costs, that $30,000 this year, I think it's, and Karen Weiss got the numbers better than I do, I think it's like $22,000 for 2022 and 2023, because she just sent us the information on it. So it's gone down. Now, why did it go down? Well, Ms. Campbell and Ms. Weiss, in the briefing that we had on 16 April, made and Ms. Campbell made it today, fair and equitable. Well, there's been nothing fair and equitable about this, commissioners, okay? The interfund costs for direct interfund costs, according to the RCW, are supposed to be actual expenses. That's why the cost plan is a 2-year lag. That's why you're all told that, right? It's a 2-year lag so you get the actual costs. Well, FTE is also actual costs, supposed to be, because at 2-year lag, you can figure what the actual costs for FTE are. But for the past, I don't know, I tried, Ms. Campbell doesn't even know, the last few years at least, County Financial Services has been charging on the indirect and direct funds the proposed FTE costs, not the actual. Now, what's the difference? Ms. Campbell will tell you that, well, it's just just a minute amount. Well, for a county budget, it might be a minute amount. For an LMD budget, it is not a minute amount. It's a couple $1,000s, okay? An example, this year, our proposed FTE was like 0.24. Our actual FTE was 0.15, almost half. And FTE makes up about 70% of the different little charges in the indirect funds. Okay, they're spread out through all those different categories that I'm sure you're familiar with, and I don't need to belabor here. But when you take the entire look at how much that impacts a budget, it's about $1,000 to $1,500 on direct and indirect cost for just the Lake Lawrence LMD. It's about $3,000 for the Long Lake LMD. Then when you take a look at the direct interfund costs that are calculated by Karen Weiss and Tim Wilson, and we've asked for this information, and we haven't received it yet. I know Karen and Tim are working on it. We asked for a breakout of the costs for each budget line and what percentage of those costs for direct interfund costs that we're gonna be charged this year. Because in the last 3 years, commissioners, we have been charged 100% of the direct interfund costs for the aquatic resource specialist position. 100%. We don't get 100% of the aquatic resource specialist time, but yet we're paying all that interfund cost, or we were, okay? So what should we be paying? For the last 3 years, we should have been paying 15% of those costs for Lake Lawrence and 35% for Long Lake. But we weren't, we were paying 100%. Now, if you take a look at the actual FTE, which those costs are supposed to be based on, it would have been less than that, because we didn't get 15% of our time. Long Lake didn't get 35% of our time for those 3 years. Now Long Lake has added, they're getting 45% this year. We're still getting 15%. And looking at the numbers that Karen Weiss and Tim Wilson submitted to us on their proposal for the 2022-2023 budget, it looks like that aquatic resource specialist interfund costs have been recomputed to look at the 15% versus the 50%, okay? But that's the first time in 3 years. 3 years we've been paying that. So when you talk about fair and equitable, do you want to know why Doug Carmen and I are up here talking to you about our cost on interfund and why we don't feel it, and why in our 16 April briefing we said it was not fair and equitable? Those are two issues, one for direct and one for indirect, that we could give you right up front as to why we did not feel that it was fair and equitable, and why we're really pushing to get it fair and equitable now, okay? And why we are pushing financial services to go back to what they should have done on the cost plan and using actual FTE numbers and not proposed FTE numbers. And that's what you all need to know, because that's across the board in the county. It should be based on actual, not based on proposed. And that will affect a lot of different organizations in this county. So the last thing I'd like to leave you with is, if you want to go with what you're talking about, what Manager Chavez says about looking at subsidizing the LMDs, although I don't like that term, okay? It's our money, all right? Our people pay that money extra out of their pocket after we already pay exorbitant property taxes because we have the privilege of living on a lake. And we understand that, but we pay a lot higher property taxes for all those, what you call housekeeping expenses for the county and the interfund costs, okay, the overhead costs. We're already paying a lot of those taxes, more so than people that live other places. But we don't have a problem with that. We don't have a problem with it because we tax ourselves even more through the Lake Management District. And for 2022, we increased our tax by 5% because we need to pay for these things to take care of the water quality in our lake. All we're asking is that you recognize that you appreciate that, and that maybe you take a look at it when you look at the budget process, or even before then, and get it out of the cost plan. Don't charge us these interfund costs, which we weren't charged at all prior to 2010. And when you consider water, stormwater and water resources, our lakes are doing their part in collecting your water, okay, your stormwater. And we're doing our part to try to maintain the water quality in those lakes by all the money we're putting into trying to do the right thing. And I fully believe in the lake management districts. The SUDs are on their own. They can use any chemical in their lake they want. I personally am not a proponent for chemicals. And Paula Cracknell will tell you that. I don't like using chemicals and we don't need to use chemicals. I like to use the minimum that we can have to use in order to manage our lake. But you don't have an LMD, you form SUDs, or you let people, private people out there in the other 128 some lakes in the county do their own thing, then they're going to use the chemicals that take care of the weeds the quickest and the cheapest. By forming LMDs, the county has some say-so. That's why the county has control in what is used in those lakes. And it has to go through your county health department for approval, and your aquatic resource specialist, which quite frankly I think is doing a great job. And when we talk about these issues, recommendations, I think I clarified number 2 for you. I hope I did. It wasn't a matter of, we want a freebie, okay? It was a matter of the upfront cost for those individual citizens out there that are trying to do the right thing and form an LMD and taking this money out of their pocket to post a bond. On number 3, one of the things that we were looking at, we see the coffee with commissioners, okay? What a great opportunity for your public information officer to set up a thing with the commissioners with an LMD representative and talk about LMDs.
It's coming. I can already tell you, we've got something like that going.
Okay?
There you go.
And 4, it wasn't that the public information officer works for the LMD leadership, Mr. Chavez. They work for you and they work for the commissioners, okay? But it's the PIO working together to set up a coffee with a commissioner, working to put together an article for the Olympian about what the commissioners are doing to support the lake management districts, what the commissioners are doing to promote water quality in the county. And oh yeah, the best way to do that, citizens of Thurston County, is to form a lake management district. And Paula Cracknell has done an outstanding job by going out to lakes that request assistance. Now, how do those lakes request assistance from her? Well, when they contact Doug Carmen, myself, Frank Hudick, Eric Casino, and the other members of our steering committee, we tell them who's responsible for lake management districts in Thurston County, and they contact Paula, okay? I talked to Offutt Lake the week before Paula went out there to talk to them about their weeds. I sent Offutt Lake some information about lake management district formation, the petition that was necessary to do that. Your steering committees in these 2 lake management districts you got out there are working their butts off, excuse my French, man, to try to improve the water quality of Thurston County. And all we're asking is for some recognition from that, and not the form of subsidies. It's our own money. But if you want to call them subsidies and that works for everybody in the language, that's great. But it is our own money that we're using. We're just wishing that we had more to keep than pay overhead for the county. And that's where we're coming from. And we also recognize the fact that Stormwater, Tim Wilson's shop and Water Resources, a lot of money is taken out of his budget every year for Interfund costs. A phenomenal amount of money. And DPW, Public Works, Karen Weiss, I mean, the roads money, all that money that are paid by gas taxes and are supposed to go into the county for roads and maintenance and stuff like that, they get hammered by Interfund costs to pay back the county for general funds, sir. I mean, I understand you got to do some of that. My God, the general funds shouldn't be taking money from these specified organizational funds that are designated by the people, and the people are told in their property taxes that the money should go for doing this, this, and this, and then they find out that it's not. And so Doug Carmen and I have gotten together on this. We've been working on this for 3 years. We started in 2017 and 18, and Tim Wilson knows this. We had meetings with him and Karen Weiss in 2017 and 18 over these issues. And it's kind of coming to a crescendo right now. And we have wanted to work with the staff. We have worked with the staff, and we want to work with the commissioners so that water quality in this county takes precedence. And it is highlighted because our lakes are important to us, and we want to keep them pristine as they can. And the only way I can see to do that is to get your assistance in this. And I'll get off my soapbox. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Break before we move on, or?
I want to let Mr. Halverson get on with his day, so is there any question or response or anything that we need to address with Mr. Halverson while he's here?
I just want to recognize all the work that you folks have done and how much I appreciate, I think the board appreciates you bringing that information to us and presenting it so we can work on water quality in the county. Thank you very much. That's all.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, we'll take a break.
Thank you.
11:45, back here.
Yep.
engaged in a series of discussions about septic monitoring and maintenance. And I would hope that you'd be available at our next briefing, which I think is in a week or so, to give some details about what you were referring to and what specifically, we've had a lot of questions about kind of the evidence, like specific, how confident are we that septics are causing problem X or septics are causing problem Y? Or are we speculating that septics are causing problem X or Y? If you could flesh out kind of what you're seeing on the ground,
Sure.
that could be extremely useful to the board's discussion next week.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll send that appointment to you, Paula.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we'll break.
Can you announce these in the?
Oh yeah, okay, we're still on the live stream.
Yeah.
All right, so the board is still in the middle of a long planning work session today. It is 11:32. We're gonna take a break till 11:45 and then pick up with next item, which is a discussion of housing dollars and kind of getting a more holistic picture of what options the board has in light of legislative changes from last spring from the state. Okay, good. Good afternoon, we're back. Thurston County Board of County Commissioners, all-day planning work session for Friday, August 13th, 2021, 12:14 p.m. Lunch arrived early, so we just took care of that, and we're going to just be plowing through the afternoon, picking up with item 4 on the afternoon's agenda, which is Home Fund, HB 1277, and other fund sources regarding housing. So with that, we'll just let the county manager clean it up for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. This has been an ongoing conversation related to the potential home fund, as we call it. And that is an option the county has related to have a consummate additional sales tax. They will be implemented across the county, except for the city of Olympia, which they already have a home fund. And related to address housing and homelessness needs in the county. When you first learned about this particular change in legislation that occurred this year, you engaged the City of Lacey City Council to have this conversation with the City Council from Lacey will be interested, since this particular option allows the county to implement this particular sales tax, additional sales tax, countywide, except for the City of Olympia again. So that conversation occurred. This conversation continues to be, I believe, in front of you. And you asked me to bring this conversation to you today. And what you're going to be hearing today is not just about the option that you have related to the home fund. This is about many other funding sources, just for you to have a broader picture of all the many different fundings that is available, not just to the board, but also to the county. Some that have already been in place. Some they just came up as a new options, including the House Bill 1277. We'll get into those details. Also have attached on your packet is a letter from Mr. Jim Cooper. He serves as the chair of the Regional Housing Council. At the last meeting of the Regional Housing Council, that it was held on July 28th, there was a motion brought to the members of the Regional Housing Council to encourage the Board of County Commissioners to go ahead and implement a home fund, which is related to the House Bill 1590, in order for the commissions to take that action. Commissioner Mejia serves as the vice chair of the Regional Housing Council, and she recused herself from, well, she abstained herself from making that vote. And I believe there was three the members from the represent the city of Lacey, the city of Olympia, again with Mr. Councilmember Cooper, and the council member from the city of Tumwater, who moved forward this particular motion. So that email is in front of you. And that's what I have in terms of opening this conversation.
And just to clarify, I think I understood that there was an indication that the Regional Housing Council representatives were not necessarily had the support of their councils in that vote.
There was a conversation related to that when I believe the council member represented the city of Lacey were made a motion. The council member who serves as an alternate was also present on that from the city of Lacey. And he raised the issue related that perhaps the motion was not necessarily representative of the Lacey City Council. So that particular conversation did occur. The Regional Housing Council, I myself provided some feedback before the motion was made. I was going to bring in this conversation to you, to the board, on this planning session on the 13th. But they went ahead and carry on with that motion, and it passed 3-0.
Did Tumwater indicate any indication? Did Tumwater's representative or alternate say anything about the Tumwater Council's position?
No, and so I provided feedback at that meeting too. I told them I would abstain from the voting, but my feedback was that this was too soon to provide a recommendation on this because we were just beginning to have initial conversations on all the types of funding that there were available. And we weren't sure which one, if any, we were going to go with. And that needed to be discussed first as a commission. And I did ask, and you know, are the cities in support of this, and what's the city's positions in this? And neither of them, neither Tumwater nor Lacey could answer that. And so, I mean, you kind of foreshadowed one of the recommendations I was going to make at the end of this, but that was basically kind of the conversation. But no, neither Tumwater nor Lacey
Okay.
has an official recommendation.
And I believe the Lacey City Council did had a conversation related to this matter on I believe last week, and they're going to be engaged on their conversation related to this particular recommendation.
Okay, keep going.
So Kelly, will you be taking the lead on the PowerPoint? Would you like to share your screen?
Yes, I can do that. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Keely Mariner with Public Health and Social Services, Homeless Prevention and Affordable Housing Coordinator. Glad to be here today. I will begin sharing my screen. Just give me one moment. All right. So all of these, or most of these, are going to be very familiar to you, but just as to ground us in what we have ongoing currently in the Office of Housing and Homeless Prevention in terms of funding. So starting at the federal level, we have the Home Investment Partnership Program and the Community Development Block Grant. Both of those are distributed through formulas from the federal government, and Home, we'll get into what each of these funding sources can pay for. And just in one slide. So I'll just move forward with our state funding, which is the Consolidated Homeless Grant, which is a document recording fee. Housing and Essential Needs, which is also funding that comes from the state and serves eligible clients for HEN eligible clients for rent assistance, et cetera. And the Shelter Program Grant was new to us in 2020, and that funding is only slated to last through 2024. Locally here, we have House Bills 2060 and 2163. Those are also document recording fees, and they go to homeless services and affordable housing. Our House Bill 1406, which is sales tax retainage from the state. And then our Human Services Fund, which is our very local sales tax from all the jurisdictions within Thurston County.
Before you jump off that slide,
Yes.
why is the Consolidated Homeless Grant, which is a document recording fee under state, but HB 2060 and 2163, which are state laws and document recording fees under local? What's the difference?
From what I understand, that a portion of all the document recording fees go to the state. It also comes out of, I think, the general fund as well, the combination. So they kind of skim off the top. It goes to the state, and the state then distributes it.
I see. Okay, so they can, whereas the other one is a formula that comes directly to us.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. So for 2021, what does this mean? Like how much money has come into our county through our ongoing funding sources? So Home, which pays for affordable housing and capital costs, about $850,000. CDBG, which rotates, as we know, between Lacey, Tumwater, and the South County on an annual basis and annual rotation. We had about 1.2 and that million, and that those funds could go towards affordable housing, not new construction, but affordable housing projects, public facilities and infrastructure, public services. That consolidated homeless grant is specifically for homeless services, so shelters, outreach, and the like, about $800,000 this last year from the state. HEN, we saw a significant increase. We had anticipated around 2 million coming in, but we, as you can see, nearly $4 million in HEN funds came through for rent and financial assistance for those eligible. 2060, about 500,000. So those home, the home 20 or the 2060 funds are pay for part of our pipeline distribution of funds. So those affordable housing projects. 2163 is our biggest chunk for just straight homeless services. It's our most flexible funding source. We received about 3 million for that. 1406 this year, the county saw 300,000 or so, but all combined, all jurisdictions between $800,000 and $900,000. So those can be affordable housing, capital costs, operating of new permanent supportive housing units. And then our human services fund coming in at 300,000, and that can pay for non-capital human services and is typically awarded in the realm of housing basic needs or basic needs.
Commissioner.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Robin.
Keely, do we know who is receiving the CDBG funds? Whose turn is this in 21?
Next year, I believe, is Lacey.
Who's this year?
This year was Tumwater.
Tumwater. And do you know if Tumwater has chosen to spend their money on affordable housing?
I haven't seen their proposal, Tumwater, so I don't know where they are in the selection process.
So we don't know if this might be housing or not, and
Right.
it's up to Tumwater how to spend it.
Right, and that's how, yeah, that's been.
Okay, thank you.
And South County's they didn't spend it on housing.
No,
At South County, we spent it on the recreation projects, one of the two parks, as you may
right,
remember.
the part
Well,
that the county spent.
That was a
but-
little bit of chunk, but Tenino had a bunch of stuff, and none of the projects that I'm aware of had anything to do with housing.
No,
I haven't heard of it being spent on housing
You're
in recent
right.
years by any of the
So just to be, I think
jurisdictions.
Robin's point, which is valid, I was thinking the same thing, is like, there's an opportunity to do housing, but it's not like that's necessarily going to housing.
yeah, and as you may recall, when you approved the MOUs, related particular as to how the CDBG rotation you approved maybe a couple of weeks ago, the MOU with the South County cities included going through a request for proposal process, as opposed to just having an ad hoc as it has been in the past. So that creates an opportunity to address really the underlying needs of housing.
So the mayor's agreement system is no longer in place?
I have not seen the final signature, but that is the intent as we move forward.
How about the shelter program grant? How much are we set to receive in the next 4 years, 3 years? 3 years.
That is coming up in a
Okay.
slide here in just a
Okay.
moment.
Sorry, getting ahead of myself.
All right.
No problem.
Go ahead,
All right.
Keely.
Okay, thank you. So current COVID or one-time funding sources. From the federal government, we saw the CDBG CV funds, the TRAP or Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance. We have 2 rounds of that, TRAP 1 and 2. The Home American Rescue Plan Act, which is separate from the American Rescue Plan Act funding that is coming to all jurisdictions. This is specifically for affordable housing. And from the state, there we have the shelter program grant. It's not COVID related, but it is limited in its distribution. Our CDBG CV from HUD via Commerce. So again, funds coming both directly from the feds and through Commerce into our community. Emergency Solutions Grant, COVID. Now, Emergency Solutions Grant used to be a fund source that the county did receive on a regular basis a number of years ago, and we stopped receiving it. I'm not quite sure why, for a number of years. So it's a new old funding source. And then the HUD via Commerce TRAP. So the Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance funds that are being funneled through Commerce. So what does that look like? In 2021, that's about $1.7 million from CDBG CV from the HUD, directly from the federal government, and that went to COVID response, quarantine and isolation facility, food for those quarantining and isolating, testing, and vaccines. The home ARPA is about $3 million. Those funds can be used for capital, non-congregate sheltering development, rent assistance, and some homeless prevention, which is rental assistance, ostensibly. The TRAP 1 and 2, about $15 million have come in directly from Treasury. The shelter program grant for 2021, $1.5 million, and that's for capital and operating for new shelter beds. Those shelter beds exist within Interfaith Works Shelter Program and Family Support Center. So Family Support Center, I think, has 8 to 10 new beds, and Interfaith Works added an additional 36, I believe. The Commerce CDBG CV went to COVID response directly, quarantine and isolation facility, and food for those staying in that facility. The ESG CV really bolstered our homeless crisis response system this year and filled in some funding gaps. It is a one-time infusion to the tune of about $4 million. And then from Commerce, the rental assistance, the TRAP, we see about $32 million or so. We're about to start the second round of TRAP. So Community Action Council believes that they should be ready to start using the second round in mid-September, and CYS sometime in mid-October. So, new funding source.
Hold on. Robin's got a question.
Okay.
What about FEMA?
Good question. Yeah, that was not included on here. We anticipated about $220,000 in ask, 125 from
That's
FEMA.
on a reimbursable basis, right?
Right, and then the other concept we're exploring about FEMA money for,
Right.
yeah.
So, yeah, we may need to add the FEMA. That's a little bit unknown, the dollar amount, because it's not a direct allocation, but certainly is a reimbursable basis we need to add it.
Right.
Yeah.
A month ago, many of these were unknown.
Yeah. So that might be something.
So what does FEMA relate, can you connect the dots for me? How does FEMA relate to housing dollars?
Some jurisdictions, as you heard a couple months ago, have used FEMA to purchase hotels, rooms, and Dr. Abdamalik is working on a update to maintain the county's eligibility to be able to do something like that. It would initially be isolation and quarantine, but if we bought the property, we'd own it, and then what you do with it in the long run is part of the conversation.
And this came up back when they had that situation at the hotel downtown,
Yeah.
right? They were like, why aren't you applying for these FEMA funds? And the president had just mentioned it and there was no detail on it at that time.
There are pros and cons.
Yeah, and the
But it's
yeah.
an opportunity,
Yeah.
and when we're talking about what's all the money, it is an opportunity of funds.
You recall, I'm sorry.
No, man.
You recall correctly, because it was why we don't apply. It's not a typical grant and allocation. Is eligibility for reimbursement. So, and that's what we're going through the process. Even you may recall that we're using some of the recording fees to bridge those expenditures to provide services until get reimbursed. And you approve some of those contracts. That's where we're trying to be inventive in terms of maximizing the funds with the intent and hope that we get reimbursed by FEMA. You know, so FEMA has a maximum reimbursement, but President Biden allowed for 100% reimbursement, and I think it's extended until October.
So the emergency order, FEMA goes with the emergency order, the presidential order. And I believe that that is extended till October. We know that the FEMA money for vaccines has been extended through mid-October. Whether or not FEMA for other purposes is extended is a question.
So we're working on that.
Yeah.
Some of that may supplement some of those funds that we have in here, because we have used again as a bridge to continue to provide the services.
Mr. Edwards?
Keely, as we move forward here, it looks like ongoing funding sources that are available are about $10 million a year. And,
Ongoing, yeah, about 8. This year was about 8.
okay, is that all, these aren't page numbered, so how about, I'm looking at current ongoing funding sources, and you say that's about 8 million?
Well, for 2021, it was 8. It was about 9 million, 8.997 is
Okay,
what
so
was reported.
9 million?
And that was that significant increase in the 10 definitely increased that amount. Usually it's between 6.7.
Okay, and then on one-time funding, are we up around 60 million?
Quite a lot. Yes.
That sound about right, 60 million?
Sounds about right.
Okay.
But some of this has already been allocated.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah, no, I'm gonna be
And
talking about, you know, basically what we've spent and
so
what we've got for
For
that.
instance, on the ongoing is the large request for proposals that we went with the Regional Housing Council. That's the majority of the allocations, those contracts, the board have already awarded. So, yeah, so this is just giving you the big picture, and all the stuff is going through the process of expending the money anyways.
But I do think anytime we're talking about dollars in different categories and, you know, one-time, ongoing, all that, I think it helps the public understand where we're at if you have a total on all of them, but that's just my perspective.
I have a question in regards to the home ARPA funds.
Mhm.
Those come through, or are those coming through? What's the,
My understanding is that they're coming through. I don't think we have them in hand.
The allocation for those, yeah.
okay. And so is this like an estimate, or is this a sure amount?
That's a sure amount.
Okay.
Mhm.
When can we expect those? Or is there a timeline for that?
I'm not 100% sure when.
Keely, do
Yeah.
you know which federal agency they're coming through?
No, but I can find out.
Yeah, I don't know if they're US Treasury or if they're coming through like HHS or.
Well, if it's home, if it's the home investment partnership program dollars, then that would be through HUD.
It's probably HUD.
Mhm.
Are we gonna get enough time to actually spend them on capital housing projects? Or are they gonna be time limited again, to be too short to do that?
That is a good question. We'll have to look at all of the restrictions around that particular funding stream.
And most likely the ARPA funds have a December 2024 expenditure window.
Maybe.
Some.
Every one of the funding
And
streams in the
I don't
ARP
think
are
this,
different.
I don't think this 2021 allocation has to be spent this year.
No, I believe the home ARPA has a longer time in order to be spent. It's 2030, I believe. I can pull that up after the slide. I do have that information. I just don't want to interrupt the
Computer
slideshow.
would work.
But I do believe it's 2030.
Yeah, but so it doesn't have to be spent this year.
Correct.
Well, I know not this year, but I wanted to know if it's, I mean, end of 2024, in my opinion, should be enough time to build a project. But if it's any shorter than that, it's probably hard, right? Acquiring land, design, all that. So 2030 would be fantastic, because you could really plan something meaningful.
You usually have to obligate by a certain date and then have at least a year after that to spend, but we'll look that up.
And maybe this, I was at the end of the presentation, I was going to give you some feedback in terms of what options we're looking.
Yeah.
But if you like, I'll probably give you at this point.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
We're up to new funding sources, I think.
All right. So as mentioned at the top of this presentation, House Bill 1277 is a new fund. It is a document recording fee. It's a larger document recording fee than 2060 and 2163. For instance, the 2060 is about $13 per recording fee, and 2163 is $68. So this is a significant jump just across the board for document recording fees. It will be allocated through Commerce, and it will be formulaic, but we don't know what that formula is at this time. Commerce is taking feedback and developing these implementation plans, but the things that we know is that 20% of these funds will be set aside for permanent supportive housing operations, maintenance, and service costs. So that's usually a big question of, okay, let's build some units, let's make them permanent supportive housing, but how do we afford the operations? So 20% of these funds will go towards that. That's statewide though. So if King County, it could all go to King, it could all go to Pierce. It just depends on who's got the permanent supportive housing units that can be supported right now. So I'm waiting for more information on that, but that's how I understand it. 2% of these funds on an annual basis will be set aside for the landlord mitigation program through Commerce, but for the first 2 years, as per the legislation, it will be a 4% allocation. The remaining 60% of the funds are to be used for project-based vouchers, for housing authorities or nonprofit housing providers, housing services, rapid rehousing, emergency housing, or acquisition. So really, almost the world is our oyster with these funds in terms of what activities they can fund, including that services piece. And there will be some of the funds will be set aside for eviction prevention ongoing. So TRAP being a one-time infusion of those millions of dollars, this will be the fund source that will be dedicated partially to rental assistance, which is actually inadvertently a completion of a strategy within the 5-year plan, which was to identify a new funding source for homeless prevention, and that's what eviction prevention is. So we've met a goal. The rough estimate based on calculations looking at our 2163 and 2060 allocations over the last several years is about 40, I wish, about 4 million per year to the county. One thing that they are doing is they have set aside $40 million from the 2163 or from the 1277, and those are accessible now for hotel leasing and rapid rehousing services. And those are retroactive. If I remember correctly, I think it's July 1. So we can apply for some of these hotel funds in order to reimburse maybe some of the hotels that are being paid for right now. And we're working on getting those details, but they do have, they've sent out a pretty helpful document kind of walking through like, what does that look like? So we are working on a plan for how we ask for, what exactly are we asking for as an office.
And also, Kelly, remind me, I think the approach we're planning to take is to go with an RFP.
Yes.
Yeah, so, and that will be coming to the board for you to authorize that action.
RFP for what?
To spend the 1.6 million.
Oh.
Because that is a little bit the first part of the 1277, which is not part of the 4 million. The 4 million that you see here is an estimate what the county could receive on an ongoing basis, because that doesn't have a deadline. A sunset.
But I'm a little confused about back on 20% for operation. It sounded like that was like we have to apply for this. Like how much of this is coming to us by a formula, we decide what to do versus us having to try to compete for money with other counties. You were saying if Pierce County had more permanent supportive housing, they would get more of that money.
Yes, so that, some of that, so the 20% set aside for permanent supportive housing operations that is what they're working out right now in terms of implementation. And so that will be through formula. And what I'm not clear on, and we're waiting for the clarification, is does that mean if King County has more permanent supportive housing units at this time that need support, they will be allocated through a formula to receive more of those funds? So those are some of the details that we're waiting to come from Commerce. This is separate. The 1.6 million is they took 40 million out this year for 2021 for the sole purpose of being able to pay for hotel stays and rapid rehousing. So this is competitive, or we will make it competitive for someone within our county, an agency, to compete for those funds in order to administer the hotel vouchers. But we want to be really planful. We're trying to think, like, is it a big, is it a big one-time infusion? How do we want to use these specific hotel voucher dollars? So that's one thing our office is working on actively right now.
Good.
When in 2022, when we have greater clarity from Commerce on how these funds will be allocated, what the formula is, et cetera, there will be required performance measures around equity. So ensuring that, and I'm sure that will be through the Homeless Management Information Services data and other data that we collect to ensure that equity is being applied in terms of who's getting access to these dollars per county. So we don't have more specific in the legislation. It lists individuals that would be considered that categories or demographics of individuals that would be part of that performance measure. And then, of course, a potential funding source being the countywide home fund or House Bill 1590. At this point, if it were implemented via councilmatic vote and or a vote provided to the public to weigh in on, it's estimated we could collect $4.5 to $5 million, $5 million a year annually. And of course, that excludes City of Olympia, as they already have their own home fund. Currently, right now, what we are working on in the Regional Housing Council's technical team is a plan to create 150 to 200 new permanent supportive housing units in the next 3 years. We've drafted a strategy for that and a framework, and we're shopping it around. It will be coming to the Regional Housing Council shortly. And these funds, in order to implement the strategy as directed by the Regional Housing Council, in order to fully implement it, we will require additional capital funds in order to see that strategy and those plans through. And so some of the ways I've thought about or I've heard it spoken about is that what that means for a county resident is about $16 per year, or 1 penny for every $10 going towards this fund. It will pay for 60%, or it will pay for affordable housing projects, I believe, including capital and acquisition, and would aim to serve people 60% of area median income and lower. Some of the funds are set aside for behavioral health treatment as well. So there's a portion of these dollars that would be going towards treatment facilities for those who need it. So just yes, that's what I have to say about that.
So on this fund, if you Commissioner, can you remind me what the side rails are on the use of this theoretical or potential funding source in terms of capital versus operational
Yes.
needs?
Yes, I just would have to pull up I don't know if I can pull it up and share at the same time. Are you all right with me coming back to that after we're done with the slide? And
Sure.
is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, you know, that, like, I kind of, the two-part question I'm gonna have. One is, what is the limitations of the home fund? And then a comparison with 1277. How do the side rails differ, or are they the same? In terms of comparing them and how they would fit into our overall need. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So looking at the gaps in our homeless crisis response system, what are they? As we all know, prior to COVID, we couldn't fully, our system was not whole in terms of funding. Every year every biennium when we're doing our, putting out our RFP for programs, we have 2 to 3 times the amount in asks than we can give in award. And that has been an ongoing issue as long as I've been involved in the homeless crisis response system. With that infusion of upwards of $60 million coming into our system through COVID funding, we were able to fill some of those gaps. And it allowed the providers to respond to COVID appropriately. And down here on these bullets, I'm going to jump ahead to talking about 24/7 operations. So a number of the agencies who operate shelters, of course, had to reduce the number of people who could stay within their facility in order to maintain proper physical distancing requirements. Interfaith Works had to split their shelter in 2 when they ostensibly started a separate shelter, and now they are operating 2 separate shelters 24/7. Going 24/7 is a significant increase for those shelter providers to be staffing a facility for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And many of our shelter providers went from utilizing Family Support Center, especially a volunteer-based overnight shelter staffing model to a staffing model, which significantly increased their bottom line, what they need to operate just base level shelter operations. Because Family Support Center had to reduce the number of people who could sleep on their floor of Pear Blossom Place from 35 or so to 10, they began putting people up in hotels. So that is an extraordinarily expensive model for shelter on a monthly basis. So we were able to meet the needs of our unsheltered population as much as we possibly could by increasing funding because of this infusion of COVID. We also increased shelter in place activities and outreach activities. During peak COVID, we were attempting to keep people where they were so they wouldn't have to come downtown for resources, downtown Olympia, but they could stay in place. So we increased outreach significantly in terms of funding. We started supplying hygiene to encampments so that people could wash their hands and wouldn't have to utilize, could just stay, cleaner and healthier. We also increased food production to make sure that people could get access to food and not have to come down to the meals in downtown. So we just, in just responding to COVID appropriately as we possibly could, we significantly increased the need for funding in these agencies. And now, as we move forward, many of those, as we know right now, the physical distancing and the reduction in the number of people being able to stay in shelter is still there. We still need it to be 24/7. We still need it to be staffed by staff, trained staff, not volunteers, for everyone's safety. So those new operation styles that were in response to COVID are continuing to be needed. As we move forward and we're seeing a significant increase in folks living aboard their vehicles and or in encampments, we are being requested to come up with innovative strategies to meet the needs of that growing population. So safe parking, scattered site, and tiny homes, every one of those has a hefty price tag in order to do so safely and effectively. And so as we move forward and we're looking at, okay, we have a growing problem. It will continue to grow, unfortunately, with the moratorium ending and more people finding themselves in dire straits with regards to being able to afford their homes. Like the need is just going to continue. And so every time we go, okay, safe parking or scattered site, that's $600 to $1 million on an annual basis. So how do we maintain that? As soon as, we're done with the scattered site pilot, the pilot part of the scattered site, are we going to maintain it if it's successful? Well, where is that $1 million going to come from? So 1277 can help fill some of those gaps. 1277 will be able to kind of plug some of those holes. And I would say that some of the holes that we'd be plugging is just to keep our existing system operational, not implementing new operations, not operating a permanent supportive housing units inside a hotel, not a safe parking program, not any of those things, to plug the holes of what we already have. In our funding round this year, there were over $9 million asked for homeless response. And we were able to fund 2.6 million in homeless response. And that's without any new programs. So just to give us some context of the need. With the $4 million from the ESGCV funds, which is that one-time infusion that we've been able to kind of plug some holes in the homeless crisis response system, that's $4 million that we've used to just operate things as they are right now. So if you think about 1277 being split off into these different buckets of, this is for permanent supportive housing, this is for prevention, this is for services, it's not just $4 million here you go, like to plug those holes in the same way. Yeah, just looking at my list here, I was kind of ripping there. All right.
1277, is 1277 required to be split into all these different goals and programs, or can a jurisdiction say, we're taking all of our 1277 and doing X with it?
My understanding in looking at the legislation that it very much calls out 20% will be used, must be used to support permanent supportive housing. So the others I think are a little bit more flexible or unknown at this time, but the legislation calls out specifically that 20% going to permanent supportive housing.
I have a couple questions. So the first question is for the 1277, I mean, is that something that, what do we need to do to get those funds, or is it something that's just going to be allocated to us?
It will just be allocated.
Okay.
Going from the state.
Um,
I'm just reading the bill report
okay.
on that.
And then what's the process for implementation for the home fund?
So if the commission decided it, if you decided to move forward with it, my understanding is that you would put it to vote. It's a councilmatic, it can be councilmatic decision. There are deadlines of when, there are 2 deadlines as far as I understand per year of when a council or a commission can vote to implement a home fund. And then beyond that, I'm not quite sure what happens after that vote.
Okay, what are those deadlines?
Clarification, Keely,
Yeah.
the home fund, it was in 2020 legislation, 19, allows a councilmatic action without going to the voters. That is the fundamental change that the legislation did. So the board can exercise the legislative authority to increase at 0.1%. That's actually the legislation. It's a councilmatic action without going to the voters. I mean, that was the change.
Okay, what are the deadlines? Do we know?
Again, not on this screen, so I'd have to look.
I think perhaps the deadlines that Keely is speaking is, there's a specific times within the year in which any sales tax can be implemented. I believe, I think there is a waiting period when a legislative authority can start collecting taxes. That's what you probably heard, that perhaps if the board wants to take an action, it needs to be this year to start collecting in January. And then I think it's another option, and this is what recall memory, you can probably correct me, is mid-years when another time we start collecting tax, I think it's July. And I think that's probably how this whole, I think the deadline is Keely is talking about.
I don't think that's correct for a sales tax, unless there's something specific in the law, the enabling legislation for this particular tax. I think we have to give Department of Revenue like 60 days notice, and then you're good to go, and you can do that at any point
I
in the year.
believe when we had this conversation was windows, and I think the sponsor at that time of this particular bill was explaining those windows of opportunities.
So there may be windows associated with this particular legislation,
Yeah,
but not sales
those
tax in
windows,
general.
Whether you want, and that's what they, at that time, was a sense of urgency to enact that legislation early in the year to start in July. Now, there's a sense of urgency to enact that legislation this year to begin collection in January. So, and those, I think those are the deadlines that Keely is expressing, this, just those windows of opportunities, as I understand it.
Okay, you got one more slide, I think, here, Keely.
Yes.
Go for it.
All right, so funding gaps and needs in affordable housing. So our current pipeline of future housing projects in the next 2 years will create about 108 units of affordable housing. But we lack sufficient ongoing capital funds to create the 150 to 200 new units. We do have that strategy framework that we're working on. I can talk a little bit about that, but that is it's in draft form. Using the ARPA and other one-time kind of influx of funds creates that, what I was talking about in the other slide. Well, now we have to operate it. Now we have to provide services, especially permanent supportive housing, which is a significant cost. And a lot of the funds that are available to us for acquisition and building affordable housing are specific to permanent supportive housing units. That is a significant focus of funds, or also the will of the Regional Housing Council to create those. But we still have need for other types of affordable housing. So we need low income housing, and we need senior housing. We need transitional housing for youth. So it's not the only need, but a lot of the funds that we have available to us focus on that. All right. Are you all right if well, I did it anyway. I stopped the share. Thank you. All right.
When you're talking about the 150, 200, is that tied to what, like the goal of our 5-year homeless plan, or where is that number coming from? Because I heard 300 somewhere else.
Yes. So the 108 plus the units that have been built in Olympia in the last several years, adding the 150 to 200 meets that goal, or beats that goal strategy of 300 units.
I see. So that's the gap based on what's already been funded versus what our plan says we need to try to create.
Right.
Okay.
So lots of information, and maybe I can provide you with some of the ideas and initiatives they have been born within the Regional Housing Council. As you've heard,
You're working on mine too?
We're trying to get them all solved.
She's probably thrown in there. As a result of the Regional Housing Council, they asked for, a project that we can probably maximize the ARP funds that we have across the region. So we're exploring a couple of options. Even at the beginning of the year, I mentioned to you that perhaps set aside with the American Rescue Plan money for the purchase of a motel. That is, we have looked for a couple of options. One didn't materialize. We are looking for another option. I cannot reveal in public what that motel is. So we're working on the details. As I mentioned to you before, one thing is the initial investment of purchasing that for, it can be a combination for temporary shelter and transitional housing, perhaps some permanent housing, depending on the number of rooms that we might be able to accomplish with this purchase. Is how we're going to be developing a plan for the long-term operations of it. Because from my perspective, the initial purchase, initial investment, that's perhaps the easy part. Is the long-term operations is what we need to concentrate. So we're working on that aspect. Also, just in the last couple of weeks, came as an opportunity for a purchase of vacant land. Also, they may help alleviate some of the needs that we have, whether it's RV parking or any type of supporting homeless strategies. That is also going to be brought up to the Regional Housing Council for consideration. That piece of property is currently in the market. We'll not be able to share the actual location, but that is coming. So those are the capital improvements the Regional Housing Council is considering, and at some point is going to come back as a recommendation to each of the boards for your decision-making process to occur. You want to add anything else on that, Keely?
No, I think you covered it pretty well. I would be able to flesh out any questions related. I was pulling up some of the comparisons between House Bill 1590 and 1277 for Commissioner Menser.
While we're waiting for that, board questions or comments?
I don't know that I have too many questions, other than it looks like we're headed into putting about $70 million into homeless just from Thurston County this year. It looks like.
Well, it depends how you define homeless. I mean, for example, the vast bulk of that's in rental assistance, which is essentially trying to get ahead of homelessness.
But
it's going to middle-class working families, trying to help them get through potential pandemic economic impacts. So I wouldn't call that necessarily, it's related to homelessness, but it's not, I don't want to be implied that we're putting 70 million, putting in the hands of people that are living in homeless camps.
No, that's true. I'm embellishing it.
I'm just reining you in a little bit.
And, but I would say that there are help wanted signs throughout Thurston County. Everywhere you look, help wanted. You go in a restaurant, there's empty tables there because they don't have the staff to work the tables. So that's probably a separate issue, but if we were contemplating doing, I believe, am I safe to say this is a 1/10 of 1% sales tax is the funding mechanism? And it's
The home fund? Yes.
Yeah, and it's proposed to be councilmatic. If we were gonna do anything, I would ask the public to vote on something like that versus councilmatic, because it actually lets the legislative body know where the support is and if there's support there, versus a minority group advocating that there is support. And I'm not saying there isn't support, I just don't know how much support there is. And I've been saying the same thing, so I want to be consistent as we go along here. I believe that tolerating deviant behavior is endorsing deviant behavior, and it's encouraging deviant behavior. So most of the money that we spend, I don't think we have any success that we can actually point to with the money expended. Here's the success that we got out of that. We don't require any treatment for mental or drug issues. The only time we find out where the bulk of this homeless population is from is when we have a first responder interaction. And that's generally a medical interaction or a law enforcement interaction. We found 3 dead males in 3 different homeless camps about a month ago. I believe they were overdoses. I'll just let it go at that. But when we found them, that's when we found out where they're from. None of them were from here. The majority of the serious crimes that are committed by folks from homeless camps, we find that they're not from here. So where I'm going with this is we're encouraging folks to come here from elsewhere because we continue to throw money at the problem. If we would do something like, I refer to it often as tough love, where we actually put some requirements in place. If we're gonna help you get back on your feet, which is to me the ultimate goal, not to have them be perpetual dependent on the government, but to get them back on their feet, we need to hold them accountable for the way they live. And I don't think we're doing that. And that's why I am leaning at this point that if we're going to do something more, let the public have a say in what that more is, rather than what I feel is a minority of the public that is very vocal and very dedicated to their cause, making it sound like there's more support than what there is. I guess that's kind of where I'm at with this whole thing. I've continuously been against new taxes or fees during this pandemic because here we are sitting here again with masks. We thought we were beyond. Pardon?
Except for Medic One. You supported Medic
Oh,
One.
yes, I supported Medic One. Yes, I did. A vote of the people. That's the difference. A vote of the people always is a good indicator, and that 60% vote shows the majority of the folks are in favor of that service. So I'm not against helping folks, but I really want to help our own homegrown people that have fallen on hard times for whatever issue. Maybe we can get some money out of this opioid settlement when it comes and get some of those folks into treatment that have fallen astray with drug usage, for an example. Maybe we can get them in because we have drug usage and then we have mental health, and they kind of go hand in hand. And I think we need to help these folks, help them get back on their feet. But I am only interested in helping our own homegrown folks. I know some are here and we're not going to get rid of them, but I don't think we can keep encouraging them. We just continue to encourage those folks to come here. Unlike you folks, I grew up here in Olympia area. We had a beautiful community until about the last 10 years, and it's really, really slipped, and I see it continuing to get worse. It's tough to develop economic development and encourage business, especially in the downtown core. And the money I'm referring to that we're spending, which is a lot of money, and I'm not even including what Olympia is spending, Lacey, Tumwater, Yelm. We're putting a lot of money into a very serious problem. And I don't see that we're getting adequate results at this point in time. I just think we need a different approach. And I'm kind of a tough love guy, and that's just the way it is. I think people need to be held responsible for their actions. That's my comment.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Understood. Commissioner Mejia.
So, I mean, the Regional Housing Council was just to respond to what Commissioner Edwards just said. This is something that we just came together last year. And so, you know, you can't expect results when something was just built up right now. And the results that have come from the Regional Housing Council so far have been really outstanding. We're seeing results. And the majority of people that pass through our court that are transient, you ask them where they're from, and the majority are here from Thurston. And so there's the stats right there. And so we can't be saying that these folks are not from Thurston. They are from Thurston. I went to the mitigation site recently, and I toured the place, and I talked to some folks that are part of that mitigation site. And these are people, like the people I spoke to are people that are trying to get back on their feet. They are going to those help wanted places. One of them was working as a cook, and he was very excited that he now had a job. And he was just hoping, you know, that someday he might get out of there. And these are, you know, the people. And, you know, again, I'll refer back to the mitigation site, because I asked specifically, you know, when these houses were being built, were the people, you know, that needed these housing, were they helping? And they were. They were a big majority of the people that were out there volunteering their time to build the houses that, you know, they could possibly live in. And I don't like the idea that, you know, we're saying the help for mental health and substance abuse has been unfunded for years, and this is the result of that. We are now paying the consequences for past decisions of unfunded mental health and substance abuse, and now we honestly have to deal with it. We're dealing with a situation that's been years that haven't been dealt with, and now it's come to the breaking point, and sure, it seems like a lot, but it's only going to get worse if we're not funding those programs, and that's where we're at right now. In terms of moving forward, right now I am at a place where I am wary too, especially seeing that option with 1277, where we wouldn't really, it would be just funds allocated, and we have that option that I didn't know we had before, so that's additional funds coming to the county, so that's great. But if we were to go to the home fund, I mean, for me, I would prefer to have letters from you know, the city of Lacey and Tumwater, you know, and see if those councils are in support of something like this. I of course wouldn't want the county to go on this on its own. I would want to know that the other cities' councils would be in support of it, and I didn't really get that from the RHC when they were speaking about it. So, I mean, that would be my push forward for it.
Okay. Well, I think everything I've heard is a lot of valid points. What I don't want is to say, well, we don't really know if the public supports this, so we're not going to do anything. I don't think that's reasonable, because I've heard enough from the community to know that this is a very important issue. The City of Olympia has done polling on it within their city, and it's like far and away the key issue. So, in my opinion, there's two reasonable paths to take on this. Not doing anything just because we're not sure about it is not a reasonable path. One reasonable path is Commissioner Edwards' idea of putting it to the vote of people. That tells you something, and then you're on a more solid basis. Just because we can do it, Council Maddox, sounds like we don't have to. We can put it to vote. That's one thing we could do. Another thing we could do is more along the lines of what Commissioner Mejia just said, which is I think we could set a public hearing. We could send a letter to the councils of Tumwater and Lacey and say, you're asking us to work regionally on housing. We want to know if your council support our moving this direction, and asking them whether they submit something for the public hearing, or they send us a separate letter, or they want to have a meeting, whatever, I don't care. But I agree that we have to have the support. This is a regional effort to address a big problem, and I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to support it over the objection of the two municipalities involved. So I'm glad to see, what the Regional Housing Council said, I think they make good points, but it doesn't necessarily, as we've learned, represent the full councils of those two cities. So what I've heard from both the mayor, and these are just the mayors, not their councils, but what both the mayor of Lacey and Tumwater said to me, and I think they would be fine with me sharing it, that they are both potentially supportive. They wanted to see a concrete plan as to what we're doing and how this funding source would fit into that plan. And that's what I think we sort of hope the Regional Housing Council could work on here over the summer and early fall. Because I think that's a reasonable request, and I think that's likely to be what we hear from those councils if we force the issue and ask them for their opinion. So we make it a conditional yes, I don't know. But I don't know about this whole timing issue that was brought up, do we have to do it by October to start collecting in January? Could we do it in November to collect in February, or do it in December to collect in March? I mean,
We could look that up, that'll be an easy answer.
yeah, that'll be an easy
We'll
answer.
look into that.
Yeah.
Please don't feel that the pressure of those timelines.
There's no magic number about
No,
January
I think,
collection, unless you're delayed by 6 months.
The
then
board needs to exercise your authority, depending on the facts that you have in front of you. Whether this is a viable option for you to exercise as a board, and whether you want to send it to the voters, or whether you like to enact councilmatic, and whether you like to engage the city councils to provide you with the endorsement in a way. So all that is available to you, so please don't feel pressured.
No, but the argument I heard was the argument, Ramiro, you heard, which was that, what I heard was that you got 2 chances a year. If you're talking about $5 million a year, if you delay, you're basically giving up $2.5 million of resource that you don't have to give up if you're gonna be doing it anyway, sooner rather than better than later, because you start to create that stream of revenue to address a problem that we've declared an emergency in this county. So that's the argument I heard. If that's not accurate, if it's a rolling.
No, that's the same argument that
If it's a rolling 60-day notice to the state, then that argument doesn't have as much power.
We'll circle back on that, because you're right, that's the same argument that I receive from so many different spectrum. So that's something that we can certainly narrow down on.
And there very well may be something in the bill that makes it unique.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because usually when we set a public hearing, it's about a very specific legislative act contemplated by the board, but there's nothing prohibiting us from setting a public hearing. It's not quite as good as a vote that Commissioner Edwards is, where everybody marks a ballot, but it's an effort to get toward that, taking a reading of the community sentiment about this concept, this idea. The board could set a public hearing for end of September or something and publicize it and let people tell us what they think, right?
Public hearing on an intent. And you can discuss what will be that intent.
Well, that's my question. Do we have to express an intent, or can we set a public hearing on a proposal that's been given to us? But we don't know what our intent is.
I can probably look into the details of that, of having a public hearing, but you're looking more of having a public hearing to hear the sentiment of.
I mean, if you can if you can go to the effort of putting an advisory vote on the ballot, I can't imagine you couldn't have an advisory proceeding, and you let people know, the board wants to hear.
Yeah, so.
Is this meaningful enough to you to want to spend the extra tenth of a cent on what you apply?
I haven't thought about that idea, to be honest with you. But let me see the option if the board feels comfortable with that.
I don't know what my teammates think about that idea, but.
I don't know the process, but I doubt I will even contemplate councilmatic. you know, when it comes right down to it.
Okay.
And in reference to Commissioner Mejia's comments, I agree with you on 90% of what you had to say. But those folks, when they get in front of the court, and where are you from? Oh, I live over on First Street, or I'm homeless, but I'm from right here. You know, I'm in Thurston. Those people have been told by social workers ever since they got here to make sure they always tell people they're from the South Puget Sound area, not just Thurston County. But you never find out where they're from until it really gets nasty, whether it's homicides or assaults. Those 3 folks that were dead about a month ago, that's when we find out where did they come from 2 years ago. Because we've been encouraging them to come here for the past 10 years now. And that is a mistake. I'm all for helping our own homegrown people, but those folks that have come here because it's easy living in Olympia, Seattle, Portland, whatever it is, we're doing a big disservice to our own community residents that have been living here for a long time and depend on their lifestyle to continue for years to come. They're just not thrilled about what's going on. So the one issue.
Keely, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
I apologize.
And I got a question for you, Keely. Go.
Okay. But just, you know, for example, in the 2020 point in time count, 15%, only 15% identified as being from out of state, 74% identified from being from Thurston County or neighboring counties. And of the people who identified as being from Thurston County, 52% stated that they have lived in Thurston County for 5 years or longer. So just putting that out there, that's the data we have. And the percentage of people who identify from being from Thurston County are more than half of them identify being from Thurston County for over 5 years. And so I always like to put a spin on it of how many people have you met in the last 5 years that just moved to Thurston County? When does a person get to be from Thurston County? When I've lived here for 20 years, am I from Thurston County? If my good friend moved here 6 months ago, are they from Thurston County? So what is the threshold for belonging to a certain place? And then I do have some comparison information for you, Commissioner Menzer, on both House bills.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
I guess, Keely, I know your heart's in the right spot. I don't even question that. But the reality is not all, obviously not all, many of those folks, when there's a police interaction or medical records need to be accessed, they found out their criminal record is from Las Vegas or Los Angeles or wherever. It's not from here. That's where they're from, is where their prior criminal activity was taking place. I'll refer to that from the criminal standpoint, because those folks that come here, they just don't come here and all of a sudden decide to be criminals. You know, they were criminals when they got here, those that are criminals. And that's why I say the majority of those folks are from elsewhere when you get by the verbal response. Because I've been for years trying to have the point in time questionnaire come up with, well, where did you last receive a paycheck? What jurisdiction? What's your last 5 mailing addresses? I don't know. I mean, something so that we can have a real indicator of where they're from before they get involved in the criminal justice system. So that's why I'm so adamant about that. I am very close to the criminal justice component and the first responders. So I hear all the information that, is all about elsewhere. I won't beat a dead horse to death.
Keely, before you go into those 2 bills, so here's what I heard the 2 mayors that I referred to kind of wanting, and kind of what I think would help the public, even in advance of a public hearing, understand what we're asking for. You've got your menu, and you kind of went through it you've got your menu of funding sources and a menu of things that we do with those funds, right? But a lot of those things are services, rental assistance, these things. How difficult would it be for you or Tom or the Regional Housing Council to kind of pare that down to capital, like building new housing units? So a 5-year plan for here's how much money is coming in from all those sources that we're going to dedicate toward to building, acquiring, operating new housing that to help low income or permanent supportive nature. And then, here's what we're going to do. We're going to acquire this piece of land. We're going to acquire a hotel. I mean, obviously these things can change, but this is kind of a goal. Obviously you have to have flexibility, but here's the idea. We're going to build something like what Olympia's building at Martin Way. We're going to acquire a hotel. We're going to acquire a piece of land and prep it for RVs. We're going to buy a piece of land and build a tiny home village. And here's all the money that is available, carving out the stuff that's going to go off for services and shelter and stuff. But looking at how much of that money can, should, and will be allocated toward adding to our low-income, affordable, permanent supportive housing stock. And then like a balance sheet, like a budget for that type of activity, which is a subset of this overall homeless services stuff, all the stuff that we're dealing with. And seeing if there's a gap and seeing if the home fund meets that gap. I think that's what I was being asked for by Tumwater and Lacey mayors.
So not to answer for Keely, but I'm going to say the way you're asking for is very difficult because the funding is, now some of it's easy. This can't be used for that purpose, but some of it is open and you could use it for that or you could use it for something else. So without the direction of the officials who are telling us use this money this way, that kind of plan is extremely difficult. We could provide you options. What Keely has done a very nice job of here is providing you this source of funds can be used for these things, but just like the CDBG, where you could use it like that, it's not being used by that. And we have agreements that say that these jurisdictions have a lot of say in how it gets used. So that kind of plan, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Keely, but that kind of plan would be very difficult.
Well, I think ideally that's why we thought the RHC should do that.
Yeah.
But if Keely were doing it, it would probably have to use the template of the 5 counties' 5-year homeless plan. And say, here's what this plan says we need to build. Here's the money that's going to be able to do that if it was maxed out for those purposes. And then here's where we're short. Does it make sense then to add a funding source or? Sorry, Keely, we'll get to you. Go ahead.
Along the same conversations, what has not been allocated at this point is the $1,406. And the first $1,406 is not just the county, but also the jurisdictions have pledged to bring that as a regional level. And that really is going to help us perhaps on the project or projects to help the operations of that. Don't know if it's going to be enough because we generate only $800,000 to $900,000 a year. The new funding source, the 1277, has come to a potential option. We don't know the requirements yet, but that could be an option because that doesn't have a sunset date. For the other ones, is exactly what Robin is stating. There's already so many nuances. There's already allocated funds to specific purposes. If the board wants to take those out, that's a different conversation, right? So I think the plan that at least staff is working for the Regional Housing Council is what is the new money? Perhaps they can help us in the long-term operations of whatever investment it is, or project the Regional Housing Council wants to recommend to the legislative authorities, all of you. So that's really probably what the whole conversation should be, is moving forward. If along the way, some of these funding sources that you heard today is an option for you, aside from the home fund and everything else, then it will be a decision that you may consider. But having a plan stripping some of this current funding, it will be very difficult for staff to do without the direction of the board.
I'd like to hear Keely's response to that.
Yes, so it's all very complex, absolutely. And we are actively working on that plan. We have, as I mentioned earlier, the Regional Housing Council has tasked the technical team to create a permanent supportive housing work group, which is those 150 to 200 new units. And in doing so, we've constructed a pretty decent framework of how 3 different broad categories, how they will be funded, how they could be developed, who could operate them, what kinds of funds can be used for that acquisition and then subsequent operations. So we have that. It is in draft form, and it's a pretty good strategy. I've had to talk about it a lot this week, so I'm feeling with the funders work group, we took it to affordable housing team, and the next stop is the Regional Housing Council. So the timing of these conversations are parallel and hopeful, and coming up with an understanding of like, okay, here is a very specific way that a home fund could be used, and here are some steps, and here are some supplemental funding sources to ensure that we can move forward with these projects. So it's coming.
Okay, so that's important for me to hear, because I want to see that type of information to the public in advance of this proposed public hearing. And I think the cities are going to want to see that in advance of them being asked to take a position.
Absolutely.
So kind of knowing how those timelines match up is good. I don't know, who's next? What else?
No, I think you covered. We didn't expect any decisions on this. Obviously, I think this is a great conversation to have. What I'm gathering out of this is you would like to entertain somewhat of a public hearing based on the intent. Hopefully, we can develop a plan that we could present to that public hearing, and they can weigh in on that option.
Advertise it as an advisory public hearing to the board on, strategy to achieve our goals of permanent supportive housing, including consideration of this home fund tax.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
That's kind of what I'd like to see. That's me. I don't know if I have support from that from another board member, but go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, from my perspective, before we move towards that type of a public hearing activity, I think we have to have all our ducks in a row, know what is being spent totally. We're talking about a regional problem. Regionally, what is being spent by who and totals to what? And what have we got for it? And I don't think we should ever have an answer to a citizen's questions if we can help it. Well, I don't know. We're trying to compile that or something. I think we need all of that type of information. I guess I can go talk to the coroner and I'll give you 3 addresses from the 3 dead people that we found on one weekend. And that can't be a coincidence that all 3 of those folks are from elsewhere. It's reality that we're dealing with. And that's why I'm kind of so adamant about it. I just don't feel it's been handled properly. We need drug treatment, we need mental health treatment, a lot of other things that I'm obviously hearing from a different public view.
Commissioner Edwards, in the language in the legislation, the House Bill 1590, also answering Commissioner Mensa's questions, that at least 60%, a minimum of 60% of the monies collected go towards constructing affordable housing, which could include new units of affordable housing within an existing structure. So building out, turning a single family home into a duplex. Facilities, providing related services, or constructing mental and behavioral health related facilities. So the language within this legislation accounts for the need for an increase in behavioral health related facilities and treatment and access to treatment. So the home fund, as it is written in the legislation, is hearing that from the public and has added that into the bill.
Okay, thanks, Keely.
That's interesting. So if the money's rolling in and it's adequate to handle our housing plan, then it can be redirected toward building treatment facilities, which we know we're short on behavioral health, related stuff. Okay, well, that's good to know. So I don't know, Ramiro, maybe in a couple weeks you can bring this back to.
I'm hearing this, this potential public hearing. Let me touch base with Keely to see if where she's working is meeting. I think you're asking the same thing in terms of a plan, right? I think that's where that's what the common ask that I hear from the board. Let me touch base with Keely and staff, see where the draft plan is coming together, and then we'll present that to you, and then at that point you weigh in whether that is sufficient to hold an advisory public
And
hearing.
I'll report maybe at the next, if I get a chance at the mayor's meeting, I can just basically summarize this discussion and see if I get any contrary input from the cities about, at that level, about this approach. And, I think,
would it be beneficial to get letters from each of the
Yeah, and that's
jurisdictions?
my second question was going to be, Commissioner Mejia brought the idea of having the cities of Lacey and Tumwater city councils to provide a recommendation and support, I believe, if the board is entertaining on the home fund.
I'd say Yelm and Rainier and Tenino as well.
Yeah, what is it?
yeah, that's not reasonable to include them.
I'm just trying to verbalize Commissioner Mejia's proposal, but yeah, all the cities.
I just kind of wanted to, whatever it is that's going to be generated by the subcommittee that Keely described, I think would be useful to have those councils before we sort of ask them, I don't want to prematurely ask them and, they go one way because they don't have enough information, and if we waited 2 weeks or whatever, they would have a better basis to have a council discussion. Keely, do you know what the timeline is on kind of the work that you described and kind of how you intend it's going to flow to the regional housing? You said it's in draft form, for example. Do you know when it will be in final form?
I believe when Tom gets back on Monday, we'll be going through some of the comments that we received from the affordable housing team and from the funding work group and incorporating those into the plan. We'll have another meeting with that sub work group, and then it will go to the Regional Housing Council. So the Regional Housing Council meeting for August is coming up very shortly. So it'll most likely be presented to the Regional Housing Council in the September meeting.
Well, then that leads us to that other question about the timing and sales tax collection. I'd like to get a report back within a week or two on just an update to the board on the questions that we were asked today about the timing, where things sit with this report Keely's talking about, and the board could maybe revisit the issue of a call out to the cities.
Yeah.
To see if we feel that that's warranted given what we know.
But I think we should also let the cities know, because we're getting allocated the 1277 bills money. We don't know the certain amount of it, but that's funding that we didn't know that was coming down to us that is.
Yeah, the money, we just made a professional guesstimate.
Yeah.
So we still don't know the actual amount, and we still don't know how Commerce will put the restrictions on that. So,
Correct.
but that is money that needs to be taken into account if the restrictions are such that something that we can bring up to them. So, okay, in a 2-week period, I will respond on to where are we on the plan, at least a perspective, even maybe showing a draft. And also we'll bring specific information related to the timing of enacting the legislation included on the House Bill 1590.
And what was the other thing that I was reporting about to the members? Oh, about the Board of Health.
Yeah, Board of Health.
Okay, I knew there was something else. Okay. Okay, anything else on this topic today? Nope, okay. Next is item 5.
You have a 5-minute break or?
Okay, 5-minute break. 1:50, we'll be back to address citizen appointments to boards and commissions. Some follow-up items from a previous discussion.
July.
Okay, welcome back to the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners Planning Work Session. It's Friday, August 13th, 2021, 1:57 p.m. We're picking back up with item 5 on the day's agenda, which is citizen appointments to boards and commissions. This is a follow-up discussion to a previous planning session discussion where we discussed a boards and commissions handbook, some just a whole kind of a variety of issues. Last time we went through each board and commission talking about processes for appointment, which vary. I know we had a lingering issue about the housing authority and term limits. We had a lingering issue about whether or not the board would think about adopting a handbook for boards and commissions to address things like Robert's rules, applicability, et cetera. So I'm not sure what all is going to be covered. I'll let the county manager set it up.
Thank you, right on point and good memory, Commissioner. This is a follow-up to a couple of conversations we've had with you related to boards and commissions. At the first session, we had a conversation and we went through all the boards and commissions. And we have kind of one pager at that time. And there were 2 standing commissions, the Historic Commission as well as the Housing Authority. Those is part of your packet, and Amy's going to cover those here in a minute. And also, as a result of that conversation, I think it was important for the board to consider adopting a handbook. And this is just really what are called rules of engagement and behavior for all the boards and commissions, which they are appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. And I think there should be a set of expectations as to how those meetings should be conducted. And I think this is going to be extremely important for you to consider because I have attached in your packet as an example of an email that we just received from a particular member of a commission. They are going to go in detail related to this particular email, which is not just brings to the surface the need to have a handbook, but also is aside from the need of having a handbook, this particular email and correspondence raises a great deal of concern to me, but I will get to that point at some point. So, Amy, you may want to come here so we can capture the audio, because I don't think we can capture the audio from.
Yeah, that's correct. Amy Davis, Clerk of the Board.
Yes.
You've been working on this for us. Go ahead, Amy.
So included in your packet is a draft handbook for citizens advisory boards and commissions. I've worked with other counties and cities clerks and refer to their handbooks, rules of engagement, and similar documents that they provide. And so, and we did review a couple of other counties back in April, so you may recall some of those, they certainly differed in length. Some are 1 page, a few pages, some were up towards 20 pages long. So this version in front of you is very much so in draft and here for your review and discussion and dissection of. Any section in here, of course, can be expanded on to include more specific or desired information. We can remove information, add sections, if you feel there's more needed, and so on. So I will quickly walk through it and take your pen to it while I'm talking and we can review. So I'll start with the cover page. We've included the county's vision and mission. Those should be guiding factors to each individual advisory group's missions. The first page of the handbook includes a welcome message stating the importance of volunteers and their roles for transparent government and the impacts they can have on local government. It also includes a list of the boards and commissions. The second page starts with a guide to being an effective member. A few on here include preparing for each meeting by reviewing the agenda and materials, participate by sharing their ideas and engaging with staff members, interpret community needs and opinions, and to share information about topics that their board or commission are discussing, such as policies, programs, and budgets with members of the public. So The next section is the Open Public Meetings Act. I'm sorry, another piece to the part of being an effective member includes expectations for presenting recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. The next section is the OPMA, the Open Public Meetings Act. It is my understanding there is interest to subject each board and commission to the OPMA by legislative action. If that is the consensus, I will work with Elizabeth to bring forward an AIS and draft resolution. And this section also includes a link to the OPMA training that we share on the appointment letters. So we would require them to complete the OPMA training and return their acknowledgement form to the staff liaison.
Questions here?
That's an option for the board if they like to have all the boards and commissions be subject to OPMA, right? So this is a recommendation.
Aren't they all already subject under state law?
There is the planning commission, yes, is very specific, but others not. For instance, on the agricultural advisory committee, there were a legal opinion from a county attorney stating they're not required.
Really?
So, and there's also that gray line, I believe. So this proposal is for the board to consider passing a resolution clearly stating that all boards and commissions should be subject to OPMA.
Yeah, that is okay, that's
So
very concerning that there are some that are not.
and that's what we found that through this whole conversation.
Yeah, because Jane Futterman's description of them would have covered every one.
But, and you know, depending what attorney you
I
ask,
get it.
they provide a different perspective.
Have you heard that before, Counselor? I have heard that somewhere.
Some advisors and committees, they have provided that information and they said they don't have to, so.
Wow.
And that's the reason why this is a proposal to the board to standardize that. There will
Yeah,
be no questions.
I think that's kind of important.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you. So following OPMA is Robert's Rules of Order, or RRO. This recommends each board or commission to adopt RRO or a friendly version thereof to ensure orderly and efficient meetings. There are some boards and commissions that should implement a more thorough version of RRO, and some that can probably use a more conversational version of that. Bylaws are referenced next. Each board or commission should have bylaws as they establish the main characteristics of the body itself, including meeting schedule, notice requirements to the members, conflicts of interest, and procedures for future amendments to their bylaws. The appointment section is pretty clear, just stating each applicant must submit a completed application to myself or to the staff liaison. An important point is that it states boards and commissions may review and provide a recommendation if asked to do so by the BoCC. Another important point in there is the fact that members serve at the pleasure of the board and are subject to removal by the board without cause. The next section is staff liaisons, and it lays out their role in providing administrative functions. There is some confusion on staff responsibilities with a few groups, so this will help clarify their roles for staff and to clarify for members what staff do and what they do not do. Robin?
So if we could go back to appointments, I think that it's true that on some advisory committees, the members serve at the pleasure of the board, but there are some that once the board appoints them, there is very restricted reasons that you can remove them. So that's
Do you have
not
some examples,
universally
Robin?
true.
Do you have any examples of this?
I'd have to look them up,
Is it like
but
the ones where the jurisdiction sets the person? You know, like,
things, I would have to look up to get specifics, but I know that some, I think the Board of Equalization might be one of them. Where once the board appoints, they serve out their term unless you have a reason to remove them. So that they may remove members without cause is not true of every board.
You might want to, at a minimum, put in some qualifying language, like for the majority of boards and
Yeah.
commissions, blah, blah, blah.
There you go.
At least so that it's
Yeah.
For
leaving
instance,
that
I know the
opportunity.
board exercised that option on the SWAC
Yes,
back in 2017.
yes. Some they can, some they can't. It all depends on how the board is established
think
in
there's-
state
We did it
law.
on the Fair Board too one time.
The Fair Board.
Yeah, there are laws. Some of these have specific laws about them and some do not. I mean, they truly are not all the same.
Okay, well, that's,
On the
please make a
majority.
note of that one.
That sounds good.
Okay, and then on the staff, I want to make sure there's something in here, and I'm looking at it quickly. Primary role, two-way communication. I think there ought to be a statement of something about, you know, courtesy, not impugning, not questioning motives. I mean, I don't know, something of, I don't know, the board can, about how the committee is to treat the staff member respectfully under certain parameters. I don't want to see committee members accusing staff of agendas or, I mean, they can disagree with the recommendation, but it needs to stay extremely factual. And it should not get personal, it should not be, it should stay on topic and be always respectful, civil, not accusing staff members of having sort of secret agendas. I don't know the right words, I picked that up because Gary mentioned that at a certain point, not about staff, but just that phrase. I don't know the right phrase to use, but I don't want to see those kind of accusations from committee members. Commissioners can do that because we're commissioners, but the committee members.
Well, we shouldn't do that either.
We shouldn't, but I mean, you know, we're not subject to, you know, removal for that. But a committee member, I think, ought to be, honestly, because the staff, they're there to support, staff's there to support them. I don't know how to phrase it, but I would be open to a proposal for sort of a civility component to this. Mara, do you have a suggestion or?
Yeah, maybe on the first section, we can add similar to what you go through every time you begin a meeting on public testimony. You know, on those terms, be civil, be respectful. So we can probably add on this section something like that in terms of just what I call is demeanor in meetings and maybe how to become an effective member. We can add into that section as well on the first page.
Yeah, it could actually be up front,
Right.
actually, when you talk about, that's what you're getting at, I think, is like to be an effective member.
We'll just add that.
Points.
Yeah, we'll work with.
On the other rules, sorry, I jumped ahead. It said members will respect the BoCC, fellow board or commission members, county staff, and the public.
Where's that?
That's
On the last
four
page.
bullet point down.
Yeah, I think it should just be a little more specific.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's there, it's in there. So that's good. We haven't got to that yet. Go ahead, Amy.
So, yeah, lastly, the other rules section is a list of other important notices to members, such as not speaking on behalf of their board or commission to the media and explicitly stating they are speaking as an individual, non-discrimination, not using their position to secure items of value or gifts, and references conflicts of interest. So with that, we can start back at page 1 if you'd like and take notes on any items you'd like to revise or include and update this version.
Maybe, could I suggest something?
Yes.
Maybe if you can take this document, in addition to the comments we received from you, we'll add it. If you can review this in the next week or so, and if you can provide comments, we'll build those, if I may.
looking at the Kittitas one that we were provided before the last meeting, like they've got, maybe you're intending to do this, but they've actually got like a little, maybe it's an appendix, but it's like, Robert's Rules of Order, you know, because some people don't even know what that means, you know. And so it's got that plus, what's the other thing that we were asking? Oh, OPMA, a summary, you know, so that that should probably be an attachment appendix to this guidebook. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If we're gonna make them follow it, they need a place that they can, you know, a resource. Okay, so you're suggesting that we kind of all look this over more carefully?
Yeah, look at it. This is the first time you see it. A good feedback, good responses will add those feedback. But if you take your time, you see anything that you'd like to add, whether it's general or specific, please let us know.
Okay.
Next one.
Thank you, Amy, for this.
Maybe we'll work in the topic, if I may, before you get into the details of the Historic Commission and the Housing Authority. I mentioned to you the need to have something like this. So I attached an email to you. We received from Mr. Richard McNamara. And that goes back to, I think, when the board was considering the appointment of Ms. McGee to the Agriculture Advisory Committee. And the Agriculture Advisory Committee submitted 2 options. And I know there was a lot of feedback on that, and I understand the disagreements within, you know, that appointment. I get it. What is concerning to me about this particular email, it went one step further, where he attached this news headlines, where he's accusing Ms. McGee of, I'll let you read it. And to me, this is extremely out of line and unprofessional. I understand some members of the Agricultural Committee did not agree with that appointment. I get it, and that's part of the democratic process, as Commissioner Edwards always states. But this correspondence goes beyond a simple disagreement. And I think this is something that really emphasizes the need to have a handbook. It also goes beyond the bounds of what I believe is acceptable, but I just leave it there.
I guess I'm curious, what is this about? What's got works in progress? What's that about for? I mean, what are we talking about?
So there was a link to an article, and then what that article actually backs up the third statement in this thing, the third statement about claims to be a farmer, however, say she is gardener in this article. There's an article about like urban gardens, and she's quoted in here. So that's what the article is related to.
Yeah,
I think the concerns about
so what? I mean, what does that matter, really?
Well, they were saying that she's not, we were proposing to put her in a farmer slot, and he's trying to argue she's not a farmer and shouldn't be put in that slot.
And is that what you're talking
No,
about?
I'm talking about the
first
paragraph.
paragraph.
The first paragraph.
So, a self-acclaimed racist. Oh, I see.
BLM terrorist.
Why, is there something like that in this article or
No,
something?
there's not.
No, it is the conclusion that he submitted. And that is what I'm hearing, so the first paragraph, it is absolutely out of line, at least from my point of view, commissioners.
I mean, the weird thing about this is that, if you remember, there were 3 candidates, and one of them was deemed, didn't pass the vetting process by the Agriculture Advisory Committee. The other 2 did. So even though this wasn't the chair's preferred candidate, the board voted as one of the 2 candidates that were acceptable, and then they made a more nuanced argument as to why the other candidate was more experienced. But they never said anything like this. And then when the board voted to go with the minority position, I get this email with all of this inflammatory, unsupported, completely inappropriate.
This part here.
Yeah, that first,
Okay.
The first
that first part. And I don't know what to make out of that. This is, we're trying to be, this is exactly why BIPOC candidates don't apply to,
News headlines, what is this? I have to question, is this something that he sent as his opinion, or is this a clipping out of an article?
So I received this email too, and I Googled it to see like, is this something, is an article going to pop up like this? Is this something I need to look into? And I couldn't find anything with, nothing, and so I think it was just him saying, these are gonna be the news headlines if you appoint this person.
I took it as a warning, like if we follow through with our action, this is what we're gonna see in the newspaper. And there's no source cited to it. I went meticulously through the work. I thought, oh my goodness, maybe there's something in this article that supports what he's saying. And I went meticulously through this article. All it talks about is the Gardner thing, which has
Nothing to do.
as you point out, has nothing to do with the first statement or anything to do with our appointment, in my opinion.
I thought maybe this was something out of the, I don't
No, I mean,
print thing.
I looked for it.
Yeah, okay.
I did look for it and to see if there was anything like that out there. And all that I could find about, the specific person was like she was in a couple of articles because of the work she's doing. And there was nothing inflammatory about her out there, just, her support and what she's doing in the community. So.
In the second paragraph, it's very specific. 2 or 3 commissioners, that's the vote.
It says are posed.
poised is what it is.
Poised.
Because we had given that direction to.
Yeah, we'd already kind of talked about it. It wasn't any secret where we were all from.
So,
So what are we doing? What's this, just kind of as information, or it's because, I mean, that's a pretty rash headline to make up yourself, I think.
and I believe that you appoint citizens to serve as an arm of the commission to, I believe, to get in touch with the citizens in any particular matter. That is the intent. And I don't believe those statements, in particular the first one, is what the reflection of the Board of County Commissioners is by this appointment.
This is a public record, right?
It is a public record. It was sent through our via email.
Doesn't give me real confidence that the chair is going to support our new appointee to this committee. If I were this appointee, I would just step down, which is exactly what we don't want. It's probably the intent of what was intended. So I'm really concerned about it.
Any concern about me talking to this gentleman? I didn't know anything about this, so.
Because he provided this as a public testimony for the BoCC meeting we held on July 3rd, 2021. He submitted this as his testimony, Mr. McNamara.
Okay, what's this other material here? Zoom's not working, so this is.
So he submitted, this is the email submitted the comment. This is his testimony, and he attached this.
But it's not a continuation of this. He just attached.
Yeah, no, he submitted those comments.
Yep.
As part of his comments, this also was part of that. That makes sense?
Please find my attached public comments. These were the 2 attachments.
Attached public comment.
There's 2 papers here, and each one was a separate attachment to the email. That's his official public comment. So I wasn't even really thinking about that. I got it in my email, so I thought of it as an email to me. And actually wasn't even computing that he intended this to be a public comment.
Yeah, it was exactly
Just further enhancing my concern that the intent was to basically cause this candidate to withdraw based on the sense that the chair thinks she's a racist and a terrorist. And that's just completely unacceptable. And I mean, I'm not in a good position because I didn't support the nomination of this person to begin with for other reasons. So, the ice was pretty thin for me already, and this is
When did this come in?
July 15th.
Oh, so it's a month ago. So, okay, now, this kind of makes a little more sense on me taking over that committee assignment yesterday. Okay, good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it does raise concerns, especially because I know we're trying, to fill these volunteer positions, and for me, it's like we just happen to have two great candidates, and I feel like it was, that specificness, it really crossed the line. And, are we still on? I don't know. Can we talk?
Yeah, we can keep talking.
What's wrong?
Okay, they can still hear us?
I don't have a problem if you want to follow up.
I'm just gonna follow
For the vaccine.
And I can see you
up. I'll get back to you.
We'll do it for the next agenda item.
It's been a month now, so.
Let's let the board revisit this, and Commissioner Edwards asked for a chance to follow up, and I want to respect that.
No, I don't expect for you to make any particular decision. I just want to make sure that this email, this correspondence really, for me, brings the point. Aside from the out of line comments made in this statements made of this, I really don't have any words to describe myself. It's just brings the need to have this handbook in place for, I believe, everyone who is appointed by the Board of County Commission should behave in a manner that is representative to the values of the Board of County Commissioners.
And I'll just use the opportunity to, another member of the committee came and gave about 5 weeks worth of public comment, making all sorts of claims, mostly directed at me, one of which was saying that since I've come on this board, we have cut agricultural programs across the board. I asked 4 different staff members to do research. All 4 of them came back and said that's not true.
Including myself.
I asked, including you, including Stephen Bramwell, including Robin, I asked the committee member, I directly reached out to him and said, please clarify what program you're talking about. His response was to come back and say, you've got staff to look into it, but he mentioned 4-H. So I did have staff look into it, and then we did look at 4-H. There's been no cuts to 4-H. This is public testimony. I'm supposed to rely on this person to give truthful information to me about key agricultural issues because they serve at our pleasure and they're there to give us information. And he's giving false information about me and this board. He didn't, the board has cut agricultural programs. Not true. It's making us look bad in the community. I have done everything possible to support agriculture that I am aware of. And so it's very concerning to me that somebody would come and give false information in the public, undermining the board's commitment to agriculture. And those are just false. I mean, I'll set aside the subjective comments like political toy, this, that, and the other. Those are people's opinions. But you can't come and give false factual information, misrepresentations of fact. Truth matters. Facts matter, and I don't have confidence in board members that do that. So that's another concern I have about another member of that committee. And I don't know if you guys were tracking all of those comments, but it really is true. It's not the kind of support that I want to see from my agriculture advisory committee.
Did anybody ever look at the Capital City Press? Capital City Press is printed out of Oregon. It's agricultural. Did you get a chance to look at that? I mean, it just looks like it's an article or something, you know, I don't, that's the only place I can think of that there might have been something like that. I mean, I don't know how to look stuff up on the computer, so.
I mean, I did,
I don't know what a search entails, to be
I
honest.
did- I did
hate to admit that
thorough-
I'm not stupid on this stuff.
so I did thorough research.
Okay.
I did thorough
Okay.
research on the person that was the candidate, and also I looked for these specific articles too on their own. Or supposed are, they're not, there's no articles, I couldn't find any language anywhere with this, or articles or anything with this language anywhere in any article.
Okay.
And so that's why,
I mean, I don't have, the second thing is a statement of fact. The third is a statement of a little bit of a spin, but it's basically fact, and he backs it up with an article that he linked us to. So I don't have any problem with any of that. It's just the first statement, yeah. Because there's no backing that up. I don't know where that's coming from. And
I'll ask.
when you're chair of an organization and you're leading that organization and you're trying to make people feel inclusive and people are volunteering their time, I mean, honestly, even if he thought this to be true, I would not expect the chair of the organization to put it in a public comment, period.
Yeah, that,
And then I don't even know why he thinks it's true, so it's kind of a double
Yeah.
whammy, so there.
it's been a month, let me ask.
Okay, we'll revisit that. And then, are we good? What do we need else to do for citizens? Oh, we need to get to
We need to
the
get to.
specific items that we
So
never
that
left in.
I cut Amy's wings for a little bit. So go for it. And the next is this is a
Historic.
follow-up to the Historic Commission and the Housing Authority.
Yeah, so first, the Historic Commission, during the last planning session, I think the board had wanted to look into term lengths and the qualifications of board members. We can see that it's pretty lengthy and includes, having representatives from architectural history, historic preservation, American studies, and that member shall be appointed, one from each city and town, and to enter into an agreement with those cities and towns. So I followed up with the Historic Commission staff, and most of these qualifications of board members are required for certain grants, to be eligible for certain grants that they receive.
I'm sorry, which one are we talking about?
the Historic Commission.
If you look under qualifications of board members,
Remember when we discussed this, the Historic Commission, the qualifications of board members? We thought it was very lengthy and very wordy, and we're like, no wonder there's like, is there a way that we can make it more direct and make it more
simplified.
and simplified? And then, so that's what Amy is talking about, that apparently in order for them to get some grants, it kind of has to be like that. So.
That seems kind of odd.
And also the term limits is not defined in terms of what the term limits will be, right?
Well, what was the problem we were trying to solve? We got a ton of vacancies on this.
Well,
committee.
so we're trying to simplify it because, so it's representative of a variety of historical perspectives of various geographic areas of the county, that's fine. And then it's like, at least three members who are professionally trained from among the following fields: history, architectural history, historic preservation, planning, cultural anthropology, archaeology, cultural geography, American studies, or other historic preservation related discipline. One member shall be from one of the following professions: real estate appraisal, finance, banking, law, especially real estate law. There shall be one member from each city and town which is entered into an agreement to have the Historic Commission perform similar duties within the city or town.
Jeez.
Such members shall be appointed by the mayor of the city or town. These members may only vote on matters within the city jurisdiction. The remaining members shall consist of citizens who have professional or demonstrated vocational interest and involvement in historic preservation. So that's the reason, like when we read that the first time, we were all like, whoa. No wonder there's several vacancies because it's kind of really hard to even
Nobody
keep track of.
checks the box.
Yeah.
And then you've got 4 members nominated by each commissioner, but then you've got to keep track of, well, what kind of a person do we not have, or do we have too many of?
And
Yeah, that's really confusing.
And so that's why we had asked Amy to look into, we didn't make a decision on this one because we're like, is there a way to simplify the qualifications of the board before we really look into it and to, what needs to change here, or, how we.
But did I hear Amy say that they had to meet all these qualifications to
Yeah,
get some grants?
For grants purposes, but
What grants purposes? Robin, does that make sense?
Where do you get your information from or what? Do you know, Amy?
I received my information from the staff of the Historic Commission.
So it does make sense to me that a grantor would require that the governing body had certain types of members on the committee. That makes sense to me. I'm just sitting here trying to remember when the last grant came in for the historical. We haven't seen a historical grant for a long time. Although, there every so often you can get a grant from the state and they do look for these kinds of things. So, there may be a way to present it a little more clearly.
the confusing part for me is that second part, if there shall be one member from each city and town which is entered into an agreement to have the Historic Commission perform similar duties within the city or town. And then such members shall be appointed by the mayor of the city or town. So we're not even appointing those. Or I guess we're sending our recommendations to the mayors.
I don't
and they're
remember
appointing
doing
them.
any of the stated things here, or anything.
Yeah, and how would
Any appointment.
And then these members may only vote on matters within the
You're
city
right.
jurisdictions.
I don't remember one thing.
So,
Matter of fact, when you guys first started talking about this, I thought, am I in La La Land?
I barely remember it. I'm only one step ahead of you. I really, but,
Gee.
so I guess there are no cities in town. If you don't have a city or town that's entered into an agreement, I don't even understand what that means.
Yeah.
Have the historic
Who-
commission perform similar
I
duties.
guess I gotta ask the question, who says, and what makes this the law of the land?
Thurston County Code 2.106.010.
I don't know.
I
Look
can
at it and
read
see if it
the
says you have to do all that.
Direct response from staff.
All right.
Yeah.
So Thurston County currently participates.
Who's this from?
Jeremy Davis
Okay,
and Sonia Katie.
Katie.
Okay.
Thurston County currently participates in Washington State's Certified Local Government Program under the National Historic Preservation Act. As part of this, our general liabilities are maintaining a historic preservation commission, surveying local properties, and etc. This gives us an opportunity to receive technical assistance from DAHP and apply for CLG grants. And there may be specific requirements for being a CLG community on the makeup of the Historic Commission. And that the model ordinance for historic preservation includes specific disciplines for members in terms of service.
Jeremy knows what he's talking about usually.
So I have a
So
second,
I don't doubt at all that to qualify for certain things, you need a membership that's composed of these elements.
my second question is, one, two, three, four, good job in District 3. Because,
My
so,
seats are full. Get
seats
to work,
are
guys.
but, it's like, is there 12 members that are needed? Is my next question. Does it have to be 12 members?
Well, you have to realize most of these people are old folks and they term out usually at the point of their That's pretty harsh, but let's not start squeezing this down too far. We're not gonna have any members on there.
Well, no, I'm just saying we have 4 vacant positions, and
We have, how many now? We have 8.
we haven't appointed, I don't know, when was the last time one was appointed? Not reappointed, but appointed, like new.
It's
Last
right here, date appointed, and I didn't know if that was the first appointment or renewal appointment.
I think we did add one. We added Jolene Taylor.
So, Well, I guess people are still, I guess they know what they're looking for, and,
Or maybe it's Grace Edwards. I don't know.
But on the other hand, the commission is functioning.
yeah, I mean, that's.
It's functioning.
So maybe we leave it alone because there actually is a reason for all that complicated nonsense that sounded like nonsense to us when we didn't know there was a reason for it.
Right.
So it goes back to your question, what is the problem they would like to solve?
So, yeah, well,
You know,
yeah, I guess I just won't recruit for this one, and, because I don't know what they need, like, it's.
you say, well, you
Well, we
need.
do need, I guess we do need, kind of, Amy, what we asked you in some of the other ones is to like slot out on the roster what seat they're filling. Ask whoever the chair is, if it's Rob, ask him, you know, based on these criteria, do any of our current members meet the criteria so we know where we have gaps? I mean, we should at least know that, right?
Yeah.
That's, hey, we've got a real estate appraisal person, we've got a archaeologist,
Got a lawyer.
we've got a lawyer, so, you know, whatever, I mean, so that we can sort of know that, it helps the board if we had some applicants, you know, if it ever filled up, I mean, should be tracking that, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we, I don't know, send a letter to the board or Amy communicate, to the historical board?
Yeah.
And say,
Yeah.
hey, dig some folks up here.
Amy will manage that communication.
It would, yeah, just so it would be great to know what positions exactly are, you know, what they need, and that way me and Commissioner Edwards can get on it and recruit some members.
Is McClanahan's thing here for something?
Yeah,
What's it about?
we're gonna take up the housing authority structure. We never did that at the last planning session.
Yeah, so the housing authority was excluded from the packet at the last commissioners planning session. So their one pager and roster are here.
So are you wondering about a reappointment?
No, just to review positions and term lengths. So they have 6 positions that serve 5 years, and they consider reappointments.
There's no term limits. I was gonna advocate for like a 2-term limit on this,
On the housing authority?
on the housing authority.
McClanahan's been on there about 4 terms or six terms, I think, maybe. Not that I think he's dedicated. He is dedicated to the cause, there's no doubt about it.
So, can't be a person employed by a county department directly supervised by the board. The participant member must be receiving a HUD rent subsidy. 5 are appointed by the board of county commissioners. The 6th, or participant member, is appointed by the other 5. So we don't need to deal with the participant. We just need to deal with the 5. It doesn't look like there's any special district requirements or special commissioner nominations. So I guess my only concern here is about term limits. This is an area of high, this was suggested to me by community members. This is an area of high community interest, rapidly evolving policy. We've had some of the same people on here for decades. And I'm sure they're doing a fine job. I don't have any particular issue other than I think new blood and will help revitalize that committee. And I think that 10 years is plenty of time to serve on this board.
I'm okay with that.
If there's anybody else has an opinion.
I guess I've known Mr. McClanahan for a lot of years, and does he must fall within this problem area, you're thinking then, right?
Well,
He's up in 22.
I'm not picking on Mr. McClanahan or anything.
I know, but I mean,
I think there's more than just him, frankly.
Oh, is there? I don't know. He's the guy I know the most.
Someone named Jolene Julis has been on since '92. In fact,
Or you seen this?
oh, I'm sorry, Thomasina pulled this for me.
Oh,
They're the only, these two don't have the date appointments, but this person's been on for 30 years,
For how many years?
29 years.
Well, they ought to have a good historical background of everything, huh?
Mm.
2018, 2015.
I mean, we could reach out to the, I don't know, I mean,
Well, I think the question is, because the current terms ends the earliest next year, June 2022, and the next is October 2022 both. And then it goes moving to 2023. So there is time, if you would like to consider, what I'm hearing is the proposal from Commissioner Mensah is to limit members of this commission appointed by the board to a 2-term limit. So that will be a maximum of 10 years.
yeah,
That's your proposal.
that's my proposal. I mean, if you want to send an email, if we want Ramiro to send an email to the Housing Authority Director to get his input, I don't want to spring it on anyone. I'm not trying to be controversial. It was suggested to me as, it makes sense to me that 10 years is plenty of time. There's a lot of interest in different ways the Housing Authority could operate, and I just feel like there should be a little bit more of a flow of,
So would the board be interested in sending an email to the chair of the Housing Authority stating the board is contemplating setting a 2-term limit on the membership, and the board would like to hear your feedback on this proposal.
Let me ask a question about this. Is 5 members adequate for this?
5 members is quoted by law. The makeup of this
So,
committee
okay.
and their terms is governed by RCW 3582-040.
But is that the duration of the 5 years or the?
5 years.
But that's instead of.
Shall appoint 5 persons. So it's the number of commissioners
And
is
the duration.
here, and that they shall serve for 5 years is here. And I'm looking to see what it says about, shall serve 5 years, shall be filled. I'm looking for term limit authority.
I guess because I'm not super familiar with this group's activities, I guess I've been removed from it. If I as a commissioner got to pick somebody to represent me, I'd want Neil McClanahan on there. And the only reason I say that is because I know this is where his heart is. And, but if there's a problem with that, I guess I'd want to know that too. But I think being there for a while is beneficial. But if you know of somebody that's just chomping at the bit, wants to get on there, and they can't because it's restricted or it's been held by this group for a long time, I guess that's worth thinking about. But other than that, I mean, I'm gonna be pretty supportive of Mr. McClanahan, and he's up for another couple of years, I guess, right? I mean, he's not up for another couple of years. Yeah. Another year and a half.
So.
Are we thinking of removing people from here because they've already served 2 terms?
No. That's not the proposal. The
yeah, I
proposal
wouldn't be saying.
is to limit the term limits.
I thought Jay Goldstein's been on there quite a while.
I think so. It's a blank.
It doesn't say that you cannot do term limits. There's nothing that says you can, but there's also nothing in this law that says you can't. It is specific about 5.
Yeah, 5
you
years.
can't- 5 plus it talks about the 6th if federal law allows.
What's 6, if what?
That's this participant member is number 6.
5 board members pick a 6th person that actually receives rental vouchers.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very prescriptive.
I mean, if there is like, let's say like someone's reappointment is coming up and then let's say, there is like a couple of people, I think at that time we can reevaluate and say, okay, do we want to put in new people in, or do we,
Do we have a stack of applicants for this committee?
I don't know the answer to that, but just as an example, Karen Messmer got term limited out on the Inner City Transit Board after 9 years, 3 terms of 3 years. Just analogizing to Mr. McClanahan, nobody is more committed to transportation issues and public transit in this community than Ms. Messmer, as we heard when we were talking about trails with her. But that's the policy of the Inner City Transit, is to get new ideas, letting new opportunities for community participation. And I think that's a good thing, especially in such a high profile area as housing and the different ways, the different philosophies behind what the housing authority can do. I just want to see the community.
Well, I think the Washington State Supreme Court sets the limit at 75, I think, on their votes, probably for a similar, for a reason, so.
Well, it has nothing to do with the age.
Yeah,
So
I
what
mean,
this
no, I'm
says-
just saying, they pick stuff out, I mean, they come up with boundaries like that
Yeah.
for reasons.
It says a commissioner shall hold office until a successor has been appointed and has qualified, unless sooner removed according to this chapter. And then removal is for cause. So here's an example of must be for cause. So shall hold office until a successor has been appointed and qualified. So it sounds like you can swap them out at your pleasure at the end of their term.
So I guess like, when the term comes up and, it can be open, let the public know that, this member is, I don't know. There's a position up, the person, the person there is reapplying, but it is open to the public, and then at that time we can make a decision. Because my fear is setting term limits and then no one applies for them and then we have empty positions.
I don't think that would happen on the housing authority, but,
Okay,
I'm just guessing.
no, that's good to know.
So the proposal is for Amy to send an email to the chair of the housing authority stating that perhaps the board is
You
considering.
could say the board is discussing or whatever.
Yes,
You can keep it
Reviewing all appointments on
And-
committees and stuff.
And considering that perhaps limiting this to a two-term, and they would love to hear your perspective.
Yeah, there you go.
And then we start the conversation.
Sounds good.
Is that good, Amy?
I also want to, because the Timberland Regional Library has a position open for Thurston County. So if you know anyone that would like to be a part of that, we do appoint that one. Even though it's not, we don't oversee it, but we do appoint it, but they,
Who left?
I'm not sure. I know, Nicolette Oliver serving as one of the representatives for Thurston County, and
The Tumwater Council, is that who
Timberland Regional
Timberland
Library
Regional.
Board.
that? Yeah, no, but didn't you say Oliver?
No, a different person.
Oh.
Nicolette Oliver.
It was
Yeah.
I think you're thinking about
Tom
Oliver.
Oh, yes, I am, because he
Yeah, no, different.
moved or something happened.
Yeah, it's Oliver versus Oliver.
yeah, so that's the other person, but there's one vacant position, and apparently, it's been vacant for a while, and so they're really looking for.
Shoot, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I got approached and I got told that, it was an event actually when we were asked, well, when are you gonna fill the Thurston County position? And we looked like deer in the headlights.
There's a gentleman who applied for one of my seats on the planning commission who seemed very qualified, but I decided to reappoint Mr. Simmons. But maybe if he's looking for a way to serve in county government, he'd be interested. I can reach out to him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, please, because they there is an interest, they have been sitting in for a while.
The executive director of the Timberland Regional Library is really looking for that appointment. Okay, thank you, Amy. Good job.
Okay. Next topic is Commissioner Item 1, vaccination requirements for county employees. I see Dr. Abdulmalik.
Commissioner, before, as a simple item that I'd like to bring to your attention, just to see your decision is related to my proposal of the video with ICMA TV.
Up on what?
ICMA TV, the promotional video that I introduced this past Tuesday as a proposal.
The $22,000 video that.
Oh, you're gonna, oh, yes,
promotional video.
yes, okay, go ahead. I thought,
I introduced that, so it's not on your agenda. I wanted to circle back on that decision because you asked me to come back. I asked Brian to reach out to the Visitors Convention Bureau, and he has a report on that.
so we're doing that instead of vaccination?
No, first, because that's an easy decision. The other one is.
Vaccination Act will be next.
Oh, okay,
Try to get this out of the way.
okay.
Brian Dominique, Public Information Officer for the board. So as Ramiro said, I reached out to Experience Olympia and Beyond. Unfortunately, they're going to pass right now on partnering with us on this video, only because they've already dedicated a significant amount of their resources to a digital asset program, which includes a video project of their own. Their goal, so their Experience Olympia and Beyond, the video project they're going to be working on is focusing on the rural community, kind of getting behind that and beyond portion of their mission statement. So that's the reason they're passing with us. But they'd be happy to share their the videos that they're going to be producing, which is going to happen in early September, with us when they're complete.
So I just got an email again from ICMA TV, and they gave me a list of the jurisdictions who have already signed up. So if you're interested.
Would that have already signed up?
To have their own promotional video with ICMA TV.
Okay.
And that is Marin County from California, Durham County from North Carolina, and County from Missouri, Gaston County from North Carolina, City of Albany, Oregon, City of DeKalb, Illinois, City of Bloomington, Illinois, City of Banning, California, City of Leduc, Alabama, City of Asheville, North Carolina, City of Carlsbad, California, and City of Boulder, Colorado. And he asked me what the decision has been made, so.
Who sees this? And I mean, I don't know what's the name of your outfit? Something TV?
ICMA TV. That's the International Associations of County City Managers.
ITNA?
No.
ICMA
I see.
TV.
I see. Okay, I see it. TV.
So the organization is ICMA, is the International
Yeah.
Association of County City Administrators.
So that'd be the first place that the video's shown, but then it's ours.
We own the product.
Yeah.
So we produced this video to be featured at the upcoming conference in Portland, Oregon, which is scheduled for October 3rd through the 6th. They have a rolling video featuring Thurston County. We have the control about the story, the script. So the end of that, they will come here one day, and you will be part of that developing the script. If that's the decision you want to go, work with Brian. You will be here from one day, it's one production day. They will take footage, interviews, whatever is involved. And then the end result of that is they will produce a 5-minute video and a 1-minute video. The 5-minute video will be featured at the conference, and the 1-minute video, which will be probably a scale down, will be featured on their YouTube channel. After the conference is completed, we own everything. The video, 5-minute video, the 1-minute video, and every footage they took during that day of production.
Who watches, what's the viewership? What would it be about? What would be the benefit to the taxpayers of Thurston County? I think about economic development, but I think Michael Cade ought to be involved in it or something, or, you know, even Olympia and beyond. And we could help them somehow. I'm not against it. I just don't know. I don't know how many people would see something like that. Is it professionals that will see it?
Well, that's a very difficult question.
That scared me to watch that, the one the other day, just, Jesus Christ, I wouldn't want to spend any
Well,
money on that.
that was their script.
Yeah, I know it was their script. No, the quality, but I think I've seen Brian do as good a quality as myself, but I don't know.
So commissioners, this is just a proposal.
Yes.
So, and I really need a decision from you, go or not go today. As simple as that. So, I have spoken my piece.
Brian,
and that's what it is.
how close could you do to something like that?
I don't think I can get to the same production value as that.
How about our own people over at TC Media? I mean, they've done things that are kind of similar.
We've done, like, I think the closest thing I can think of that TC Media has done would be when we're working on the courthouse administrative project, and we created a series of videos for that.
Okay.
They did an informational video on that back when Commissioner Hudgens was here. And that was about 3 to 4 minutes, and was closely related to that, but it wasn't at the same production value.
The video we saw would look like an episode of Thurston County Connections to me. The B-roll, I mean, go back and look at Thurston County Connections on salmon projects or the critical areas ordinance. It's got B-roll footage of streams and the fish flapping and jumping over the thing, and then interviews with commissioners. So I'm a thumbs down. I wasn't impressed enough by what I saw to want to spend that money.
Well, I think I'm with the chair if we're not gonna spend a lot of time on it.
Okay, so,
I was gonna say that I thought you did a video kind of fish thing one time. That was a pretty darn good video, but I didn't know who did it. I didn't know
It was
Brian did
TC
it.
Media.
That was TC Media, that was back when we had
TC
Thurston
Media
County Connection.
They've got the big cameras with the teleprompter on it, and you can just
Yeah.
look in the camera and
I
read.
mean-
They put all of the striping on of who's
And I
talking.
don't think that cost much, did it, to probably do that? I mean, I don't know what it was, but
It's part of our
We
package.
pay
a lot to do
a
that.
whole lot.
But I don't know how many
TC
see it
Media.
and what benefit we get and
Hundreds of
stuff.
thousands of dollars to TC Media to produce
well,
our shows and
That's
the
probably too
hours
much too.
you
Don't
get.
tell me that. I don't
So,
wanna hear that.
$22,000.
I'm with the chair on this deal.
Not a lot of
I don't know.
money. And if I may put in my 2 cents, and I respect where you're going with that, and I didn't think much of the video that we saw either, but we've talked about how citizens don't know what you do and the need to tell our stories. And this is an opportunity for not a lot of money to tell our story. So that was how I was kind of excited about it, but it's, it's up to you how you spend our funds.
I mean,
you already voted, so I'm just drafting an email.
Oh,
saying-
there we go.
Like, can't go back.
What about Commissioner Mejia?
Well, it's one vote against 2, like.
But I wanna know, the record, is it unanimous?
Maybe you'll change
You
our
gotta take a
mind.
stand, you don't get to just hide behind the.
Just slide through. Well, I don't know, I was on the fence about it too. I mean, I spoke with Olympia and Beyond because I had a meeting with Jeff right after the agriculture. That's why I had to step out. And so my conversation with him, is he was like, we're investing a whole lot of money with a local company right now that, we're gonna do this project. So I was like, okay, well, it looks like you're doing something similar, but I think what I liked about the possibility of this is that it would kind of be from our side, like us, because we don't really get to tell, like Robin is right, we don't really get to
tell
County government.
county government from our side very often. And usually when people come to county government is because they're upset because something went wrong, right? And so, just to highlight some of the good, like that's why I was kind of like, oh.
Well, would they want to partner with us or something, put some money in it?
So no, Experience Olympia and Beyond, they have a big budget for that, so.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so I really wanted to hear from you two and see what, like, you thought about it.
Okay, let me ask Robin something, just before you push send or something.
I just dropped to the Dear John email, so.
When we expend dollars for things like media type production, is that fund that we, what do we call that?
Non-departmental.
Yeah, but we get money from,
PEG?
PEG, yeah, we get PEG money.
PEG money.
So if we could use PEG money, but it was dedicated and we can't use it for like anything else, then maybe I'd rethink that is all.
Public,
When I think about general fund going to this, it makes me nervous.
I would have to look closely at that. PEG has to be equipment and infrastructure, although.
Because the production side is already taken to fund the TCTV.
Oh, but that doesn't matter, because we spend our PEG money on our own things as well. We don't have to give that all to TCTV. I can sure look at that. We might be able to stretch.
Comcast franchise for public education and government. It's like,
It's a public access.
it's money that we have to show government. It's basically what,
So we don't have
Right,
to,
now it is public
to
education.
be here to live stream our meetings.
It's public, education.
No, that's what I'm saying.
This is the first
Takes the
I mean, after you've
never
been
know
through
that
this
unless-
so many times, you got so many light
It's
items
government,
swirling
it's
around.
access to government. It's usually though on equipment and infrastructure. I could look to see if that's possible and if we can stretch and make it.
I mean, is there money in that fund?
Oh, there is money right there right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
I
I'd
mean, if
easily
there's
be
money
able to
there
spend
and we're
22,000
obligated,
out of it.
we can't do the homeless thing, can't hire a deputy sheriff, can't
Can't
hire
clean
police.
up, can't clean up Black
Those
Lake,
things.
Can't clean up
can't
Black Lake.
subsidize Long Lake.
Production of
Right.
a film.
So if we can't use it for other things, that
That
puts
changes
a
the
little spin
dynamic.
on it. You know,
Well,
that puts-
here's Aquino just sent an email, said, well, we take this opportunity pending whether we can use PEG money
Can you-
or,
What do you got to talk about anymore, Robin? we're gonna get into
No,
vacations.
we're gonna get a vaccination requirements. I think that's what Dr. Denali.
I'm not against it, but I'm kind of against general fund money being used for it.
So how about if we take advantage next year? Because this comes every year.
Oh, okay. Well,
All right, that works.
and by then we'll have an answer.
Then we'll know.
We'll know about PEG. See, I'm
It's
hesitant.
PEG, I think.
So, done with the item.
Public access.
Email
education,
sent.
government.
Public, education, government.
All right, on to vaccinations.
All right. So,
Final topic of the day.
guys, I think we have Dr. Abdulmalik, Shelley, Maria here to help on the discussion. This past August 9th, Governor Jay Inslee instituting a mandate for some portions of state employees where he imposed a requirement, a vaccination requirement as a condition of their employment. There's a couple of exemptions that he implemented on that particular mandate. Was one based on religious beliefs and the other one based on the medical exceptions.
Hey, can I ask you something on that? So, are you gonna ask me if I'm Methodist or Catholic or something like that?
No, there's a couple variations on this, and that's what I give you the MRC paper, which speaks about that. And it speaks about how the medical accommodations should be done and the religious exemptions, how it should be done, which speaks that we cannot just, that we just take the word in a way.
Yeah, okay, so then the other piece of that is, are you gonna ask me, when I say I've got a medical condition, then do I have to explain to you my medical situation?
No, it's a note from your doctor.
You have to have a note from your doctor.
That's what I believe that is the
Oh.
case. And it doesn't have to be specific. And
Okay.
that is concealed and protected.
It would take a lot of convincing for me. You know, I think this vaccination is like wearing a seatbelt. It doesn't, sounds like it does not prevent you from getting this virus, but it sounds like it does prevent you from having serious outcome. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it. So it would take a lot of convincing, I'll just be upfront, that I'm not likely to support mandating.
I haven't even proposed.
I know, I'm just gonna let you, I don't want you to waste,
Proposal.
I don't wanna waste your breath if you don't have to, but, I
Well,
mean,
it's-
go ahead, convince me.
Well, it's a 3-board member,
Yeah, I know.
so
I know.
just to be clear.
Well, I'm letting my seatmates know, I mean, so we don't spin our wheels.
Okay. So anyways.
Go ahead.
So the conversation today that we'd like to explore is whether you like to implement vaccination requirements to county employees. And there's a couple of paths that I can probably propose to you if you're interested on that. And also I'm prepared to give you a couple of options that may not necessarily be aligned with the governor's mandate. So first, the conversation will be, is there an interest by the board to implement a vaccination requirement to county employees? And I had a conversation with Dr. Malik, Shelley, Maria. There is a lot of conversation needs to happen, even on the governor's mandate. Union needs to be involved, bargaining units. So there is a lot of work associated with that, if that is the direction the board would like to have. Assuming the board is interested in exploring this option, the next step will be for you to pass a resolution on those terms. And there is a couple of options in this. I think there is we need to explore more whether the board has the authority to approve personnel rules. And this is part of the personnel rules. But also we have to be cognizant, I believe, how the elected offices can be part of this proposal. One option is for you to go, and again, this is assuming we move to the next step, is for you to pass a resolution and the personnel rules requiring vaccination to county employees. Your option is pass the resolution in the same terms and have a place for the elected office to opt in, signing that resolution along with you. Path A, path B. In either path, you can consider the level of requirements. One is the governor, which is this a condition of their employment to get vaccinated. The other option that you may have is requirement of county employees to get vaccinated. If not, they need to return a negative COVID test on a weekly basis.
At whose expense?
Their own. Because that's the option.
Okay, just let me throw a hypothetical out there. If we don't have any, say the union or something, they're gonna wanna negotiate this. Okay, so now somebody says, well, I've come down with fibromyalgia or something like that. We can't, what is it?
Myalgia.
Myalgia, yeah. And it's like an impossible thing to diagnose or something like that, you know? And I'm uncomfortable, so I gotta take time off. Does the state give you a workers' comp, or does the county cover you with workers' comp for the rest of your life? I mean, I know that's a far out example, but I'm using that
I
example.
really don't understand the question.
Well, if you're gonna require me to take something that it isn't even maybe authorized by, the final process, isn't it still experimental or something? Is it still experimental?
You talking about the vaccines?
Yeah, aren't the
The
vaccinations
vaccines are
under experimental?
have preliminary approval.
Yeah, okay, but say you ask, somebody to do that, and now that somebody, okay, I guess I will, because I don't wanna lose my job. Okay, now you get a claim, that same somebody says, now they're having this bad effect. Where are we? Are we in the middle of litigation kind of forever on something like that? Who ends up paying the bill? Does the state do it because they're mandating it? Does the county have to do it? There's just a whole bunch of unknowns that I think, and I'm a long ways away from being convinced that any type of a mandate is a good idea. So that's just kind of where I'm at. So.
That was just what I wanted to open the conversation.
Yeah, okay, well, you opened it. I don't mind speaking my point.
So
I'd like to hear
you
from
have the
Dr.
experts on
Alderman.
human resources online, you have the experts on public health, Dr. Malik's here to answer any questions.
I don't have.
Dr. Abdulmalik, I would like you to weigh in on what you think the wisdom of such a policy is from a health perspective.
So one of the things that we
Muted.
Good afternoon, commissioners. One of the things that we've seen is that with millions of Americans being fully vaccinated since the vaccines became available last December, is that they are safe and effective vaccines, and they are actually very protective against hospitalizations and deaths related to COVID-19, severe illness in that regard. The piece, so I wanted to explain a little bit about the risk of the Delta variant. So risk of infection is lower in folks who are fully vaccinated than folks who are unvaccinated. But it is still present, but at a lower level. So there are significant benefits, both in terms of not getting sick and not getting severely ill if one becomes infected. So from a public health perspective, especially for folks that might be spending a lot of time indoors with other people, or folks working with sensitive populations, it definitely becoming vaccinated is one of the single best things that folks can do to protect themselves and those around them.
I do need to add, the governor's order applies to some county employees. I just want to make sure that is stated. And that doesn't really have, we don't have an option on that. It does apply to county employees, particularly, I think in Shelley's department, as well as Medic One, all the first responders. That applies to.
They won't have any choice.
They won't have any choice, so.
I'd like to hear from Maria about challenges or concerns with union employees versus non-union. I saw up in, I think it was King County, I can't remember, somewhere there was a school district that basically said, the board said all non-union employees have to be vaccinated, and then they were gonna start working with the unions, and I just wondering how that works with our contracts and et cetera.
Certainly. Yes, we do have a lot of labor considerations to take into account for our unrepresented. You could make such a mandated policy, but we would want to negotiate the impacts of such a policy with our labor partners. You know, we always want to have good relationships with them. This is a topic that employees are divided. Some would want the mandatory vaccine so that everyone could be safe. Others have very strong opinions around that. We'd want to do a lot of education. We would while we do medical accommodations on a weekly basis and we have a good process in place, we would want to do something similar for religious exemptions. We would want to follow what the EEOC has. They have a lot of guidance around that, and there's been case law around that. And we would certainly want to follow suit in order to make sure that we are legally compliant and not taking adverse or discriminatory action against any employee. So, yeah, I mean,
Oh, she froze.
think
if we go this route, there's obviously a lot of, just even, we'd want to consider what would is this better?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, so what would negotiating with the union be like? They would likely want us to pay for the time that an employee has to take to get the vaccination. We've already allowed previously time off for the second shot if there's any side effects on that. The federal government, they've implemented something similar, but there is an option of getting tested on a weekly basis. But I think the questions would be who bears that cost and who bears the time of that. So this is just uncharted waters. And so a lot of this is just me anticipating all of the worst case, I think, scenarios. And I think that Commissioner Edwards brings up a concern that's very likely. What if I get the vaccination and I have long-term effects of that? Clearly, we would have an L&I claim, and that would be up to the Department of Labor and Industries to process that claim. So that's kind of my initial impressions on in a nutshell. So if you have other questions, I can try to answer them.
Robin?
Maria, don't we have one of our labor contracts that already allows the board to make this decision and we would just have to bargain the impact?
We do have our courthouse contract that has language already negotiated in it. So Robin is correct on that.
Ramiro, I want to make sure I understood one of your possible pathways is a thing where, if I understood you right, the board would impose on department employees, and then it would be like elected officials' option whether or not their employees would be on that.
I think it will be more of a show of support within that ordinance or resolution that you made. And that was where I was coming from.
Oh, okay.
So we have policies from the past where the Board of County Commissioners adopted a resolution and the signatures of all the electeds were on that resolution. And one of I was reading in the MRSC that where there's a gray area of the board's authority, that's an easy way to go to ensure that everyone's covered. Not for vaccines, but for other types of policies. So if you think about it, and I raised this with Romero, if you think about it, the board has the authority, clear authority to create the number of positions, to fund them. The law says that elected officials shall hire with the board's consent. However, what you don't have is the authority to tell an elected official who to hire. So now when we come down to a policy where an elected official may have to let go a trusted long-term employee who chooses to not get vaccinated, I think that there's some gray area, and I would love to hear from the attorneys on if that would impinge on the elected officials' right to choose who they employ.
Yeah, and I did have a conversation with Elizabeth she's looking into that option. And that's what I developed the lesser, not necessarily as a condition of employment, but as the federal government has stated to their employees, is a return of a negative test on a weekly basis without having the employment be part of that requirement. And the other path is, passing a resolution where the elected offices will sign in, as we have in the past.
And if some of them did not sign,
Sorry.
then where does that put us?
Well, I mean, it would leave them to answer to their constituents is the viewpoint I'm seeing it from, right? My question is in relation to the testing. Maybe Dr. Abdulmalik, you can answer this. I know that public health does COVID testing. Is there a cost associated with that for us?
So I'm going to defer that question to Shelley as it's a cost issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Abdulmalik. For the tests themselves, no, we do not have a cost for the tests themselves. However, for the staffing and associated resources, yes, we do. That is currently fully covered by existing grants that we have from the Washington State Department of Health.
How long is it taking to get test results? Are people going to be going and getting a test and then having to wait 4 to 10 days to know if it comes back negative?
My personal experience, less than 24 hours.
And it depends on where you go.
It also may depend upon the type of test that you get. And maybe Dr. A, you want to explain that.
There are several testing options. One of them is a point of care antigen test, where you would be able to get results between, in 15 to 30 minutes of testing. It is not as sensitive as a PCR test, but its real strength is in repeated testing over time. PCR it's a send out, so that's one that detects the actual RNA of the virus. Timing on that, varies by lab and varies based on number of samples being processed at the same time. In terms of lag times, we're looking at 24 to 48 hours in terms of what we're seeing. But there is potential in times of high transmission where there's significant burden on lab facilities for that to be slower.
I also want to add that employees on any Thurston County healthcare plan should have COVID testing covered by their healthcare provider. And there is also a mail-in type of test. That being said, that testing for surveillance reasons for people who have not been exposed and do not have any symptoms may not be something that a healthcare provider would be able to order. And we do have a high demand for testing right now due to our transmission rates here in Thurston County. So we have heard that people seeking tests have had difficulty. We do not currently have a drive-through testing site as we did earlier in the pandemic. The funding that we had for that under the CARES Act and our partner Providence Medical Group is no longer offering that service in our community. So if that was something that we were going to require or recommend, we would just want to make sure that we had adequate resources and were able to respond to that.
Commissioner Edwards.
Doctor, you said when you first started talking that the vaccine is safe and effective and, you know, lessens outcomes, I guess, if you do get it. No guarantee you won't get it. But, so why are we wearing masks again? I guess if it works, see, I think the whole business of wearing masks is now gonna be counterproductive to those individuals that have been hesitant to get the vaccine to start with. They're gonna say, well, what's the point? Why should I go get a vaccine now? It doesn't make any difference. Obviously, these people, in other words, they don't trust you, you know, and not you personally, but you, the process. I mean, I don't trust the process. I make no bones about it. I think there's a lot of unknowns out there. I do think it's like a seatbelt. I mean, that's kind of the way I look at it. But boy, if I was a young woman or something, well, you couldn't talk me into this test right now. But maybe that's just because my train of thought thinks that way or something. I don't know. And so I'm just, well, I can't tell you how adamantly opposed I am to mandating at this point in time. But it's a democratic process.
Go ahead, doctor.
And I'm not an anti-vaxxer either because I got a vaccination.
Yeah, thank you for that question. This is something that is really important to clarify, that the vaccine does reduce your risk of getting infected, even with the Delta variant. It's just what's been found is that when people are infected, so with earlier strains, when folks tested positive who were fully vaccinated, they saw that there was less viral material on the swab when they actually did the test. With the Delta variant, we're seeing significant and comparable amounts of viral material on the actual testing swab, and we are seeing instances of transmission between folks that are fully vaccinated as a result of their infection. This is still much, much lower as a risk compared to folks who aren't fully vaccinated. And further, what we're seeing in terms of a protection with vaccination is that folks, even if somebody, even though it's a much lower chance when you're fully vaccinated, if you're one of those unlucky few that's fully vaccinated and gets infected with the Delta variant, we're seeing that the time that you spend being infectious to other people is much shorter because your body is already primed to fight the coronavirus from the vaccine. So the vaccines do provide a level of protection. They reduce the potential for infecting others. They reduce the risk of becoming infected, but it's not impossible. And when we're looking at something that's readily transmissible and our case counts rising, masking and restricting respiratory droplets is a simple way that we can keep ourselves and other people safe.
But the problem is people don't believe you anymore. You know, not just you, they don't believe the process. And that's unfortunate. And this, by putting a mask mandate out, it tells the public, well, this isn't working. They're telling us it's working, but it isn't working.
Romero just showed us the graph of each wave.
Oh, I know.
The way each wave was followed, the requirements created a diminution of cases. And as soon as they were lifted, it just came right back up. We're on our 5th cycle of that.
The law.
And if people would just get vaccinated, this could have been over. And I'm very, very frustrated. We have to stop babying people who won't step up and meet the basic demand of what's going to help protect this community.
You and I don't think alike because we don't have enough of a damage incurred by the population. I mean, with the percentage of damage that is being incurred by the population doesn't seem to match the restrictions being placed. And it just causes so much confusion that I don't know. I mean, this was going to start off to be 2 weeks, you know, a year and a half ago or whatever it was. We're going to be inconvenienced for 2 weeks, and it just kept escalating. I can't blame the process. Nobody knew what they were doing. But it's the reality of how the public views, and I think that group out there that is not wanting to get vaccinated, I think this just adds fuel to their resistance when they say, well, why should I? Why should I? Apparently it doesn't work. You know, they're out there taking ivermectin or something like that.
It doesn't work with 40% doing it.
What's that?
It doesn't work when only 40% do it.
Well, I thought we were at 50%. Aren't we at 50% now?
Thurston County was at 49 something, but there's.
Are we?
Oh, the overall population.
Yeah,
Oh, I think Missouri's only at 22%.
that's what I'm saying. I mean,
You
there's,
know.
I'm talking about nationally.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think we're pretty good, but anyway,
No, we had to get to 78 or 80%, and we're not there, and we're seeing what's happening with a much more contagious variant. And now we're about to go back to school. I've got, a kindergarten teacher, as my wife, who is just, we're looking at going back to virtual learning if we don't get on top of this.
But if she's got her vaccination, if she gets it, okay, gonna have the sniffles. If she doesn't have her vaccination, she's gotta worry about it.
She has a room full of kindergartners that aren't allowed to get the vaccination.
I know that. That's what I'm saying. So as long as she's vaccinated, she should be
It
okay.
can be passed on. So my concern, I mean, I am a parent of a 7-year-old and a 1-year-old who are not vaccinated. And my fear and the reasons I started taking extra precautions, even though I'm vaccinated, even though my family's vaccinated, and I may, be carrying the variant I won't even know, and I'll pass it on to them. And that's why I'm taking the extra precautions, because I am seeing every day more and more kids on respirators, and I don't want those to be my kids.
I am curious about that on respirators. Nationally, I hear that, but we're not seeing it here locally. Are we? Shelley, are we seeing that locally on kids on ventilators?
We just had a meeting with Washington State Department of Health, and of the recent deaths, there was no child that had died. Dr. A, maybe you want to weigh in more on that. In terms of our Thurston County inpatient hospitalizations currently, we know that as of today, that our local hospital has the highest number of COVID patients ever, and the majority of the available ventilators are in use, and it is a younger demographic.
Yeah,
but
kids,
I do not have the number of kids for you at this time.
I'm kind of following that pretty close, and I haven't known anything about kids yet on ventilators. I've known some families where mom got it, 3 boys got it, and mom and dad they both had it. They were both on ventilators for a little bit. And one of the kids, and then one was hardly affected at all, one didn't even know about it. So, I don't know what to tell you. I think we're getting misinformation at points. Where that is and what's true and what's not, I don't have the answer to that. I really don't know. But I think I'm just not ready to go the route of mandating when there are so many questions yet. Talk to me about it in a month and see where we're at. Maybe
So for another point for me, I mean, I'm frustrated just like Commissioner Menser is. And, I'm taking the precautions for my children, but from a county standpoint, I mean, we are seeing how the jail, for example, whenever it gets shut down, it affects the whole criminal justice system. We have a huge backlog case in our criminal justice system right now. And every time something like that happens, it just aggravates the situation that we're currently in. And, I'm just frustrated because, we should be getting better and we're not. And that, the risk just keeps going up. And I feel like us not doing nothing, and it's been if we don't do nothing, nothing gets solved from it. And I understand that there might be distrust, but for me, a masking mandate, it's just a mask. There's nothing there.
the masking isn't the problem. The mandated vaccination.
But I mean, to get into schools, you have to have vaccines. I mean, there was I shared my story. I came here, I had my vaccination record. It wasn't enough for the school, so I had to go get all of my vaccines all over again. If not, I couldn't go back to school. You know, it was just a part of it for me to like be a part of the school and be able to go to school and be with the other children. And
But I guess my position is, what I hear from the public so much, and the public, I think the public that doesn't trust government talks to me more than they probably talk to you guys, I suppose. And, I mean, for me, they see, I don't know, 500,000 folks come across the border down in Mexico. We're closed with Canada. You can't go to Canada back and forth. But Mexico is not stopped at all. 500,000 came across on the last, I think it was on 2020 on Sunday maybe, that I saw that show. And they don't know how many of them are carrying the bug with them. And they're being shipped on planes all around the United States. And yet we're being told we can't control this virus. Well, if we've got that many coming in that are undocumented, unvaccinated, carrying this, how will we ever get ahead of this? I mean, these were Democratic congressmen and mayors that were complaining down there on that show that I watched. They were
With
very
all due
upset.
respect, I don't believe that it's appropriate to blame immigrants for this pandemic.
Oh, not blaming it, but for continuing it, I'm gonna argue with you about
I'm
that.
sorry, but I cannot start by stating that point, Commissioner.
Okay, but then you and I are gonna differ
Well,
because,
differ, and that's why I'm speaking
and
my
that's what
piece.
makes this country great.
Because I don't
We get to
believe
differ.
they should be put just because illegal immigrant put on their shoulders this pandemic in this country.
Well, to an extent, it is true.
I disagree, Commissioner.
I know you do, and I disagree with you, sir.
So we gotta get to the nub of the matter. I am not interested in acting outside the authority of law, of what our bounds are, or impinging on elected officials' operations or anything. But within the bounds of the proper authority of the board, I'm fully supportive of measures that will enhance public health, following the advice of the county health officer. So if that means, I don't know what questions we have to explore and what decision points need to be made, but that's where I'm at. I don't know, it sounds like Commissioner Edwards and I are on the opposite sides of the circle. Commissioner Mejia will decide this issue then.
I'm in agreement with you, Commissioner Munster. I mean, I agree in a masking mandate. I would like for the path B, where it would be a matter with the Board of County Commissioners and the elected officials to sign off on a resolution.
I have info from the county auditor that says she's fully supporting the required vaccination and will be supporting that for her office. I don't know about the other electeds.
So the next step will be for us to prepare a resolution. What I'm hearing is to have a room for elected officials to sign in. And the question that I have is for you, would that resolution be as a condition of employment or exercising testing on a weekly basis?
I know the state is not doing a testing exception, is that correct?
Yeah.
But I'm okay with that. I know that California, they've done that as an alternative. Other places have done that. I don't know, unless somebody wants to talk me out of it, but I think that's, could be reasonable. Dr. A, do you have an opinion about that? The having a testing alternative to a required vaccination, is that an adequate substitute? You know, it's twice a week in California. Once a week is proposed, I think, other places. What makes sense from as an either or proposition?
So to clarify, are we talking about testing for folks that aren't fully vaccinated in terms of surveillance? Or sorry, my connection is a little rough. Or are we discussing an attestation of a personal attestation of vaccination? Pardon me.
My understanding is that if you didn't want to the proposal is if you didn't want to get a vaccination, you could, in lieu of that, show proof of a negative test weekly, bi-weekly, whatever. That's my question. Does that seem like a reasonable alternative for employees in lieu of getting the vaccination?
So surveillance,
That's what you're calling surveillance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so surveillance testing is, yes, what it does do is it does make sure that folks aren't asymptomatic. So it catches people in the asymptomatic phase of COVID-19 infection and can also be a protective measure of the workplace.
Just another follow-up question. If somebody gets a test once a week, for an example, okay, they do their test, they're negative, then, I don't know, they go to the local bar or hang out or whatever they do, ride in a car with some people, and now they've contacted the virus, and so we don't know it for another week, is that right? And then they're spreading it during that week. I guess I kind of question, what good does the test really do? I mean, if a daily test makes more sense to me, if we were gonna do some kind of a mandate, I would think, and if you really wanted to protect folks in public buildings.
You've just made the case for mandatory vaccines.
Right, I'm not saying I didn't, I'm just saying I'm not there yet, but I'm just saying, what good does it really do? Daily
I
might.
guess that's why Governor Inslee didn't allow that avenue, right?
Right.
So I'm just asking
That
a
is,
question.
that is the risk, and the risk even goes with the breakthrough cases with vaccinated individuals. That is a risk overall, I believe, of the pandemic that we're living in.
I think we're all gonna get this someday, to some level or another, we're all gonna get it in some variant. But I've just resigned myself to that fact. Hopefully I'm healthy enough to survive it. Because I'm old. You guys got youth on your side.
So,
Do you have an opinion about the testing, surveillance testing?
I don't know, I kind of would like to see the figures on that, how much is it going to cost? And then, I would like to see a process laid out on how that would work. And the numbers associated with that, right? And then, well, who is then going to be paying that cost? So I would like more information on a weekly testing. I'm not opposed to it, but I would like.
so let us work through.
Maria, do you have a sense from the number of people who have signed up to not wear a mask when that was an option, of what percentage of county employees are vaccinated? If we just use that number, we've been submitting logs, offices and departments have been submitting our logs to HR. How many does that tell you?
I'd say it's approximately under 400.
Under 400.
Assuming we've got current logs.
Right.
Under 400 what?
Out of
Employees.
1,200 employees?
Yeah, between around 1,100 regular employees. I'm not sure about temporary extra help.
So about 60%.
400 out of, 400 are or are not?
Under 400 that have asked for the mask wearing exemption.
So
All
we're
right.
38% of county employees.
So more are not vaccinated than are.
Well, more have not attested
Right.
because we have a log in here, and nothing has changed as of today. We have a log that if somebody doesn't want to wear a mask at work, they have to test, they have been vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the labor industry's guidance. So based on that law, Maria says less than 400 have attested they have been vaccinated.
So it could be that some of the 700 are fully vaccinated and just haven't asked to not wear a mask,
Correct.
right?
Well,
But that's a
maybe
pretty low, I would have suspected the number was much higher.
yeah, me too.
So
That's too
now
bad.
we're gonna have to test weekly 700 people, possibly?
Possibly up to 700.
700 a week. I can't imagine that's gonna be cost effective, but, and I don't think it does anything for the physical well-being of everybody. I really don't. I think it's a waste of money.
Well,
If you do it daily and do a 15-minute test every day, I think that's the only way to be sure. And you're not sure
the
then.
proposal is not for the county to pay for the testing.
Well, it comes from somewhere. There's no free lunch.
Individuals who choose not to get vaccinated.
Well, the individuals are gonna wanna bargain that. And I can't imagine we're gonna be,
That would be a bargain in the impacts. And that would be a different conversation with the unions.
sure, and it's gonna be a lot of aggravation. So, what, 700 of our employees are gonna be up in arms about it? I don't think that's too good for anybody, but that's okay. I know where I'm at on the whole thing, but anyway, just move forward.
They're gonna wanna take county time to go get tested.
Oh, yes.
They're gonna want the county to pay to get
Yep.
tested. That's a big number.
Maria, do you have a sense of how many employees may be teleworking and not coming into a county building that may not have submitted because they weren't in the building? I know that we probably have employees in that category that are fully vaccinated, but they haven't turned in their paperwork because they're not coming into a county facility.
I don't know how many employees are currently teleworking. I know a lot of them have come back, but I couldn't ballpark it even.
Maybe just, I'll make mention of this on the teleworking business. I've been kind of an advocate that we're gonna have a problem at some point down the road because of teleworking. But all the big corporations have extended their teleworking stay home process. And I just saw that on the news within the last 2 days. Like
So-
Microsoft and
So my daughter works for Amazon and they have required people to come back into the office.
I think there's something new. Why don't you check with her, will you? This is
I
brand new.
talk to her regularly.
What are you getting at though? What's the?
Well, because I thought it looked like, maybe more people were gonna be coming back and a lot of them mandated to come
Yeah.
back. And they gave a whole list of these big corporations that were extending that deadline, like maybe September 1st, they were coming back.
And that might change as well because some companies are going through the process of reducing their salaries for those who are staying, working at home.
Oh, okay.
So
Anyway, a lot to yet to come on that whole
There's
thing,
no
too.
cost for transportation there, so there's a lot of stuff
Yeah.
changing.
A lot of things are changing.
Yeah, like having to get a vaccine.
Yeah, no, from a lot of friends that I know that work for Amazon or Microsoft or Boeing even, the conversations that I've had with them is, yeah, they've been back in the office.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
It is.
No,
It's
this is all, this
fascinating.
was really brand
Because
new.
at first they were telling her she could telecommute forever and the company has very recently changed their minds in exactly the opposite direction that you're suggesting.
Well, let's
She's been
watch and see what happens.
Back in.
It's
Well,
kind of like
as
the
an
bubble. I
employee,
think it's coming.
She knows where she has to be.
What is it that you're saying? I'm not sure I get your point though. You said we may have a big problem. Like, what's the problem that you're
Well,
anticipating?
no, I mean, it'll be a change, because just like Robin said, many of those big corporations had said, okay, you guys are all gonna come back by September 1st.
Yeah.
We're gonna get back to normal. This news article that I saw just maybe within the last 2 days,
Yeah.
it gave a whole list of them, said, we're now changing that. So instead of September, now it's January of 2022.
Okay.
Just because of what's going on here
They may be
recently.
delaying.
But they're just
They're
delaying, so
rolling.
incrementally delaying, kind of like we've been extending permits,
Right.
Okay,
What's
3
the problem
months, 3 months, 3 months. That's all I'm saying, that it's an ever-changing dynamic that seems to be taking place.
And people, understand that, right?
Well, I think so.
So, I mean, when you're talking about the lack of trust because things are changing, I mean, I think
Well, everybody's just in confusion. I think everybody is just like, what the heck? It was just this way yesterday. What are you doing, you know?
what do we need?
What I forgot to mention is my proposal, and thank you for, clarifying where you like to go on this, is for this to take effect October 30th. Because there's no way they can take effect right away, because we need to allow whomever wants to exercise vaccination to be fully vaccinated by a certain date. The governor order put out October 18th. I think we're a little bit behind that wheel. Even if we process that resolutions for you to consider as soon as feasible, I think October 30 may be a date to consider. October 31st.
Okay.
So let us work on a resolution, and what I understand is that resolution will be to require employees to be vaccinated. That the resolution would include room for elected officials to sign in. And also this resolution includes the option of testing if an employee does not want to get vaccinated. And the testing will be on a weekly basis. And this requirement for vaccination for current employees will not be as a condition of employment.
What does that mean exactly?
Because you give the option of testing, so the requirements for vaccination, unlike the governor, is not a condition of employment. The governor's order is you get vaccinated by a certain date. If you don't,
No longer employed.
no longer employed. And here, where you're taking a step a little bit softer, is stating you're required to get vaccinated. If you do not get vaccinated, you need to get a test every week.
If you do neither, then
If you do neither, then it is a disciplinary action.
Boy,
Maria, Shelley, Dr. A, does that all sound, anything you guys want to, any input you want to give about that proposed structure?
From my part, I think we could still consider accommodations.
The accommodations.
And I think I do have a question, and it might be a public health question. If earlier Shelley said that if you don't have symptoms, your medical provider may not test you. What if the employee just can't get in for whatever reasons? Because that's one of the criteria. I imagine that's something we'll need to address with employees and the unions. So logistically, are we asking for something that's feasible?
I don't think it's attainable myself, but it'll be interesting to see.
what do you think, Shelley?
I think we need a little bit more time and information to data to kind of assess what the impact would be on our overall testing system right now, and then we could circle back with that information. But knowing that's the direction you're interested in, we can explore that and get that quickly.
How efficient or effective is at-home testing?
Dr. A?
So it depends on the type of test. The kind of the limiting factor is that verification piece, that the person who's submitting the sample is the person who for whom that sample is recorded as being submitted. That's kind of the problem that one runs into there. However, the tests themselves are just as reliable as their counterparts that are administered. Given that if it's the same test, accounting for differences in technique in terms of sample, in terms of whether or not folks get a good sample that they send. So there's a little bit of complication in that regard.
So there's more testing, sounds like, than back at the beginning, it was like the swab way up your nose or whatever, and it sounds like now there's more different styles of tests that are accurate.
Yeah, so there are, there are saliva tests that are where the sample is taken from the cheek, and saliva, as well as probably the most common test is a nasal swab. Not the nasopharyngeal swab, but it goes up to the level of the mid-turbinate, which is where your nose, and it's where your nasal cavity narrows. So it's not, it's just until the point where it's uncomfortable, but it doesn't go all the way back.
So maybe we can come back with a specific as to what type of testing will be. There is not the high end, which takes, 48 hours to get the results. There may not be the home testing. What will be in the middle? It may be specific on that resolution.
So I just a quick Maria question maybe. So the different unions, when we do put this out, aren't they going to say this is a bargaining issue? And are you going to give me a letter that says the county is going to cover all my future medical costs that I say are related to this vaccine, for an example? I mean, I don't know what we're going to give them to assure them that we're going to cover them if they go get a shot against their will, a vaccine against their will.
We will need to bargain the impacts. It's hard for me to know exactly what assurances they will want or what else they may negotiate. So I think once we have a direction and I have Debbie provide notice to the unions, we'll have more information to provide at a later time.
Nobody will get a vaccine against their will. No
Yes,
matter what
some
way you
will
go.
if they need the job.
Some will make a choice
Yeah,
to put
they'll make a
job
choice.
first.
And it will be
their
against
choice.
their will. A lot of them will say that.
So the proposal, Commissioner, is this is not as a condition of employment.
Except if you don't get the test in time because the process isn't there.
Then as any other personnel rule, if an employee doesn't follow a personnel rule, they're exposed to.
And so they're taking the test, they're getting the shot against their will. They're gonna do it, but they're gonna do it under duress.
It's not against their will. I mean,
Oh, some will.
Free will.
Yeah,
it's a choice. We all have choices.
Every day.
We conduct random drug tests.
It'll be under duress.
Yeah.
I think I should go to law school. I think right now is gonna be a good time to be a lawyer. If you can get into court.
All right, it's 4:00. Do we need to?
No, that's all I have for you, so I have some direction, so I'll work with
See you all next week.
Shelley and Maria, Dr. A,
There'll be
Robin,
more to
and
come.
drafting
There's got a
this.
couple
I
more.
think it's gonna be a very simple resolution.
I think so too.
I will bring a proposal for you.
And we'll gin up what the cost may be for testing, just in case you'd like to go the other way.
Okay, thank you. Planning session is adjourned.
Thank you.